is scheduled to take place. The briefing is scheduled to take place at 2:30 this afternoon. Joining me live is my colleague Sharda. Sharda, if you could brief our viewers about what the talks today could focus on at 2:30 p.m.
Well, with following the meetings that both the nations will be having today, both the general commissioners will be having today, it's expected that they would be telling about what the future will hold for India and Pakistan as such, though they'll not be talking about the Kashmir or the Indus Valley, the river issues that they've already made clear about. It's expected that they'll say that what both the armies will be doing from now on, because even after ceasefire, there are continuous violations day before yesterday. However, in the past 24 hours, there is nothing happened between them, but there are still certain border villages in the state of Gujarat and Rajasthan which still find it risky and not able to continue their daily life. I think this is what both the commissioners of the military would be talking about today, and the explanation that would be given to us is what India and Pakistan would be taking forward on concerns of the safety about the civilians in both the nations. It's also expected that if they are thinking about what to do with the border villages and the safety and how to bring it back to make sure that the daily life starts to become normal here again. Back to you, Deepak.
Right, stay on with me, Sharda. I have Lalit also joining me live from Pathankot. Lalit, a very good afternoon to you. Yesterday, you got us a sense of what's happening on ground zero. There was an uneasy calm that continues to prevail in Pathankot. Tell us whether the bordering areas are returning to normal.
If we talk about the position here in Pathankot now, from the past 24 hours, there has been no violation in the border area. So now things are coming back to normal here in Pathankot, Amritsar, Firozpur, Taran Taran, Gurdaspur, all the border districts of Punjab. From the past 24 hours, if we talk about now, once again the things are back to normal. Right now, behind me also you can see that there is the movement of the vehicle around 3 to 4 days before. The roads and the traffic was completely zero. It was completely minimal. But now, from the past 24 hours, after there has been an agreement between India and Pakistan, and today at 12, there would be talks between the two DGMOs of both the countries. Now, after that, now things are coming back to normal. Not only this, if we talk about the flights also, the flights have also been resumed. So just around 10:25 today in the morning, the flight from Chandigarh have once again resumed. So if we talk about the schools, all those things are back to normal, whether in Chandigarh or on the bordering districts of Punjab. So from the past 24 hours before that, the things there was quite tense, volatile, as escalation was being seen between both the countries. But the way India has precisely targeted the terror infrastructure of the Pakistan, and the way India has struck precisely after that, now it seems that there has been a ceasefire, and now after 24 hours things are coming back to normal, whether it's in Pathankot or on the bordering states of Punjab. Back to the studio.
Well, let me go back to Sharda. Sharda, in Kutch, we've seen over the last couple of days, several projectiles that were fired from Pakistan were completely neutralized. And some of them, even were unexploded ones that were discovered. And tell us about the ground situation. How is the, border districts currently doing in the aftermath of this operation?
Well, Kutch is one of the bordering villages with Pakistan, especially comes near Karachi. The past 4 days were very difficult for Kutch because there were constant drones passed through this particular area, and the Indian Air Force base is also situated in Bhuj, where we are right now. So there was continuous attacks, and however, while the Indian defense system managed to make sure that everything was stopped mid-air and nothing had exploded in the Kutch district, and Gujarat has been safe. Now, being a Monday afternoon, I request my cameraman to show you around this particular place in Kutch district where we are right now. The traffic has returned to normalcy. People are coming out. They've started their daily life. However, we can say that people in the border have now started to move around, making sure that after one complete week of lockdown and blackout, the life is returned back to normal for them. And with summer vacations, we can see children playing in the park also here in the Kutch district. Also, however, though there's no ceasefire violation, now last night the city, even without the collectors ordering, went on a blackout on their own, made the decision on their own, thinking that there would be attacks, because in the last 24 hours there were constant movements on the in the defense. However, they spotted drones around Kutch district, and people are still scared about it, but still they go on to move around to start their daily life in the Kutch district. So it's expected that following this particular meet that was set to happen between the two DGMOs will give them more clarity in the coming days.
Right, Sharda, I have Arawat also live with me from Baramula. Arawat, the DGMO level talks are all set to begin in any moment from now. Tell us about what the focus will be.
Yes, Deepak, absolutely. We are here in North Kashmir's Baramula right now, as we have seen that after the civilian areas were targeted in the North Kashmir's Uri sector, thereafter we have seen that the civilian population were evacuated by the district administration towards the safer locations in the various districts. So we'll start from the North Kashmir's Kupwara, Tangdar, and other sectors from left to right. In fact, we are here at in the Baramula district, where one of the biggest rehabilitation center is. I'll request my Vijay to take you through these visuals without showing the security persons movement here, and these buses have been called once again here in the Women's College, and you can see from here that the civilian population who were evacuated from the sensitive areas of the line of control, in fact they are all set to return, as the district administration has told them to be ready any time from now. They will get the clearance from the administration, then after they will move towards the safer locations, as we have seen that the combing operation is also going in the various sensitive locations along the line of control areas in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. We have also been told that the bomb squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police and other paramilitary security forces is also there. We have been told from the sources in the defense that the multiple unexploded shells have been destroyed by the forces, so that there not be any kind of the loss to the civilian population. That's why, for the precaution measures, these civilians were evacuated from the sensitive locations in the North Kashmir's Baramula, Kupwara and other sensitive areas. And in fact, the photos is showing the visuals. This is the bus of the SRTC. We have seen that the dozens of the buses have been stationed outside the degree college in the Baramula. We have seen that there are multiple rehabilitation centers in the Baramula, but this was one of the biggest rehabilitation center in the North Kashmir, where the civilian movement was here. Also, we will try to speak with some locals here who are all set to return their hometowns, their villages in the North Kashmir's Uri sector. आप मुझे बताइए, आपका क्या नाम है?
मेरा नाम बिलाल अहमद है।
जो सीज फायर हुआ है वो बता रहे हो जाएगा, लेकिन हमने पाकिस्तान की तरफ से वायलेशन भी देखी थी कुछ टाइम। अभी क्या आपको एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन यहाँ पे बता रही है?
देखो, हमें गवर्नमेंट बता रही है कि हालात ठीक हो चुके हैं, लेकिन हमें डर है बहुत, हमारे लोगों के दिल में डर है बहुत कि अगर वापस जाएंगे तो क्या पता, भरोसा नहीं है, शाम तक फिर फायरिंग हो जाए। लेकिन हमें अपनी सेना पर प्राउड है, हम वो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे रहे हैं पाकिस्तान को। तो इसीलिए देखते हैं हम शाम तक क्या होगा। मतलब हमारे साइड नुकसान भी बहुत हुआ है, इस्लामाबाद, उड़ी, बसग्रां, कम्बलकोट, वहाँ पे इलाकों का नाम है, बहुत सारे मकान को जो है डैमेज हुआ है। हमारी गवर्नमेंट से एक ही अपील है, इंडिया से या पाकिस्तान से जो भी देख रहे हैं, उनसे एक अपील है कि यहाँ मतलब सीज़ फायर को रोक दिया जाए। बहुत ही नुकसान है, हमारे पहाड़ी लोगों का नुकसान हो रहा है। और क्या
आप मुझे बताइए, आपका क्या नाम है?
शौकत अहमद खान मेरा नाम है सर, मैं बुड़ी का रहने वाला हूँ।
कब आए थे आप बारामूला और कब आपको इवैक्यूएट किया गया था?
4-5 दिन यहाँ पे सर बारामूला में। तो सर जब हम वहाँ से निकले, वहाँ पे बहुत बुरे हालात थे, क्योंकि सर वहाँ पे जो हालात है, मतलब जब वहाँ पे ब्लास्ट होता है तो कुछ नज़र नहीं आता है आगे। मतलब वहाँ से हम सब डर चुके थे, फिर हम वहाँ से भाग के यहाँ पे आ चुके। हमें कश्मीरी भाइयों ने सहारा दिया, अपने घर में दी जगह, हम उनका शुक्रगुजार है और हम अपने सेना पे प्राउड है हमें उन पर कि उन्होंने हमारे लिए बहुत कुछ किया। और बाकी हम सब जा रहे हैं अभी घर, लेकिन हमें डर है दिल में कि सर हमें शाम तक कुछ हो ना जाए या कुछ और ना हो जाए, क्योंकि डरते हैं लोग। बाकी दो चले गए, उनको रात को वापस ले आए सर, जो रात को यहाँ से निकले थे उनको वापस यहाँ बुलाए, वो भी डर के वापस आ चुके। और अभी हम जा रहे, सब जा रहे, लेकिन लोगों के डर में भी डर है कि वहाँ पर कुछ जाके हमें हो ना जाए।
आप मुझे बताइए, पिछले कई दिनों से हम देख रहे हैं जैसे सीज फायर की बातें चलना शुरू हो गई थी, उसके साथ ही लेकिन एक बार फिर से वॉयलेशन देखने को मिला था। कहीं ना कहीं पाकिस्तानी ट्रूपर्स जो है वो सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को टारगेट करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, और क्यों वो लोकल पॉपुलेशन में जो है खौफ का माहौल फैलाना चाहते हैं।
मतलब बिल्कुल आप सच बोल रहे हैं। हमारे साइड में जो गांव हैं उनमें आकर उनके मतलब फायरिंग लगे हैं, सिर्फ सिविल लोगों का नुकसान हुआ और किसी का कुछ नहीं हुआ है। पाकिस्तान से जो भी फायरिंग आया सिर्फ सिविलों के ऊपर आके लगे हैं, उनके मकान डैमेज हुए हैं। हम यही कहना चाहते हैं कि पाकिस्तान को मतलब चुप रहना चाहिए बस। अब क्या बोलना है आप?
अगर फिर पाकिस्तान ऐसी कोई हरकत करता है, सीज फायर एग्रीमेंट अगर स्टैंड होता है या कोई अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो भी होती है आज डिसाइड होगा, आपको क्या लगता है अगर फिर उन्होंने कोई वायलेशन किया पाकिस्तान?
सर वॉयलेशन किया तो फिर सर उनको और मुंह तोड़ जवाब मिलेगा हमारी तरफ से, क्योंकि सर इन दोनों देश में बीच में हम जो बेचारे जो गरीब लोग हैं उनकी बुरी हालत हो चुकी है। जिसको बेचारा गरीब बंदा है उनको कहाँ से वो वापस ये करेंगे, कहाँ से वो उनको तो घर बना के देंगे नहीं, ना पाकिस्तान वाले ना हिंदुस्तान वाले। इसमें जा रहे हैं सर जो गरीब लोग हैं उनका नुकसान हो रहा है, बाकी किसी का कुछ नहीं हो रहा है। यहाँ पे जा रहे तो गरीब लोग जा रहे हैं, ना हिंदुस्तान का नुकसान हो रहा है ना पाकिस्तान का हो रहा है। लोग जाके एसी में बैठे पर उनको फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है। जो बेचारे अभी हमारी माँ बहन बेटी यहाँ पे आके स्कूल्स में घर में लोग कोई घर में आके पढ़ी, उनको नहीं फ़र्क पड़ता है कौन कहाँ पे। उनको ये है कि वहाँ पे मारना है यहाँ पे मारना, नुकसान हो रहा है हमारा, बाकी किसी को सर यहाँ पे फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता है। बाकी इसमें हमारा न जाने नुकसान है लोगों का।
आप क्या बताना चाहेंगे जो लगातार सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को टारगेट करना चाहते हैं, चाहे जो वहाँ पर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक की गई टेरर कैंप्स पर उनके जो ध्वस्त कर दिए गए हैं, वहाँ पे जितने भी टेरर कैंप्स थे, और अब वो लोगों को टारगेट कर रहे हैं, क्या बताना चाहेंगे उन लोगों को? ये
सच बात है, यहाँ पे हिंदुस्तान ने उनको मतलब टारगेट किया, उनके मिलिटेंट्स को, तो इसीलिए वो बौखला गए, इसलिए वो कर रहे हैं सिविल पर अटैक।
आप खुश हैं उस चीज़ से जो उनके टेरर ग्रुप्स जो थे, लॉन्चिंग पैड्स थे, जिनको डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया फोर्सेस ने?
जी बहुत खुश हैं, क्योंकि हमारे इंडिया ने मतलब हमारे जो इधर श्रीनगर में जो हुआ था सिविल पर अटैक हुआ था।
But we have some big breaking news coming in. The key meeting that we were talking about and the pictures that came in just a few moments back, we have an update on that. The meeting has concluded at the Prime Minister's residence, and this was the highest level meeting that the Prime Minister was chairing with CDS, the chiefs of three services, and also the NSA and EAM, along with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, were also present. And this particular meeting, the timing of this is very, very crucial because the huddle comes just ahead of the expected DGMO level talks between India and Pakistan. And these talks, the meeting that the Prime Minister chaired at 7 LKM has concluded right now. That's the big breaking news that we are currently tracking. Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, NSA Doval, CDS, and the chiefs of three services were all present at 7 LKM for this particular meeting. Riyanka, tell us what's happening. The meeting has concluded. Give us an update.
Well, the meeting went on at the Prime Minister's residence for nearly 1.5 hours, and a very, very crucial meeting coming in, something that we have seen happening for the fourth time in the last 72 hours with the presence of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS General Anil Chauhan, the chiefs of the three services along with NSA Doval, and also External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. And this meeting has happened similarly in yesterday as well and day before, and a brief meeting which goes on for reviewing the security situation. This meeting has currently concluded. It went on for 1.5 hours, as I mentioned, and as we can see behind me right now, the movement of the convoys. Just a while ago, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh left from the Prime Minister's residence along with CDS Anil Chauhan. In fact, the chiefs of the three services are currently leaving. I can see the convoy behind me moving one by one, and the meeting is currently over. Now, all eyes are going to be on the talks of the DGMO, which is going to take place shortly from now between India and Pakistan, a very, very important one. And before that, this particular meeting holds a lot of importance. So we have to wait and see, Deepak, what happens next. What are the takeaways from that particular meeting between the DGMOs of both the nation? Remember, this happened previously as well when the agreement or the understanding on the ceasefire was done. So we have to wait and see what is the next step of action in this regard.
Right, Priyanka, thank you for joining me with those details. This is a very, very important meeting that was chaired at the Prime Minister's residence. This comes just ahead of the DGMO level talks that will take place between India and Pakistan very, very shortly. We'll get you all the details. But let's now move on, viewers. and tell you that at an exhaustive tri-service security briefing in the national capital, India presented clinching and incontrovertible visual evidence of the successful airstrikes on 9 terror hubs in Pakistan to avenge Pahalgam attack. And sharing the details of the Operation Sindhur, the tri-service DGs said the targets were picked on the basis of detailed intelligence briefings, and there were eyes in the sky as well to bring back before and after images of the sites that were hit, a proof that the Saboot gang must watch.
After the hits, now the evidence. Just about 2 weeks to the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, the Indian forces inflicted retribution on Pakistan more than what they could imagine.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished.
Locking terror camps deep inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the Indian jets flattened their targets with precision strikes. At an unprecedented tri-service briefing on Operation Sindhur, the DGs of the Army, Air Force and Navy came out with incontrovertible visual evidence of the 9 terror camps that they struck inside Pakistan. Frame by frame and slide by slide, the forces presented before and after evidence of the terror camps that were blown to bits.
Please have a look at this red building, the series of buildings out here and this empty ground. Next. If you relate, the empty ground is here and you see this is the first weapon that is impacting. This is the impact point number 1 on Muridke training camp with our precision guided weapons on early morning 7th. Next please. Keep your eyes glued for the second weapon coming in and the second impact on the selected target point. Next slide please. Third impact. Continue. And fourth weapon, fourth impact. So through these targeted and precision targeting, we addressed the target at Muridke, which was the training infrastructure. Can you hear me? All right. Okay, I'll come closer to the mic. Now we go to the next target, which is the Bhavalpur training camp. Next slide, please. The ammunition has gone through the roof and it has created a blast inside, the photographs of which you would have, all of you would have seen. And the red building, after that there was this double-story building. It has been completely decimated by precision targeting. Next please. The target system which was in the north, a series of buildings. I will show you how it looked. Next. Completely destroyed by our precision targeting. Next. Now coming to Bhavalpur, this is the target complex that we are dealing with, a fairly large target complex. So we had to carefully choose the points that we needed to address, which were high value and which would meet our stated objectives of eliminating the terrorists. I would like to draw your attention to this red canopy, and in relation to that I would cover the targets. One target system is a series of buildings here, other one here and other one out here. Next slide please. This is how it looked before and this is how the building looked after the impact of the weapon, and orientation in relation to this red canopy you can see here. Next please. Precision targeting and we've achieved our objectives here. All right, so that was what we did on the 7th. Our objective was to address these two terrorist camps, and that we did with precision.
Among the terror camps hit were the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and the Lashkar Pad in Muridke, where 2611 terrorist Ajmal Kasab received his training. The visuals bore clear evidence of how the thriving terror camps were decimated in the precision Indian airstrikes. Sharing details of the exhaustive backroom brainstorming and huddles that went into the operation, DJ Air Force Operations Air Marshal A.K. Bharti said the targets were chosen on the basis of detailed intelligence briefings. He said the forces also sent up eyes in the sky to capture real-time visual evidence of the strikes.
Critical target system analysis. We analyzed what was to be done to annihilate these targets.
He said the Indian air warriors achieved total surprise and neutralized hardened terrorists, including the Jaish commander behind IC-814 hijack, before they knew what had hit them. Jolted and jittery, Pakistan responded by targeting Indian religious sites and civilian areas, drawing a fresh wave of aerial assault on their key air bases.
Reporting from Punch with my video journalist Gaurav Sahni for Republic TV Nation First.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Reporting from Jaisalmer with my VJ Mahesh Sharma for Republic Nation First.
Modi chairs high-level meet at his residence ahead of India-Pak DGMO level talks. Defence Minister, 3 service chiefs, CDS, NSA, EAM attend meet. DGMO to brief media on Operation Sindhur at 2:30 p.m. post talks with Pakistani counterparts. All eyes on India and Pakistan DGMO level talks today. There will be no talks on Kashmir and Indus Water Treaty. Indian Army confirms no incidents reported last night across Jammu and Kashmir and other areas along the international border.
भारतवर्ष ने जिस प्रकार से पाकिस्तान में आतंकी अड्डों को ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से समाप्त किया है, वह अपने आप में पूरे विश्व में एक संदेश भेजता है।
BJP congratulates whole nation on the success of Operation Sindhur, says big message sent to the world against terrorism. Ukrainian President Zelensky says he's ready to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin in Istanbul on Thursday to discuss ending the war. Viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. It is informed that 32 airports which were temporarily closed for civil aircraft operations till 5:29 hours of 15th May 2025 are now available for civil aircraft operations with immediate effect. It is recommended for travelers to check their flight status directly with airlines and monitor the airlines' websites for regular updates. And this is the latest update from the Airports Authority of India. In view of the ceasefire understanding, it is now confirmed that 32 airports which had been temporarily shut for all civil flight operations are back online for use. And the Airports Authority of India has issued this update indicating a full restoration of civil aviation traffic through these 32 airports. And the reasons for the temporary closures were because of the ongoing situation and the threats from across the border. But now, after the ceasefire understanding, airports are set to resume their civil flight operations. Travelers who have their flights scheduled must get a status update from their airline operators. This in view of the resumption of the operations across 32 different airports which were temporarily closed for civil aircraft operations till 5:29 of 15th May. Moving on, viewers, India has delivered a powerful and precise blow in a decisive show of strength in a first of its kind real-time kinetic strike in 25 years. BrahMos missiles have crippled key Pakistani air bases. We take you through exclusive footage of the strikes that left Pakistan completely stunned and its air capabilities in ruins.
भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है। ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने। अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है।
नूर खान एयरबेस इन चकलाला रावलपिंडी।
ये जी बिल्कुल अटैक हुआ है, ये देख सकते हैं एयरपोर्ट के बिल्कुल सामने से मैं गुजर रहा हूँ और ये नूर खान एयरबेस के।
Watch every second of this video. How Pakistanis were stunned with India's strike. Just a few kilometers away from its capital of Islamabad.
सक्खर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वा बचत थी वा दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया.
And this video of the strike on the Sukkur airbase that serves Jacobabad in Pakistan, hit by BrahMos. The Rahim Yar Khan airbase, part of Pakistan Air Force's Central Air Command, hit by BrahMos, rendering it ineffective. Air Force Base Moshaf, a major operational base consisting of the highest equipped aircraft and squadrons and the so-called best trained pilots and commanders in Pakistan, devastated by BrahMos. Watch this proof.
भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ये भाई धमाका होयो हीन सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में पता ना है कोई ड्रोन गिरो है कि कहाँ रोड़ो है अभी अभी धमाका होयो हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ भी अरे किथे आर कोते होया का परा होया है अब परा होया
India has destroyed Pakistan's air capability.
बड़ी है मिसाइल गिरे है अरे अंदर हो जाए यार कोई पता नहीं
Few days, as we have seen, Pakistan all has suffered very heavy and unsustainable losses after it has given us an unprovoked attack on our installations. It has suffered losses in both land and air. There has been an extensive damage to the crucial Pakistani air bases like Skardu, Sargodha, Jacobabad and Bholari.
The BrahMos has forever changed how India is looked at.
आज जो ब्रह्मोस फैसिलिटी शुरू हो रही है, मैं समझता हूं वह यूपी डिफेंस कॉरिडोर का एक गौरव होगा। आज हमारे आसपास जैसी परिस्थितियां हैं, उसे देखते हुए ये बेहद जरूरी हो जाता है कि हम अपने लक्ष्यों को ऐसे ही समयबद्ध तरीके से पूरा करते रहें। साथियों, जहां तक ब्रह्मोस का प्रश्न है, तो आप सभी यह जानते हैं कि ब्रह्मोस दुनिया के सबसे तेज सुपरसोनिक क्रूज मिसाइल्स में से एक है। ब्रह्मोस सिर्फ एक हथियार नहीं है, बल्कि यह अपने आप में एक मैसेज है। मैसेज हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के स्ट्रेंथ का है। मैसेज दुश्मन के प्रति हमारी डेटरेंस का है, प्रतिरोधक क्षमता का है। मैसेज हमारी बॉर्डर्स की सेफ गार्डिंग के हमारी प्रतिबद्धता का है।
It was the first real-time kinetic action experience for the Indian Armed Forces in 25 years, and that too against an aggressive enemy, and also a test of Pakistan's defense systems and preparedness. This was unlike any exercise, and our forces have prevailed. This is what real victory looks like.
अपोजिट साइड कर दिया है, गलत साइड लगा दिया। इधर लगाना था हमको। करना पड़ेगा इनको यार, ये तो पूरा खराब कर देंगे। हेलो, अरे सर ये सामने लड़की को यूज करेंगे, इतना बड़ा यूज करेंगे है ना। इधर इनको कुछ मोहन भाई इधर ही आ जाओ ना।
Viewers, these are the solemn scenes that are coming in from the BSF headquarters in Jammu, where Constable GD Deepak Chingakam, who lost his life in unprovoked cross-border firing along the LOC, is being given the final adieu, and his colleagues and several commanders of the BSF are also laying wreath at the coffin draped with the tricolour. Gursimran is joining me live. Gursimran, these are indeed some solemn scenes that are coming in from the BSF camp in one by one. Wreaths are being placed on the coffin of the BSF Jawan Deepak. Gursimran is joining me live. Gursimran, the wreath laying ceremony of the BSF Jawan Deepak, who lost his life in unprovoked firing from Pakistan, is currently underway. Take us through these scenes that are unfolding.
See, Constable Deepak was deployed along the Indo-Pakistan international border, and it was on the 10th of May when the cross-border violation was reported. Early that morning, though we saw that Pakistan first tried to attack one key vital installations of the Indian Armed Forces, and now the senior officers of the Border Security Force, including IG of the Border Security Force, Jammu Frontier, Shashank Anand, along with the IG Jammu Zone, Bhim Singh Tuti and others, are paying the tributes. The tributes are being paid to this brave heart of Constable General Duty Deepak. He made the supreme sacrifice while fighting with the Pakistani rangers that were trying to target the locations as well as the civilian areas in the Araspura Indo-Pakistan international border. Important to mention that this was the same day where Sub-Inspector Imtiaz of the Border Security Force, hailing from the Chhapra district of Bihar, he also made the supreme...
अभी पता नहीं कितना टाइम लगेगा, मगर यहाँ पे तैयारी तो है, हो सकता है ना आए, मगर अभी कुछ कह नहीं सकते, अगर नहीं आएंगे तो
Well, there you see on the right side of your screens, Deepak's family completely inconsolable. The loss is not just for the forces, viewers, it's the nation's loss. And Deepak Chingakam, believed to be from Manipur, had been posted in the sensitive Palanwala sector, where ceasefire violations had been taking place, and the ceasefire violations had flared up. He fell in the line of duty, shielding others from the incoming fire, and after his colleagues and the BSF Jawans in the Jammu frontier lay their wreath and pay their tributes, the mortal remains will then be handed over to his family, as the family awaits, completely broken but proud of the supreme sacrifice that Deepak has made for the nation, especially in such a conflict-ridden time, and he will be laid to rest with full military honors. What we can see on our screens is the wreath-laying ceremony of Constable GD Deepak Chingakam, who lost his life in Jammu, in the Palanwala sector, and he was posted along the Palanwala sector, which is very, very sensitive, especially at a time when the ceasefire violations had flared up. GD Deepak laid down his life in the line of duty during the unprovoked firing by Pakistan, and he was trying to shield others from the incoming fire, making the supreme sacrifice. There you see BSF Jawans there paying their final tributes, offering their last respects to Deepak, who's on his final journey. The mortal remains will then be handed over to the family that is present mourning in Imphal, because Deepak hailed from Manipur in Imphal. There you can see the family inconsolable. Their hearts are broken because their family member has made the supreme sacrifice for his nation in the line of duty. Top officers of The border security force, including senior commanders of the Jammu frontier, are also laying the wreath one by one on the coffin, each a symbol of respect, of gratitude and of sacrifice. They're paying their last respects to GD Deepak. Nation salutes our brave heart who lost his life in the line of duty in the Palanwala sector when the ceasefire violations flared up. Moving on, viewers, our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami pulls no punches, stating that there can never be a ceasefire with a terrorist, lawless state like Pakistan as India intensifies its pressure both on the ground and in global forums. Arnab exposes how Pakistan is buckling under the weight of India's strategic dominance, unfiltered and unapologetic. He lays out how New Delhi's firm stance has left Islamabad completely cornered with no place to hide and no narrative to spin.
Now, ladies, I know that many of you were not happy with the announcement of this ceasefire. But the fact is, I always said yesterday, where is the ceasefire? There is no ceasefire. You can only have a ceasefire with a country that believes in law. A country that believes in the rule of law. Pakistan does not believe in the rule of law. Pakistan does not respect international law. Pakistan does not respect any UN norms. Pakistan is a lawless and terrorist state, so there can be no ceasefire with Pakistan. So that was all misreporting. It was misreporting. And viewers, please remember, I come to you day after day and night after night to give you the correct perspective on a story. And you would remember, I haven't changed my line. I said last night, at this time, when it was reported that there were again those violations all over, that this country called Pakistan can never be trusted. For after announcing a ceasefire, they threw a missile into Jaisalmer. After announcing a ceasefire, they sent a swarm of surveillance and armed drones from Srinagar to Kutch. And they expect us to believe them. And therefore, when I saw finally, I'm so happy, finally I saw three very senior, very aware, very informed, and very operationally involved. When I saw these three officers take that press conference today, and when I saw the Director General of Operations of the three services say, we are in a state of combat, I was happy, as I know you were happy too. For you do not play any game but to win. And all those who thought we declared our innings yesterday, all those who asked those questions, did we score up to 99 and then call the match or declare the innings? No, we have not done that at all. Our military, in a tri-services press conference, has said to us tonight that A, we are in a combat situation, ladies and gentlemen. And some incredible visuals came after that, which I want to share with you. And these are beautiful visuals that have come in from the Navy. Remember, viewers, the Admiral in the press conference says that we are placed a little higher up the escalatory ladder. What does that mean in pure and simple English? We first destroy their air bases. We finish off their army strength, and then when we do, we come in with lethal might. The visuals on the screen have not been released before, but they're very important visuals because they show us locking in. That's not a civilian plane, that's a Navy plane. And the Indian Navy has locked in on Karachi. We have locked in on Karachi. The Pakistanis may not like it, they may feel squeamish. But the fact is, we have our eyes on Karachi, we have our focus on Karachi, and we have locked in on Karachi. All of this is making the Pakistanis look very stupid and very weak and very helpless and very lonely and very unsure and very shaky. I want to show, last night I saw some visuals of a very shaken looking Shahbaz Sharif. And I want to show you the video of Shehbaz Sharif quickly trying to bring an end to this. All he said in that speech of his was that I'm glad it's over, I'm glad it's over, I'm glad it's over. Praise be to the God, praise be to Allah that it's over. We are relieved it's over. God has saved us. And then he said, I thank the UAE, I thank Qatar, I thank Azerbaijan, I thank Turkey, I thank China, I thank the United States of America. I thank social media. Short of thanking the Maldives, Mozambique, and maybe even Sri Lanka, he thanked everyone. This was a thank you speech. And the visuals are very strange. Viewers, we have a terminology in television we call jump cuts. Jump cuts is when you're, for example, looking at me and it appears I am an edited frame. All these are edited frames. Each time there were different sets. There were a total of 15 edits or 15 jump cuts. Someone said probably even Hrithik Roshan does not take as many cuts during his acting performance as Shehbaz Sharif takes. But more importantly, he looks left and right. Look at the eye movement, very shaky, which means he was doing this under pressure. And he was under incredible pressure yesterday. In my narration this morning, I shared about how he got a earful from the Chinese after his foreign minister thanked America profusely after Trump jumped the gun and made that announcement. And probably under pressure from the Chinese, he carried out some ceasefire violations to placate the Chinese. But we are a more powerful country, we told the Chinese, and then they pulled back. This entire episode has only shown one thing, that Pakistan is a very weak puppet, which desperately in need of a master. Ladies and gentlemen, leave Pakistan aside. What the Prime Minister says is very important. In Hindi, it was reported after a very top-level briefing earlier today. It was said, गोली का जवाब गोला से दिया जाएगा. वहां से गोली चलेगी और यहां से गोला चलेगा. That is the language of Narendra Modi that we love. And that is the leadership that is showing the country the way. And all those people who thought, all those people who dared to question the political resolve and the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be eating their words tonight. Because he said it very clearly. If the Prime Minister has said there is nothing else to talk, you want to talk, you talk about handing over Hafiz Saeed, you want to talk, you talk about handing over POK. There are no talks. And look at the position of the Prime Minister of India, viewers. I know there will be misinformation and disinformation and wrong information and malinformation. But the Prime Minister has said, we don't need anyone to mediate. And that's from the highest level sources in the government. Because personally, I'm not happy with Donald Trump going and saying that, I'm going to solve the Kashmir problem, a 1,000-year-old problem. Firstly, we don't need you. 2, it's a bilateral issue. 3, you know nothing about this region or Kashmir or India or the problem between India and Pakistan. It is not a 1,000-year-old problem. You don't know our history. The history of our country is far longer. But Kashmir is not a 1,000-year-old problem. So the president of a country with the greatest of respect, whose history doesn't go back more than 200 years, Donald Trump, it is better you stay out of it. Like you said in an interview once, and you said it, Narendra Modi knows how to deal with it. We have faith in Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi is the elected leader of the largest country in the world. Narendra Modi is the leader of a country with the 4th largest economy and the 3rd largest military. And this is the fastest growing country. We know how to deal with the Pakistanis. Leave it to us to handle. Just remember, this is a leader. This is a leader who has given a message. Hit them hard, hit them harder, and hit them hardest. And while all of this is being put out tonight, ladies and gentlemen, can someone tell Rahul Gandhi to shut up and stay out of it? This opportunist, looking for an opportunity, should know that all the forces of our country are clear about what we do. The biggest favor the Vadra Gandhi family can do is to shut up tonight. For we have fired the BrahMos. Ladies and gentlemen, firing the BrahMos is a very big political decision. And we are happy. We are happy that we have a government and a leader who with resolve takes that decision. So when I broke the news today that the BrahMos was used and the BrahMos hit the Chaklala air base in Pakistan and the Pakistanis panicked because the Pakistanis knew if we hit Chaklala, we will hit their nuclear bases next. And I'm not overstating my case, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not overstating my case. If we can use the BrahMos, we can use the Prithvi. We are using then the S-400. We will use the K-4. We will use the Agni 5. Nothing will stop us. We will use what the hell we want. Because we are dealing with a weak and untrustworthy country. The sum total of that press conference is this. Round 1, Pakistan defeated. Huge victory for India. But Operation Sindhur is ongoing. The combat situation is on. Pakistan has not been let off. Pakistanis, listen to this. Stop watching the nonsense on Geo News and ARY News. These channels are lying to you. You are watching this from the largest news network of India. We are active against you. We will finish your terrorists and we will destroy your army if you don't know how to behave.
I am Lalit Sharma, reporting from Pathankot with my VJ Krishna for Republic Nation First.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
And therefore, I would watch the political situation in Pakistan extremely closely. Our digital video team has done a great job and of putting together a very interesting video sequence of Shehbaz Sharif. And there are in that video sequence the statement of Shehbaz Sharif, which was supposed to go at 8 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, eventually went, I think, around 11 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, because the Chinese told him to put it on hold. Now, there are 3 things you need to look at in this video. His eyes are shifty, moving from left to right, like he's taking instructions. This is not
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahachamcha of the United States. Then it switched its allegiance to China, claiming that its friendship with China was higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea, sweeter than honey. Well, that honey has become putrid. The mountains seem to be much lower than was initially thought, and the sea...
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Simran Singh from Jammu International Border with my VJ Sarjeevan Kumar for Republic. Nation first.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking at 1 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Operation Sindhur is ongoing. The combat operations are underway and we are building up to that big military briefing that is all slated to take place at 2:30 p.m. today. All that and much more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Prime Minister Modi chairs high-level meet at his residence ahead of India-Pak DGMO level talks. Defence Minister, Tri-Services Chief CDS NSA attend the meeting. DGMO to brief media on Operation Sindhur at 2:30 p.m. post talks with the Pakistani counterpart. India and Pakistan DGMO level talks today. There will be no talks on issues such as Kashmir and the Indus Water Treaty. BSF pays homage to martyr Constable GD Deepak, who laid down his life in crossfiring at the India-Pakistan border.
भारतवर्ष ने जिस प्रकार से पाकिस्तान में आतंकी अड्डों को ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से समाप्त किया है, वह अपने आप में पूरे विश्व में एक संदेश भेजता है।
BJP congratulates the whole nation on the success of Operation Sindhur, says a big message against terrorism sent to the world. Flight operations at 32 airports that were temporarily suspended in the wake of India-Pakistan tensions have now resumed. Ladies and gentlemen, a second media briefing will be conducted by the DGMO today on Operation Sindhur. The earlier time that was given was at 2:30 p.m. This afternoon, however, we now learn that the DGMO level briefing has now been delayed. Now remember, the briefing will be led by the top officers of the Indian Navy and the Air Force. This briefing comes a day after the DGMO held their first media brief giving details of the operation so far. The first biggest military briefing was held yesterday at around evening. The second military briefing will be held today somewhere around in late afternoon. 2:30 p.m. was the time that was already given. However, we now learn that the DGMO briefing has now been delayed. We also learn that the India-Pakistan DGMO talks have been delayed, and after which is why the DGMO has taken a call to delay the briefing as well. So the briefing comes essential as because remember, today is the day when India and Pakistan will be holding the DGMO level talks, after which is we will get to hear the big military briefing on what was discussed in the DGMO level meeting between India and Pakistan. All right, I'm being joined by reporters that have been spread across the regions of Jammu and Kashmir. Gursimran, first to you. Yesterday there were reports of how there were drones that were spotted in Jammu and Kashmir. However, later the PIB had, the MIB in fact had fact-checked those reports. What is the condition so far as the fact-check is concerned?
See, if we speak of the present situation in the Jammu, there is an uneasy calm that is prevailing along the international border line of control as well as in the hinterland area. The people all are waiting for the outcome of the DGMO level talks between India and Pakistan, because the temporary halt that has come in between the truce is likely to have a longevity in the ceasefire that is expected after this meeting of the DGMO levels of both the countries. From India, it's Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, and from the Pakistani side, it's Major General Kashif Chaudhary, who will be taking part in this meeting. The outcome of the meeting will largely have an impact on the on-ground situation in the Jammu international border area as well as line of control. A reason being that we have seen hostilities going to the next level after the provocations from the Pakistani side and the India's retaliation. So now it all depends upon the outcome of the DGMO level talks that are slated to begin anytime soon, and the briefing of which will be done later this afternoon by the DGMO of the Indian Army as well as the DGMO level equivalent officers of the Indian Air Force and the Indian Navy. So this will actually decide the on-ground scenario, because the forces are maintaining a highest level of alertness. The guard has not been let down. Reason being that the Pakistan has violated the ceasefire for more than 5 hours after the ceasefire agreement came into the being. So there lies every possibility that the Pakistan may violate it anytime, because Pakistan cannot be trusted. That is one thing for sure. But all eyes are on the DGMO level talks that are slated to begin our hotline anytime shortly.
Absolutely, Gursimran. Harsha and Arawat, stay with me. Before I come to you, I want to play this quick report where Army personnel carried out operation of exploding shells which was dropped in Rajouri by Pakistan at several places which are civilian area. Now, these equipments described by us in a report, and also how the operation successfully carried out with evacuating civilians. Here's a report on that, and then I come to Harsha and Arawat for more details.
So now there is the sound of the explosion which was seen. This is a shell which is now exploded after the operation by the army personnel, which was carried out, and now finally the shell which was found 2 feet below the ground has finally exploded. And as an operation, the army alerted us 3 to 4 minutes beforehand, before the shell exactly exploded, and the intensity of the shell could also be heard and seen in the visuals as well. This was the area earlier we were standing 50 meters ahead from where we are right now, and in this place only there are 7 to 8 shells which have not exploded. The first shell has now exploded by the operation which was carried out by army personnel, but the intensity could be seen, that how heavy the impact of the shell was, which was unexploded when it was dropped by the Pakistan during the night of 8th and the 7th as well at several places in Rajouri. The Rajouri area was highly impacted as well, but now the smokes could clearly be seen in the sky, and that's how the operation was carried out.
All right, Arawat is joining us from Baramula. Arawat, I want to get a sense from you on what the present condition is in Baramula. We are learning that slowly and steadily all the places where drones were spotted in the last few days are now limping back to normal. What is the situation where you are at?
Absolutely, Tanisha. We have seen that the evacuation process was done just 3 days back in the North Kashmir's Tangdaha sector, as same as in the Uri sector, and the civilians were shifted toward the locations in the North Kashmir's Baramula district. And we have also seen that the people have been told to be ready, and they can move towards their villages back in the Uri sector, same in the North Kashmir's Tangdaha sector. Firdaus can show you from this very place that the locals are here. In fact, they are all set to return back to their village in the Uri sector. These SRTC buses are here, and they have been all told to be alert at any time from now. They have been given the go-ahead signal from here in the rehabilitation center. As you can see that the locals from the line of control areas are coming out from the North Kashmir's biggest rehabilitation center in the Baramula Degree College, and you can see that the locals are continuously coming out from the college towards their buses. And also we will also try to speak with the locals here who are earlier shifted to Baramula, and where we have seen that the rehabilitation centers was here after the local community in the Uri sector was targeted by the Pakistan's unprovoked firing towards the civilian populated area. We'll try to speak with the locals. आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम चौधरी इमरान अशरफ है।
कब आप यहाँ आपने शिफ्ट किया था, मूव किया था रिहैबिलिटेशन सेंटर?
देखिए, हम कुछ लोग काफ़ी लोग बाहर रुके हुए थे। हमारे जो लोग हैं 1-2 दिन पहले यहाँ पे रिहैबिलिटेशन सेंटर में आए हुए थे।
अभी क्या कुछ एक्टिविटी है वहाँ पर, और क्या आपको आज एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने यहाँ पर कहा, जो बसेस वगैरह यहाँ पे दिखाई दे रही है सुबह से?
देखिए, ये जो बसेस यहाँ दिखाई दे रही हैं आरटीसी बसेस, तो इनमें जो लोग थे उनको रेस्क्यू करके यहाँ लाया गया था। जो लोग अपना घर छोड़ के निकलना चाहते थे क्योंकि शेलिंग बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही थी, और कुछ इंडिविजुअल बंकर्स और कम्युनिटी बंकर्स वहाँ नहीं बनाए गए थे, जिसके कारण डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बारामूला ने उन्हें पनाह देने के लिए गवर्नमेंट डिग्री कॉलेज में जगह रखी हुई थी। इसलिए वो लोग वहाँ अपने घरों को छोड़ के यहाँ पे शिफ्ट हुए थे, यहाँ पे वो लोग रहे थे। जी,
अभी आपको कहा कि वापस जाने के लिए, और लगातार जो सिविलियन पॉपुलेटेड एरियाज है उनको हिट कर रहे थे पाकिस्तान की तरफ से। जितने भी विलेज हमने देखे उरी सेक्टर की अगर हम बात करें, उनको निशाना बनाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी।
देखिए, हमारे लोग जो यहाँ पे हम लोग पनाह लेके यहाँ पे पहुँचे हुए हैं। सबसे पहले बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जो घरों से नहीं निकल पाए हैं क्योंकि बॉर्डर का एरिया है, LOC पे लोग रहते हैं। बहुत सारे लोगों का गुजारा माल मवेशी से होता है, उनका लाइफ स्टॉक वहाँ पे काफ़ी लोग उन्हें छोड़ के यहाँ पे नहीं पहुँचे हैं। और सबसे ज़्यादा मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा साथ में कश्मीरियत का, कि वो कश्मीरियत जिसे लोग अलग नज़र से देखते हैं, जिसे आप अलग नज़र से दिखाते हैं, उस कश्मीरियत ने यहाँ पे बहुत ध्यान रखते हुए लोगों के लिए अपने घर खोल दिए। और सिर्फ डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बारामूला ही नहीं, यहाँ पे देखें आप, ये जो बसेस लगी हुई हैं सिर्फ यहाँ के इलाके नहीं, बहुत सारे ऐसे इलाके हैं यहाँ पे बारामूला के आसपास में लोगों ने अपने घर के दरवाजे खोले हुए, उन्हें फ्री एकोमोडेशन, उन्हें फ्री फूड प्रोवाइड किया जा रहा है। और लोगों को कहा है कि जब तक आपको नहीं लगता आप घर में सेफ हैं, आपके लिए हमारे घर के दरवाजे खुले हुए हैं, आप यहाँ पे रह सकते हैं। और कश्मीर जिंदाबाद ही है, रहेगी, उसके लिए भी मैं बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा उनका।
आप मुझे बताइए, आपका क्या नाम है?
मेरा नाम तौफीक अहमद।
कहाँ आप रहते हैं?
हम उड़ी से हैं सर।
कब आप यहाँ रिहैबिलिटेशन सेंटर पे?
इधर अभी 2-3 दिन से इधर ही हैं सर।
अभी क्या सिचुएशन बता रही है, क्या लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल एरियाज की अगर हम सिचुएशन बताएं?
कि अभी माहौल थोड़ा ठीक ही हो गया है, तो इसकी वजह से अभी छोड़ रहे हैं वापस। लोग घर की तरफ वापस रवाना हो रहे हैं।
आपने कब यहाँ शिफ्ट किया था और कितनी फायरिंग तब शेल्स जो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से वहाँ सिविल एरियाज को दागे गए थे?
वहाँ से तो बहुत हालात ख़राब हैं सर, बहुत फायरिंग हो रही थी, तो उसकी वजह से कुछ लोग ज़ख्मी हो गए, तो कुछ मकान टूट गए, वहाँ पे जल गए, तो फिर यहाँ रवाना किए वहाँ से सबको।
अभी क्या आपको एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बता रही है यहाँ पर?
अभी तो बता रहे हैं, ऐसे तो माहौल अभी ठीक ही हो रहा है, तो उसकी वजह से फिर बोला कि अब आप जा रहे हो वापस।
अगर फिर पाकिस्तान ने सिविलियन पॉपुलेटेड एरियाज़ को टारगेट किया तो क्या आप चाहते हो, क्या एक्शन यहाँ से होना चाहिए? ऑलरेडी हमने देखा किस तरह से जो लॉन्चिंग पैड्स वगैरह है वो तबाह हो चुके हैं, क्या मैसेज देंगे? यहाँ पर जो बसेस वगैरह लगी हुई है वापस लोग जा रहे हैं?
बस जो लगी हुई है सर वो तो लोग वापस ही जा रहे हैं। जी जी।
Thank you very much for speaking to the Republic TV. These are the villagers of the line of control areas here. We have seen that the evacuation process was on just days back in the parts of the Kashmir Valley after the Pakistan troopers targeted the civilian populated area in the Kashmir Valley. Then after the district administration along with the police has evacuated these villagers from that line of control areas. And then after we have seen that the people here have been rehabilitated here in these kind of where the food and other stuff was given by the administration to them. Now authorities have told them that to return to the back places where earlier from they belonged to. As we have seen that the rehabilitation center is here in the North Kashmir, Baramula. You can see that the SRTC buses of the Jammu and Kashmir police are here and they have been told to be alert anytime from now. They are being allowed to move from these locations to other places of the line of control area. I also spoke to many individuals from here and also they have told us about the situation here, how and what they want to say. आप मुझे बताइए आपका क्या नाम है?
मेरा नाम शफाकत हुसैन है जी।
अभी क्या आपका एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बता रहे हैं? सुबह से यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं बसेस जो है लगी हुई है।
जी बिल्कुल, बसेस जो है यहाँ पे लगी हुई है। ये जो हम पहले वहाँ से हमें यहाँ पे लाया गया था, तो हमें अब यहाँ से हम घर जा रहे हैं वापस। जी।
कितनी खुशी है आप घर वापस जा रहे हैं? पहले सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जो है पाकिस्तान की तरफ से मोर्टार शेल से टारगेट किया हुआ था।
खुशी तो हमें तो है खुशी। अब आप मुझे बोले जो जिनका वहाँ पे घर ही नहीं है, जिनका घर वहाँ पे जल चुका है, उनको तो कोई खुशी नहीं है। हम जो मतलब कुछ लोग वहाँ पे हैं जिनका घर वहाँ पे जल चुका है बिल्कुल, तो उनको तो कोई खुशी नहीं है। जी।
क्यों पाकिस्तान की तरफ से सिविलियन एरियाज़ को टारगेट किया गया? जब भी हम देखते हैं कोई भी क्लैश होता है तो सिविलियंस को क्यों वो निशाना बनाते हैं? चाहे पहलगाम की बात करें वहाँ पर भी सिविलियंस को टारगेट किया, उरी सेक्टर की बात करें यहाँ पर भी सिविलियंस के घर जो है उन्होंने तबाह कर दिया।
जी बिल्कुल। तो इसलिए
पूछिए आप, मैं देता हूँ। आपका सवाल था कि सिविलियंस को निशाना। देखिए, सबसे पहले हमें इस बारे में कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है सिविलियंस को निशाना किसने बनाया। पहलगाम जो अटैक हुआ है इसमें देखिए प्रूफ सरकार ने पेश करना है, हमने नहीं। हम इस बारे में नहीं जानते। बाकी सिविलियंस को जो निशाना बनाया गया, दोनों तरफ से गोलाबारी हुई है दबा के, दोनों तरफ से कश्मीरी ही मरा है। मैं बात ये करना चाहूँगा, हम लोगों ने अपनी जानें दी हैं, दूसरी तरफ से भी लोगों की भी डेथ हुई है। बीच में काफ़ी लोग ऐसे हैं जो सियासत गर्म करने के लिए एक दूसरे पे वार करते हैं और नुकसान हम जैसे लोगों को होता है। सिर्फ हमारा नहीं, हमारे घर बार लुट गए, बर्बाद हो गए। हम लोगों में से काफ़ी लोग जहाँ जो पहुँचे हैं डिग्री कॉलेज में रहने के लिए, आज लोग घरों की तरफ वापस जाएंगे। बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जिनके घर नहीं हैं, वो कहां जाएंगे? आप इसका जवाब देंगे? मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहूंगा, फ्रांस एक ऐसा मुल्क है जिसने 3.5 लाख से ज्यादा बंकर्स बनाए हुए हैं, क्यों हमारे यहां LOCs के ऊपर?
थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड बैक टू स्टूडियो।
All right, breaking news now coming in. Republic has accessed exclusive details and pictures of India's strike and the aftermath of that on Pakistan. Now, these are the exclusive pictures of the key Pakistan air bases that were destroyed after India's strike. This one specifically of the Jacobabad air base. The pictures of before and after, where you see that in the strikes there were various ammunition depot and bases like Sagroda and Bolari that were destroyed. Now this specifically, the picture that you see on your screen is from Jacobabad, where most of the damage has been done. The before and after picture shows excessive damage that India's strike did on one of the key strategic air bases of Pakistan. On your screen visuals, there are visuals of how 20% of Pakistan Air Force infrastructure has already been destroyed. Now, sources also say that Pakistan air bases that were housing the F-16s and F-17 fighter jets have been hit. And the proof this time, viewers, is on your screens this time. Sources also go on to say that there are various ammunition depots and bases that have been hit. We also know that in Pakistan's Bulari Air Base, 50, including a squadron leader and 4 airmen have been killed, and this have been confirmed. Remember, in turn, where Pakistan had shared that agenda of capturing Indian pilot has already been busted by the government. Shravan, my colleague, is joining me live on those details. Shravan, take us through how important is the Jacobabad Air Base for Pakistan, which India has completely destroyed, and the proof is now on cameras.
Well, the Jacobabad Air Base was one of the air bases that was hit by the BrahMos. In fact, there were 3 air bases in Pakistan that was hit by the BrahMos, and we've seen the kind of damage that has been inflicted upon the Pakistanis. We do have a confirmation after the preliminary assessment that was done, and on our screens right now is the before and after picture, which is a clear indication of the hit that Pakistan has taken. I'll actually take you through each of the air base. Now, the details that we are basically getting of each of the air base and the damage that has been inflicted upon. Now, the first set of picture that we have accessed is of Jacobabad, and this is the ATC tower, which has taken a hit. Apart from that, hangar too has taken a hit. Importantly, the breaking news now coming in is with regards to the aircrafts that were present there. In fact, we have been told that the F-16s and the JF-17 fighter jets have also been destroyed. Now, the number of JF-17 and F-16 is not very clear at this point in time, but there is a percentage that has been put by the defense sources that 20% of the Pakistani aircrafts have taken a direct hit. Not just that, we also have a confirmation coming in from the Bulari Air Base. Now, because if you take a look at these pictures that we have gotten from Jacobabad, Rahim Yar Khan, Sargota, as well as Bulari, there's the extent of damage is massive. In fact, if I am to take you through specifics of what has been damaged. In Jacobabad Air Base, a considerable damage is to the aircraft hangar. The ATC building with a minor secondary damage that you can see on the screens right now. So there are 2 sets of images. One basically that shows the ATC building, and the other happens to be the aircraft hangar. Munition impact roof damage that is clearly visible. Now, we do not have the image. It's the satellite image of the Jacobabad Air Base, where you can see munition impact as far as the roof damage is concerned. And of course, there is also debris that is around that very site, which has been captured in the satellite imagery that has been accessed. Now, if I'm to also take you through the Bulari Air Base, now if we can put out the other pictures right now. In Bulari Air Base, over 50 people have been killed. In fact, Pakistan themselves have admitted that squadron leader Usman Yusuf and 4 airmen, among others, have been killed. In fact, there was a funeral that took place yesterday, and there are images of it coming in, and we are given to understand that there are details now coming in of the assessment that the Pakistanis themselves have actually made. So in Bulari also, what we are being told that in the Bulari Air Base as well as Nur Khan Air Base, we're getting in more details. One, as far as Nur Khan Air Base, the operation center has been destroyed in the attack. At least 2 military support related trucks have been destroyed. That's in Nur Khan Air Base. On your screens right now, that's the Bulari air defense system that has taken a clear hit. There are about 3 air defense radars which have been destroyed. One is Arifwala air defense radar, Pasrur air defense radar, and Chunian air defense radar. That's the latest details now coming in. In fact, let me also take you through some more details, specific details that we are now getting in from Sargota. In Sargota, it struck 2 spots, disabling both the runways. The runways in Sargota has taken a hit. There's a munition impact crater that is visible on the surface of both runway 6 by 24 and runway 14 by 32. So there are two runways that have taken a hit. So we can put out the breaking news now coming in. In Sargota, there are 2 airstrips that have taken a hit. It's runway runway number 6 by 24 and runway 14 by 32. And satellite imagery has also now come in. Sukur Air Base has taken another hit. Sukur Air Base has the radar system. In fact, there is also damage there. Rahim Yar Khan Air Base also, two distinct targeted areas, building damage visible in comparison. Now, these are the images that we have accessed. So clearly, if you see of all the 11 air bases that have taken the hit, you have Sargodha as well as Jacobabad, which have taken a huge hit. In Sargodha, as I'm saying, in Sargodha, at least two of the runways have been hit. Now, in Jacobabad, remember the BrahMos missile was fired. It's a supersonic missile that was fired, and thereafter, of course, you now know the story of how Pakistan had taken a clear hit. Now, this, what you see right now, is the preparation that was basically underway, and this was off the coast of Karachi, where the Indian Navy ensured that Pakistan's Navy was bottled up in the harbour. So they have not moved beyond the harbour. That's the latest information that we have. This was after an aggressive posturing that Navy had done, ensuring that their positioning was completely changed because of this. Now, these are preparations that were basically underway, carried out by the Navy. And of course, thereafter, that simultaneously, we've had the operations being carried out by the Air Force. If we can also go back to those images that we've accessed of Jacobabad, the air base, which shows a clear, it shows clearly how the air base has actually taken a huge hit.
Well, absolutely, Shravan. Shravan, they're getting us those details of which all key strategic air bases of Pakistan was hit in strikes that were done by India. Shravan, I want to come to you again. We learned that the Jacobabad air base in Pakistan was hit by the BrahMos. What all air bases were hit by the BrahMos? Because remember, yesterday is when a new facility of the BrahMos was inaugurated in Lucknow as well. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh had spoken about it. Also, it was Yogi Adityanath who had spoken about the power of BrahMos. Shravan, BrahMos has definitely played a huge role in destroying the key strategic air bases of Pakistan. What more details do you have as far as the BrahMos used to destroy Pakistan's air bases is concerned?
Well, as far as 3 air bases in Pakistan have taken a hit, and that hit was from the BrahMos missile. While there is a confirmation of Jacobabad, we do not have a confirmation with regards to which are the other 2 bases, air bases in Pakistan, which were hit by using the BrahMos missile. Not just the BrahMos missile, it's also the Spice 2000 missiles that have also been used. I believe Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor is joining us on this broadcast. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, we're putting out details, pictures right now on our screens of the Jacobabad Air Base. And the details that I have, Air Marshal, is of considerable damage to the aircraft hangar. The ATC has also taken a hit. There's a minor secondary damage to another building. We do not know the name of that particular building, but there's also a munition impact roof damage clearly visible, and debris field around the impact site. But there is a lot of talk right now going on, Air Marshal, with regards to 2 air bases, Jacobabad and Sargodha. Sargodha also having an impact in terms of perhaps some of their nuclear commander assets have also been, has taken a hit.
For benefit of your viewers, BrahMos is named after Brahmaputra and Moscow River. So BrahMos word comes from the collaboration which India and Russia did. And we started developing this weapon in way back in 2001. It is capable of land, sea, and air launch, and also submarines. So BrahMos is an indigenous weapon that can be launched from any of the 4 mediums, below the water also. And it's a very, very fine precision weapon with a speed of about 3 Mach. And it is having a range presently of 450, can be extendable to 800 kilometers also. And it has both an inertial navigation system and also an active radar seeker, which works during the terminal phase. And it has got an excellent success rate because the number of tests that have been done on this have yielded exceptional results. Now, the beauty, which many may not know, that it has an indigenous NAVIC system. ISRO's launched the satellites along with our global positioning system equivalent that is called NAVIC. So the complete Indian terrain is marked subcontinents, and it is picked up through our indigenous satellites. So it means if the foreigners, be it GPS of US or GLONASS of Russia or any other constellation Baidu of China, if our equipment is using, they can degrade the CEP, that is circular error of probability, by which in this area the weapon is supposed to come and strike. For BrahMos, using our Indian satellite system and our indigenous components, the CEP is of 1 meter. It means if you plan and put the coordinates within a meter of that area, this weapon has the capability of going and striking. So this, for the benefit of all your viewers, this has been developed by the DRDO, and it's a beauty that has been produced. And like I was just watching, the second such facility was inaugurated yesterday at Lucknow. Now, Philippines has already bought it for the Navy from us in 2022. And to my knowledge, 6 more countries have expressed their desire to buy BrahMos. That includes Vietnam, Indonesia, UAE, Egypt, Brazil, and many more.
Marshal, can I just also, Marshal, sorry to interrupt you, but, I just wanted to bring back the focus a little bit on the air bases that have taken a hit. And I want to understand from you, when we say that Jacobabad Air Base and Sargodha Air Base have actually been hit, and now we are getting specific information, if I can share this with you, because right now I'm told that in Sargodha, 2 of their runways, that's runway number 6/24, and perhaps we can put out this breaking news, because now we have a confirmation, specific information that runway number 6/24, runway number 14/32 in Sargodha has taken a hit. In Jacobabad, there is a considerable damage as far as the ATC, the munition impact, roof damage. There has been a considerable damage to the aircraft hangar. What does this essentially mean right now? How crippled is the Pakistani Air Force at this point in time?
The attack, when we begin on any runway, the aim is to take out that first 1/3 portion on either side, because that is the area of the runway which is needed for both takeoff and landing. So when we target the runways, so I'm sure these runways which you are mentioning, the craters would have been created on that. But these runways are repairable. These are repairable immediately, and we prepare our contingencies, and I'm sure they would also have their facilities geared up to repair the runways. And repair typically comes back, the repaired runway, in about 8 to 10 hours. So as we speak, they would be in the process or would have already repaired most of the damaged runways. Now, the bigger thing is that the damage that has gone to their equipment, the hangars, the other infrastructure, their warehouses, their logistics hubs, their missile storage dumps, the aircraft shelters. There is not much of clarity to the extent of damage, because we are getting some broken news on social media, some videos. Some of them are unconfirmed, so I would not like to quote the extent of damage. But needless to say that the picture that you are showing and whatever we have observed, the damage is substantial. And the target selection here, in my opinion, has been exceptional. And I tweeted yesterday that the strike by the Indian Air Force and our services, the government, on the early morning of 10th, would go down in the annals as one of the five.
Air Marshal Kapoor, I'm sorry to interrupt you, because there's breaking news now coming in. We do have a confirmation coming in from the Army as far as the DGMO level talks that were supposed to take place this afternoon. There is a delay now. It's expected to take place around 5 o'clock this evening. However, the briefing that is scheduled for 2:30 this afternoon still stands. So there is a bit of a delay. We do not know the reason why there is a the delay as far as the DGMO talks are concerned, because these talks were essentially to look into whether at all there has been any progress that has been made. And as far as India is concerned, India was also about to raise the ceasefire violations that have actually taken place immediately after the agreement. There was an understanding between both the military. But having said that, the army maintains that through the night yesterday there were no ceasefire violations, and also the discussion essentially to take place as to how things would be taken forward. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, I'm coming back to you because the DGMO talks are now going to take place later in the evening. What's your understanding? Because here, as I'm told, that this is primarily to take stock of the situation and perhaps what would be the understanding, because this agreement, there is nothing on paper as of now. So which basically leaves this, there is a grey area completely at this point in time for both the military.
It's absolutely correct. Now, both sides have not accepted the ceasefire per se. The DGMO requested for stopping of the hostilities that day. And we have also said that it is not ceasefire, it is holding off the conflict. So it's like a pause button that has been pressed. Both sides, the forces are deployed, both sides are ready, and both sides are waiting for the next move. There is an uneasy calm, so as to say, as we speak now. Now, obviously, there must be a lot of international pressure from their allies, pressure from Saudi Arabia, to China, to USA, to Turkey, to other people who help Pakistanis to find some common grounds. So they would be wanting a little more time to work out and give their strategies, because this is a period which is utilized to get back. So in any conflict, this break is utilized to gather your people. Like I was just mentioning, that they would be repairing the runways, they would be bringing the infrastructure back on track, they would be, attending to issues which can be immediately brought back. Certain radars, certain other equipment which have not been so extensively damaged, which can be repaired, will be brought online. And they would be taking count of what would their assets strength would be now and what is the capability, so that they can plan their next move in case they are planning. So all these factors, I'm sure, must be going around in their minds. And we also would be calibrating that in case they wish to escalate, like after the ceasefire that night, they again started to fire. And as Arnab was saying, it was on Chinese behest. So they will also try to do something, to show to their people or to show to the beneficiaries from whom they take huge amount of loan and arms that we are capable and will be able to do. And the gullible public which they have, to whom they still said that we have won the conflict with India, we brought India to the knees, and it was on India's request that we said that, okay, we will give you some respite. So that is the kind of narrative they will again be churning out to the.
So
yes.
I just want to go back to the breaking news now coming in, because we do have a confirmation, Air Marshal, that as far as the DGMO level talks are concerned, there is a considerable delay. Perhaps around 5 o'clock this evening it's going to take place. It was scheduled for this today afternoon. Around 12 is what we were told. But as far as the briefing is concerned by the DGMO, as well as equivalent officers coming in from the Air Force and Navy, there is no change. That briefing still happens at 2:30. We're not very sure right now if this would essentially be on what has happened over the last 24 hours, because there are also multiple reports coming in. And perhaps, Air Marshal, I just want to pick on this, because there are some reports suggesting that as far as Sargodha Air Base is concerned, and these are unconfirmed right now, but a lot of talk basically going on, that in Kirna Hill you essentially have some sort of a radiation taking place, and there are multiple reports that are suggesting. I want to understand from you the importance of Sargodha Air Base itself, and perhaps the destruction that has taken place, and what does it mean? Because this was considered to be one of the most well-guarded airbase of Pakistan, and penetrating Sargodha meant a lot. It meant a lot as far as from the operational point of view.
Yes, absolutely correct. And this is exactly what I was telling you, that the strike by our precision weapon, the indigenous weapon, I'm again and again using the word indigenous. the world is amazed at the development which India has done without any noise, without any fanfare, without any beating of the chest in last few years, to develop our own, and some chips, some software, some codings and others are totally in-house, totally done by our own scientists and our engineers and in our own facilities here. So this is something which the world has got up to realize, that India has emerged as a big military power now. And the way we are processing, my guess, you can lock it, in the next 2 years probably, we should be rolling out our own jet engine, Kaveri. And once we have our own engine going, we could manufacture the aeroplanes, both the LCA Mark IIs, AMCAs and way ahead. Now coming specifically to your point of Sargodha, I saw on the media reports whatever you are just saying. I'm not very sure they are correct or incorrect, but let's presume for some reason that there is some truth in what has been brought out or what is being shown. Now these hills have these caves where apparently the fissile material is stored, and this is very close to Sargodha. And Sargodha has a huge F-16 facility. The F-16s are the American aircrafts, and they are equipped with the latest weapons and sensors. So they keep it in depth because when they have to bear, these aircrafts are brought to the forward bases, and that's how they work. And around this axis of the longitude are in their country certain important nuclear facilities nearby. So when the weapon, the nuclear weapon, the country decides to launch, so it is in proximity to the launcher base. So they are brought here, mated, and that's how they are loaded onto airplanes. So hence, this base was very, very important in that strategic context. More details I don't have. It is all speculation. And the radiation and other theories of the American aircrafts overflying, I've been seeing since last evening. I told Arnab also in this program. But these are unconfirmed reports. Till something official comes out, either from our government or their government, I would not like to speculate on that.
Absolutely. Marshal, this is just to put this into perspective because a lot has been spoken about, but what we do have a confirmation about the damage that has been inflicted upon. Thank you very much, Marshal Sanjeev, for joining us on this broadcast, as now Republic is putting out the full proof of what happened in Jacobabad, in Sargodha, as well as in Bolari. Given the fact that you have F-16s as well as JF-17s, F-16, the ones that have been given by the Americans to Pakistanis, have also taken a hit because you have the airbase in Sargodha as well as in Bolari and Jacobabad are taking a massive hit, and we have taken out, we have also put out full details, images as well as not just satellite images but real-time images that were collected by human intelligence from Pakistan. And now we are putting out the details of those very pictures. Shift focus now to the impact that we are also seeing here because of the missiles that have been launched by the Pakistanis. Now this report that has been filed by my colleague Harsha comes in from Punch, where once again there is an unexploded missile fired by the Pakistanis. Now it has been diffused by our authorities. Here is a ground report.
When there was intense mortar shelling from the side of Pakistan from 6th till 9th of May, and right now what we see here is that army personnel are here and they are using the equipment like telescopic manipulator and the deep metallic detector as well to locate the shells, because now the shells will be located and the metallic detector works till 1 meter below the ground, and telescopic manipulator, the equipment which can be seen here which the personnel are using, this entire telescopic manipulator will be placed in a distance where the shell will be found and then it will explode, and therefore this entire area have also been vacated and the army personnel have taken over this entire area. We see almost 15 to 20 army personnel in their gears right now. The army personnel has also wore the gear who will be using the metal detector to exactly found the shell where the shell had dropped from the side of the Pakistan, because this entire area was immensely impacted and affected. There's a civilian area, there's a Rajouri area, the civilian area where several shells were dropped. There's an open ground, but yes, there were several destruction, devastation in the Rajouri area as well. Civilians' houses were burnt and there were casualties also reported earlier. But how this entire equipment work, like telescopic manipulator and metal detector, how it works, it's very interesting to know, because the entire area has to be vacated and also the shell has to be found. Also, army places it in such a way that it will not be diffused, but the shell, wherever it has dropped and not exploded, it will be exploded. And that's the reason how we see the body gear and the head gear, which is now worn by an army personnel, who will now go with a metal detector and see exactly which part of this ground exactly shell is placed at. Then this telescopic
Viewers, these are the visuals that are coming in with heavy hearts from Chhapra in Bihar. Now, this is the crowd pooling in from various areas in support of the forces. In fact, this is the wreath-laying ceremony of BSF Sub-Inspector Mohammad Imtiaz, who made the supreme sacrifice in cross-border shelling by Pakistan over the last few days when the shelling across the border in Jammu and Kashmir had increased. These are the visuals that come in from Chhapra, his hometown district, and these are the people who've come out in support with grieving hearts. The entire nation pools in to pay their last respects to the fallen hero.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप MDH
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahachamcha of the United States. Then it switched its allegiance to China, claiming that its friendship with China was higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea, sweeter than honey. Well, that honey has become putrid. The mountains seem to be much lower than was initially thought, and the sea.
I am Rawat Mehraj, reporting from Line of Control, Kashmir, with my video journalist Firdaus Wani for Republic. Nation first.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
And therefore, I would watch the political situation in Pakistan extremely closely. Our digital video team has done a great job and of putting together a very interesting video sequence of Shehbaz Sharif. And there are in that video sequence the statement of Shehbaz Sharif, which was supposed to go at 8 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan.
Thank you very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Desu Bharadwaj. The DGMO panel of the Indian military held a press briefing on Sunday, including officers from the Indian Air Force, the Army and the Navy. While we await a second round, here's a look at the top moments from the first debrief, which made some scathing remarks and some very strong resolutions against terror activities on the Indian soil. Take a look.
This time, if Pakistan dare take any action, and Pakistan knows it, what we are going to do. Our aim was not to inflict casualties, but in case there have been, it is for them to count. Our job is to hit the target, not to count the body bag. We have quantitative and qualitative edge to deliver a massive blow to our adversary. And we completely dominate in the maritime front. Whatever methods and whatever means we have chosen, it had the desired effects on the enemy targets. How many casualties? How many injuries? Well, to start with, our aim was not to inflict casualties, but in case there have been, it is for them to count. Our job is to hit the target, not to count the body bag. We are always prepared to face any eventuality. And like I said, that's for the sovereignty, the territorial integrity, and the safety of our citizens. So whatever has to be done will be done. All right, I'm happy that you've asked this question. You know, we are in a combat scenario, and losses are a part of combat. The question that you must ask us, okay, and indeed that we must ask ourselves, you inclusive, is have we achieved our objectives? Have we achieved our objective of decimating that terrorist camp? And the answer is a thumping yes. And the results are for the whole world to see. Outlining the specifics of that response, I've already made it clear. That there will be a response and it will be fierce and it will be punitive. All I can say is that we have achieved our objectives that we selected and all our pilots are back home. The overwhelming operational edge of Indian Navy at sea contributed towards Pakistan's urgent request for a ceasefire yesterday. I would like to reiterate here that we have the capability to target every system at these bases and more. I would now like to show you some of the effects that have been achieved as a result of our air operation. Now, as we speak, Indian Navy remains deployed at sea in a credible deterrent posture to respond decisively to any inimical action by Pakistan or Pakistan-based terrorists. Fight was neither with the Pakistani military nor with anybody else who's there on the other side. Our fight was with the terrorists. We neutralized the terrorists that we selected to be neutralized, and thereafter we only maintained the air defense posture. However, we were relentlessly pounded by waves after waves, night after night, by his UCAVs, by his drones, and by his other unmanned aerial systems. And that left us with no choice but to retaliate, and yet our retaliation was calibrated, it was graduated, and it was proportionate.
This is Soumya Jaiswal reporting from Srinagar with my VJ Manish Karakoti for Republic Nation First.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia.
Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. Viewers, one shot, one kill, no luck and pure skill. And you know what does the best justice to this right now? It's the BrahMos missile. Jointly developed by India and Russia, it draws its name from the Brahmaputra and Moskva rivers, symbolizing a blend of cultural heritage and strategic cooperation. One of the best in India's arsenal, its Indian namesake, the Brahmaputra, is linked to Brahma, the Hindu god of creation, aligning the missile symbolically with divine authority, wisdom and balance. Exactly what it showed in India's Operation Sindhur. Take a look at this.
Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mishra reporting from Srinagar with video journalist Anup Satsangi for Republic Nation First.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. We're all waiting on the second round of talks and debriefing from the side of the DGMO, the Director General of Military Operations. Very key talks with some great revelations waiting ahead. But first, here is a quick check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. As per the sources, 20% of Pakistani Air Force infrastructure has been destroyed in India's precision strikes. Sources reveal Jacobabad was hit by BrahMos aircraft hangar, completely destroyed. Prime Minister Modi chairs high-level meet at his residence ahead of India-Pak DGMO level talks. Defence Minister, 3 services chiefs, the CDS and NSA attended the meeting. India-Pakistan DGMO talks scheduled for the evening today. DGMO to brief media on Operation Sindhur at about 2:30 p.m. The Border Security Force pays homage to martyr Constable GD Deepak Chingakam, who laid down his life in cross-firing in the India-Pakistan border tensions. Flight operations at 32 airports that were temporarily suspended in the wake of the India-Pakistan tensions to resume shortly. Viewers, quickly cutting across to a fresh breaking development that we're tracking. Now, a second media briefing will be conducted by the Director Generals of Military Operations today on Operation Sindhur in a short while from now. The briefing will be led by top officers of the Indian Navy, the Air Force. This briefing, in fact, also comes just a day after the DGMO held their first media brief with all three commanders, one of the Navy, the Air Force and the Indian Army, sitting in front of the media and explaining them the key details and questions about Operation Sindhur. Now, a second one will be held shortly, any moment, giving details of the operation so far. Also being joined by my colleague Gopi, who will bring us more details into the matter. Gopi, a second round of key meetings by the DGMO, a key media brief that we're eyeing. Talk to us about it. What can one expect?
Well, in fact, Gesu, if you look at yesterday's briefing, which happened here right at the National Media Center, if you speak of what the DGMO had literally expressed, that was all about extolling the robust posture which all the three services had maintained since the day Operation Sindhur had begun. I would ask my camera person to kindly show you the visuals here, how this next briefing, the second briefing, which will be attended by the DG of all three services, is going to begin at around 2:30. That is what we are learning from our sources. You can see the preparations are underway. We saw the detailed discussion on Operation Sindhur yesterday, where they did reflect about the devastation which India did to the air defense radar as well as terror infrastructure of Pakistan. We have to expect that more of such things will be revealed today in this briefing, while also to tell our viewers that the DGMO talks which were going to be held at 12 noon today have been postponed to evening. So all eyes at this conference, which is going to begin shortly. Back to you, Gesi.
Right, Gopi, thanks for getting us those key details. And of course, any moment from now when the talks begin, all eyes will be on the crucial talks. Viewers, in fact, quickly cutting across to some other breaking news that we're tracking also with regards to the DGMO press briefer. Now, remember, the round of talks the India-Pakistan DGMO will be holding today has been rescheduled to evening. Very vital, very important. India made it extremely clear yesterday that no mediation will be involved in the talks between India and Pakistan, and the two countries will only come to the table if it is for the DGMO talks, which are supposed to happen today. However, they're being deferred. They were earlier scheduled in the morning, and now they've been rescheduled to evening. This also gives India enough and more time to get its posture in place and to get all its armament out in terms of speaking to Pakistan's DGMO on the same table. The India-Pakistan DGMO talks, which have been deferred, are now expected to be held in evening. Now remember, just yesterday, India, during the first DGMO press briefer, made it amply clear that if India will speak to Pakistan, it will only be on the behest of the terror strike that Pakistan has conducted on Pahalgam. And if at all those talks happen, it will happen without a third party, without any mediator. India made its stance very clear that they will not let any mediator intervene between the two countries. And India will only open one diplomatic channel to Pakistan when it comes to communication, and that remains the DGMO level talks between India and Pakistan. Also being joined by our senior editor Shravan Sen to get us more updates into the matter. Shravan, the talks are being deferred. We're expecting them sometime in the evening today, and this comes after India made it clear that only channel of communication between the two countries will be through the DGMO. Speak to us about it and tell us more details into the matter.
Well, as far as the scheduled DGMO talks, which were to take place around noon today, we are now being told that it's going to take place around 5 o'clock this evening. Now, the reason for the delay is not known at this point in time, but having said that, what we know so far are the following. One, this is with regards to the arrangement as to how the military pause will be taken forward, because remember, there isn't any official ceasefire agreement on paper, which means that there is a clear grey area at this point in time as to how both the militaries would essentially respond at this stage, and how exactly would they carry on with their activities along the LC as well as the international border. That understanding has to be reached by both sides. The second is with regards to certain violations that have taken place on the first day itself, because remember, the ceasefire was supposed to be in place by 5:30 in the evening, but later that day we have seen the number of ceasefire that has actually taken place, and also drone sightings have taken place. Late last night also, remember, there have been drone sightings that have taken place in states like Rajasthan and also in Jammu. However, the Indian Army maintains that there hasn't been any ceasefire violation through the night as far as the LC is concerned. Now that's the position that the army has essentially taken. So some clarity perhaps would come with regards to that. Let's not forget, late last evening you've had the DGISPR also making several baseless allegations, and the fact that there is no proof that Pakistan has basically provided as of now. In fact, they've made some bizarre claims that drones were basically flying over the national capital, carrying out surveillance of government buildings in the national capital. Then they have circulated fake photographs of the Jammu airport, saying that the Jammu airport has taken a hit. So clearly you have a completely befuddled Pakistan army, the entire armed forces at this point in time trying to respond to what the DGMOs here in the national capital had to say with regards to the multiple attacks that have taken place, the precision strikes that have taken place at 11 air bases inside Pakistan. Remember, some of their best of facilities have been targeted. Their air base have been completely destroyed. Airstrips in Noor Khan has been destroyed. I can go on with the list of destruction that has taken place inside Pakistan, and this is no longer limited to Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and the very fact that this has gone way beyond that, and that is the reason why, remember, the DGISPR does not have much to say, because their army has completely failed this time. They couldn't even protect their own cities. Their air defense system is in complete shambles, and as far as their airstrips and various other facilities are concerned, they've taken a huge hit. It's going to take some time before they essentially recover at this point in time. Let me also bring in my colleague Gopi, who's joining us from the venue in a short while from now, perhaps in less than 20 minutes from now. The DGMO briefing is going to take place. You would have General Ghai along with his Vice Admiral Pramod, and also we also have the Air Force. We have not got the name of the officer who's going to be present there for the briefing, but let me bring in Gopi right now. Gopi, any clarity as to who else would be briefing apart from General Ghai?
Well, in fact, I would ask my VJ to kindly show you the visuals here. The names have already been written. The plates are already on. It is yesterday's panel. You can see that it is Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai along with Air Marshal A.K. Bharti as well as Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod, who will be addressing this briefing like yesterday. And it will be Major General S.S. Sharda, who is in fact going to moderate this. While yesterday we saw how, it was extolling that they were appreciating the robust posture of all three services, which our Army, Navy as well as Air Force took during the Operation Sindhur. And in fact, they have been saying this all this while that the operation has not ended yet. As per what we have understood, DGMO talks which were scheduled to happen today at noon have also been postponed to evening. Reason is unknown. We will have to wait and watch what kind of information will we be getting from this briefing. While yesterday we saw the kind of devastation that in fact India has done on certain air bases as well of Pakistan, as well as their air defense radar system has also been, most of the sites have been broken. So all this was revealed yesterday. More revelations today. All eyes towards at 2:30, the kind of information which will be released by the DGMOs. All eyes at this press conference, a very important press conference which is going to reveal more things. Back to you.
Well, that was Gopi getting us the live updates from inside the National Media Centre, where the briefing is going to take place. For all of you who are joining in right now, this is the second briefing by the DGMO in the national capital, with all that has taken place so far with regards to the operational details and the fact that what the country has essentially achieved from Operation Sindhur. Joining us on this broadcast is General G.D. Bakshi. General Bakshi, understanding the second briefing coming in from the DGMO, what do you really make of it? Because right now the DGMO level talks have already been rescheduled. It's no longer happening this afternoon. It's rescheduled for 5 o'clock. So what do you really expect from this briefing? What are we expecting? Are we expecting some details coming in? Because there are multiple reports that are now doing the rounds that some of the nuclear facilities were also hit.
Yes, that is the speculation in the media, and it's not without basis. You know, the speculation is that when we hit Sargodha, the Kiran Hills, there is a nuclear facility. There are about 6 to 7 tunnels, and apparently with the BrahMos cruise missile strike, 5 of them have been blocked, and there has been a cook-off of the radioactive cook-off, radiological cook-off of their nuclear warheads which were there. Also, when we hit Chagai, we've also similarly possibly succeeded in blocking some of the tunnels where the nuclear warheads were stored. So a fair part of Pakistan's nuclear capability, it appears, has been taken out. We have no official confirmation, but there was 4 o'clock our strikes had gone in. 5 o'clock an American aircraft flew over them, both Chagai and Sargodha, and then it landed, that is Jacobabad and Sargodha, and it landed at Islamabad. We have the number of that aircraft that is being mentioned in open sources. And that was trying to check the level of nuclear radiation. The simple fact is that even if there is no nuclear detonation, but when the 2 uranium cores are separated, and then they cook off, there's a lot of nuclear radiation that goes into the air. And I don't think Pakistan will be able to enter those tunnels for hundreds of years. So all the warheads that were there are being cooked up, gone, finito. So that is what is being discussed. That is what explains Pakistan's panic, why they rushed to the United States. And then the United States spoke to our foreign minister, and he asked them to, they spoke to General Munir Khan, and they told him speak to the Indian foreign minister and speak to the Indian DGMO. And of course, we've heard our DGMO's briefing yesterday on that score. And now we have the second DGMO's meeting, because the simple fact is that after that ceasefire was all worked out at about 5 o'clock, within half an hour, Pakistan had done a large-scale violation of that ceasefire, not just in the line of control, but all along the Western theatre.
General Bakshi, sorry I'm interrupting you, because we'll have to perhaps fix your camera lens because it's a little hazy. I'll just ask our team to just help you out and fix your camera till the time we go back to our reporters on the ground, getting you the latest details. And General Bakshi, as he was pointing out, that these speculations are not without any reason. It is because as far as Jacobabad is concerned, Sargodha is concerned, Sargodha, which is not far away from the Kirana Hills, where we are given to understand some of their nuclear facilities are there. Now, whether it was deliberately targeted, whether it was there is some sort of a leak, and also there are multiple speculations doing the round that there is some sort of an assessment that is being done of the radiation leak that may have taken place. Now, we do not know. There is no official confirmation really coming in, but having said that, there is a lot being spoken about because of the place where it has the hit has taken place, and that is the reason why there is a lot of talk that is going on. Whether the DGMO briefing is going to address that, because that's another aspect that hasn't been touched upon by the DGMO in the briefing that took place yesterday. So we are expecting the DGMO largely to also brief the media about 2 aspects. One, what next? Number 2, as to how they are holding up this military pause agreement that has taken place. If I can once again go back to Gopi getting us the latest details. Gopi, you were present in the first briefing that actually took place, and many would say that some of the key questions were basically answered by the DGMOs. Is there anything you're picking up with regards to what perhaps is expected in the second round of briefing today? We'll try and reconnect with Gopi in a short while from now. General G.D. Bakshi is back with us. General G.D. Bakshi, what are you really expecting from the second briefing of the DGMO? Because the talks haven't happened. So what is it that the DGMO may be briefing right now?
Look, the Pakistani DGMO, I'm sure, will whine ki please don't abrogate or just reinstate the Indus Water Treaty. He'll be told to go climb a gum tree. Then possibly, he will ask for us not to, see red, not to escalate again. We'll tell him that all depends on your behavior. We'll ask him, you want, hand over POK, hand over the Pakistani terrorists who are still with you, and possibly we could think of relenting. But for right now, it is just a pause. Operation Sindhur is on because we can't trust you. You already misbehaved once. After you agreed to a ceasefire within half an hour, you had not just violated the ceasefire in one or two isolated locations. You had done it all along the Western theater in a manner that was highly premeditated. Now, that can't be accepted as business as usual. You can't hope to have a ceasefire and abrogate it within violate it within hours. And from our side, it is not a ceasefire. It is a temporary pause. It is a temporary pause which depends entirely on your goodwill and your behavior. A lot of your, on the social media, you've been trying to put videos of the Pakistanis celebrating with their flags in London and where else have you, and in your own country, tom-tomming from the rooftops that you won when you know that you've been bashed, properly bashed. And you are the guys who went crying to the Americans, not we. We didn't go to the Americans. You went to the Americans. And then based upon whatever was discussed between them, and our foreign minister and, we are, and also then between the two DGMOs, then we had agreed to that ceasefire. Half an hour you take and you violate it. So what kind of a so-called ceasefire from your side? No. From our side, it is a pause. It's a pause in which we want to see how good a behavior are you on. If you are not on your best behavior, Operation Sindhur continues. It is on. It is on right now. So what the hell?
Right, so that's the latest update. In fact, I'll just, we request Major General G.D. Bakshi to stay on with us. We also have my colleague Gopi, who continues to join us live from the National Capital. Gopi, tell us more updates about this very important briefing from the DGMO. Yes, the talks have been delayed, what we understand, but this is a very important press conference that everybody has their eyes on.
Well, Rakshita, we are continuing to show you the visuals from National Media Center. The briefing is going to begin anytime from now. It is scheduled for 2:30. While in fact yesterday we saw the extolling robust posture that was commemorated by the DGs of all three services. Today we are expecting more of that to happen. While yesterday we saw how the presentation, how the briefing began with showing the devastation that India did to the terror infrastructure of Pakistan, which includes the two camps of Muridke and Bahawalpur, from where they began their briefing. Today we are expecting more such information will be revealed, while not just the terror infrastructure. Let's tell our viewers that also the air defense radar as well as airfields that were shown here, the before and after pictures. We are expecting more revelations today from this press conference, which is going to begin shortly. Stay tuned with Republic TV, as we'll be back after this short commercial break.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahachamcha of the United States. Then it switched its allegiance to China, claiming that its friendship with China was higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea, sweeter than honey. Well, that honey has...
Right, viewers, we continue to get you all the latest and build up to that very important press briefing by the DGMO. And as we speak, we have our defense expert, Major General G.D. Bakshi. Now, Major General G.D. Bakshi, of course, it's very important to communicate and show to the world, of course, what India has done. There is, of course, a lot of speculation as to what is happening right now. There is a calm right now, like we are reporting from Srinagar and other areas. There is an uneasy calm, what you say many times, because you cannot trust the Pakistanis. But it is very important to understand what really happens on the table when the talks happen. They have been delayed, but yes, what do you expect from here on, sir, given the fact that there has been 24 hours have been at least peaceful, what we know at least, and what is next, because the forces maintain that the operation is still underway.
The operation is much underway because there is no way that you can trust Pakistan. I mean, their trust quotient is less than zero, right? They lie through their teeth. They resign from all their agreements. They try and stab you in the back. This agreement was done, and within half an hour, they had a premeditated set of violations all along the Western Front, starting from Kashmir down to Kutch, right? Now, I'm sure first of all, the DGMO would read out the Riot Act to his counterpart in Pakistan, who happens to be of junior rank, okay? And tell him in no uncertain terms that if this kind of a tamasha is what they are going to be up to, then the pause that we have given, no ceasefire, we haven't given a bloody ceasefire, we've signed no bloody agreement, then the pause that we have given will be lifted. We'll unpress the pause button and let you have it, harder, deeper, stronger. Those terms have been spelled out by no less than the Prime Minister himself. Harder, deeper, stronger. You see, the simple fact is we've had it up to our gills. We've given you so many off-ramps. When you started this Pahalgam tamasha, of course, we had no option but to hit back. We hit you back, and on 9 of your terror camps, we destroyed your terror headquarters to smithereens. What we saw was the Pakistani army, till the rank of lieutenant general, coming and attending the funerals of, internationally designated terrorists, right? Laying a wreath there on behalf of the Pakistan Army Chief, the Chief Minister of Punjab, Maryam Sharif, coming there and weeping and putting those wreaths. So you and your terror caboodle are in absolute cahoots. So the simple fact is that, to my mind, what would happen, since you're asking me a specific question on the DGMO interaction, likely interaction, the DGMO from Pakistan will try and whine, please don't abrogate the IWT. Like I said, he'll be told to go climb a gum tree, right? He'll say discuss Kashmir or something. He'll be told to get lost, right? So then possibly he'll say don't hit us again. And we'll be told that depends entirely on your behavior. We'll not go by what you say. We will go by what you do. Your actions were speaking much louder than your insincere, bloody words. We know what is happening in Rawalpindi. You know, a lot of the old retired army chiefs like Rahil Sharif, like Bajwa, are putting a lot of pressure on this whiskey guzzling General Asim Munir to pipe down, to cool down, to relax, because he'll get Pakistan slaughtered. He's already got their air force slaughtered. That's the word. He's already got their terror camps written off. Look, and the shock that they have gotten is our missiles, our aircraft can penetrate through, our drones can penetrate through to wherever they want. Not not even a 1 to 2% of his drones are getting through. Not even 1 to 2% of his drones are getting through, right? Or his missiles for that matter. The Fateh 1, Fateh 2 that he launched towards Delhi with much fanfare was blasted out of the skies. You know, intercepting a tactical ballistic missile is very difficult. You can intercept an intermediate range ICBM because it has a long trajectory, long parabola, long time of flight, relatively longer times of flight, you know. But tactical ballistic missile, there is hardly any flight time between India and Pakistan. We blasted them out of the skies, man. Technologically, we are far superior. We are better than what I would reckon. The Chinese, though, are red-faced. All their equipment has failed. They were providing all communications and radars and this thing on their Bidau satellite network that has been blasted. You know, we blasted Pasrur, etc., etc. So they have gotten a real shake-up of the highest order. It has been the disaster PR for Pakistan, for China arms industry, because every single one of the, crown jewels that they had given to Pakistan has failed. You know, they're trying to claim, our J-10C shot down the Rafales, climb a gum tree, cork up, smoke it. You've been had, right? None of your radars have worked. None of your P-15 beyond visual range missiles have worked. Their carcasses are littered all over Punjab and Rajasthan, right? And your J-17 fighters, their radars don't work. They are in a bad shape. Half your F-16s were under upgrade. So they were in problems. They've been trying to hide them actually as far back as Pasni, right? The Chinese have courted a PR disaster. They are very upset with the Pakistanis. They're very upset, one, because they made a tamasha out of their weapon systems. The Chinese are saying you couldn't handle it. The Pakistanis are trying to tell the Chinese, your stuff is useless. You've given us rotten material. You've given us absolutely substandard stuff. You are keeping the better stuff for yourself. This is the to and fro going on between China and Pakistan. China is damn angry. Why did you go to Uncle Sam? We are here to save you. We've given you 70% of your weapons. We are the guys telling you that higher than the mountains, deeper than the seas, iron-clad relationship, etc., etc. And you go crying to Uncle Sam, and you give all thanks to Uncle Sam for getting you off the hook. We are the guys who have saved your backside. We are the guys who saved your butt. And you go to Uncle Sam, I believe they were very cheesed off with the Pakistanis. Pakistan is between a rock and a hard place. General Asim Munir, let me advise you, as a man a soldier who's much senior to you in years.
Sir, General Bakshi, sir, sorry to be interrupting, but the DGMOs have come, the officers have come, the briefing is starting, so I think we will just cut to the net sounds coming in from the National Media Center in New Delhi, where the briefing is taking place. Second briefing by the DGMOs. Let's cut to it.
सुनाता हूँ शासनों नहीं अब रण होगा जीवन जय ही मरण होगा नाश मनुज पर छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है हित वचन नहीं तूने माना मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना बोले मैं भी अब जाता हूँ अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jai Hind. Welcome to this special press conference on Operation Sindhur. Like yesterday, we'll have the opening statements by the three senior officers who are here with me. You all know them well now. However, for those who were not here yesterday, let me introduce you to them. In the middle, we have Air Marshal A.K. Bharti, Director General Air Operations, who will provide insights on the air domain. To his right is Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, Director General Military Operations. He will cover the land aspects. And to my immediate right is Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod, the Director General Naval Operations. Following these briefings, we will be having a few question and answers. May I now request the DG Air Operations to commence the proceedings.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we had a detailed brief on the successful joint operations that were carried out to destroy the terror infrastructure in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in Pakistan itself. We also iterated that our fight was with terrorists and their support infrastructure and not with Pakistan military. However, it is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind. दोस्तों, हमारी लड़ाई आतंकवाद और आतंकवादियों के खिलाफ थी। इसलिए 7 मई को हमने केवल आतंकवादी ठिकानों पर ही हमला किया था। पर अफसोस इस बात का है कि पाकिस्तानी सेना ने आतंकवादियों का साथ देना उचित समझा और इस लड़ाई को अपनी लड़ाई बना ली। इस परिस्थिति में हमारी जवाबी कार्यवाही अत्यंत आवश्यक थी और इसमें उनका जो भी नुकसान हुआ वे खुद इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं। हमारी तरफ से हमारी एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम्स देश के लिए दीवार की तरह खड़ी थी और इसको भेदना दुश्मन के लिए नामुमकिन था। This brings me to the point, how have Indian forces managed to minimize the damage to both civilian and military infra in the country in spite of the unrelenting efforts by the Pakistani forces? Most of you and the majority populace within the country have had a lot to say about the layered and integrated air defense systems put in place by the Indian Armed Forces, which includes the assets of the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, in addition to the primary air defense assets of the Indian Air Force. As you all are well aware, this robust AD system comprises of a large variety of multi-layered AD sensors and weapon systems, from point defense weapons like the low-level air defense guns, shoulder-fired man-pads, and short-range surface-to-air missiles or SAMs, to area defense weapons like the air defense fighters and longer-range surface-to-air missiles within our inventory. Additionally, the numerous waves of drones and unmanned combat aerial vehicles employed by Pakistan were also thwarted by the indigenously developed soft and hard kill counter-US systems and the well-trained Indian air defense personnel. All this was brought together as an efficient and effective AD environment by the Integrated Air Command and Control System, or the ISCCS of the Indian Air Force, which accords us the net-centric operational capability which is vital to modern days warfighting. While much has been said and written about the newer systems, I would like to place on record the performance and efficacy demonstrated by even the older battle-proven AD systems like the Pechora, the Osa AK, and the LLAD guns in countering the Pakistani threat vectors in the current operations. They were all modern generations, but these battle-proven systems stood the test of time and took them on head-on. Another highlight has been the stellar performance of the indigenous air defense weapon system like the Akash system. Here, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to mention that putting together an operationalization of this potent AD environment has been possible over the last decade due to unwavering budgetary and policy support provided by the Government of India in acquiring state-of-the-art equipment and weapon systems. Some of the results achieved in countering the enemy threat vectors over the last week are now being shown on the screen. Shown on the screen is the probable enemy PL-15 missile, which is of Chinese origin. This missile has missed its target, and you can see the pieces now which are available with us. Another weapon system or weapon which was found was the long-range rocket, the pieces of which you can now see on the screen. We have talked about the loiter munitions and the unmanned aerial systems, and here are some of the glimpses of those systems which were brought down. To your right, with the right undercarriage or the wheel, you can see is the Yeeha system, which is of Chinese origin with Pakistan. You can see some quadcopters, and you can see one odd Sonka drone hanging by the wire. All these have been brought down by our trained crew and air defense systems. As far as our offensive actions are concerned, yesterday I had already shared some details about the targets engaged by the Indian Air Force. The composite picture of the Indian Air Force targeting so far is now shown on the screen. As you can see, we have targeted the length and breadth of the adversary. I'm sure most of you would have already seen the effect of these strikes on ground, courtesy the large number of videos and photographs being circulated in the media. A few representative examples from the open source are now being shown to you on the screen. In fact, two of them. This is the strike on the Noor Khan Air Base. And you can see the effect. I'm sure most of you have seen the video. I have also picked it up from your sources only. And this is the aftermath of our strike at Rehabilitation Khan Air Base. You can see the massive crater that it has left on its runway. And you can see the pinpoint accuracy of our weapons. So with that, giving you an overview of how our air defense systems have thwarted the enemy drones, their fighter aircraft, their missiles, and resulted in minimal losses on our side. I would now hand over to the DGMO to cover his portion.
धन्यवाद एयर मार्शल भारती। मैं आज आप सब के साथ भारतीय सेना के एयर डिफेंस मेजर्स जो कि हमने इंडियन एयरफोर्स के साथ मिलजुल कर तालमेल में लिए, उसके बारे में कुछ बातचीत करूंगा। इस विषय में मैंने कल भी कुछ टिप्पणी करी थी, लेकिन आज मैं इस युद्ध के अहम एस्पेक्ट के बारे में आपको थोड़ा और पर्सपेक्टिव देना चाहता हूं। हमें एयर डिफेंस ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के एयर डिफेंस की कार्रवाई को एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट में समझने की आवश्यकता है। मैंने आपको कल बताया था कि पिछले कुछ सालों में आतंक की गतिविधियों का कैरेक्टर जो है उसमें कुछ बदलाव आ रहा था। अब हमारी मिलिट्री के साथ साथ मासूम सिविलियंस जो कि अपना बचाव करने में विफल थे, उन पर भी हमले हो रहे थे। 2024 में जम्मू सेक्टर में शिवखोरी मंदिर को जाते हुए यात्री और इस साल अप्रैल में पहलगाम में मासूम पर्यटक इस खतरनाक ट्रेंड के विशेष उदाहरण हैं। पहलगाम तक पाप का ये घड़ा भर चुका था। उसके बाद जो हुआ उसके बारे में हम कल विस्तार में बातचीत कर चुके हैं। क्योंकि आतंकियों पर हमारे सटीक हमले लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल और इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री को पार करे बिना किए गए थे, हमें पूरा अंदेशा था कि पाकिस्तान का वार भी बॉर्डर के उस पार से ही होगा। इसलिए हमने अपनी एयर डिफेंस की पूरी तैयारी पहले से ही कर ली थी। हमारी इन्वेंट्री में शामिल काउंटर मैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर के साधन और एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स का इंडियन एयरफोर्स के इसी प्रकार के सिस्टम्स के साथ एक अनोखा मिश्रण किया गया। इसलिए आपने देखा कि जब जब पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ने हमारे एयरफील्ड्स और लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस में 9 और 10 मई की रात को लगातार हमले किए, वो इस मजबूत एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड के सामने विफल हो गए। आपके सामने इस ग्रिड को एक तरीके से दर्शाया गया है। आप देख रहे हैं कि इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से कितनी लेयर्स, रडार्स, काउंटर अनमैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम्स, उसके पीछे शोल्डर फायर्ड वेपन्स, हमारे विंटेज एयर डिफेंस वेपन्स जो कि काफ़ी सालों से हमारी सेना में हैं। एयर मार्शल भारती ने भी उसके बारे में बात करी। और लास्ट में हमारे मॉडर्न एयर डिफेंस वेपन सिस्टम्स। तो कोई मौका नहीं था कि पाकिस्तान एयरफोर्स ये मल्टी टीयर डिफेंस को पार करके पीछे हमारी एयरफील्ड्स या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस को टारगेट कर पाए। ये जो डायग्राम आप अपने सामने देख रहे हैं, ये मुझे एक इंसिडेंट की याद दिला रहा है। और मैं आपको इस उदाहरण के ज़रिए से एक ये एस्पेक्ट हाईलाइट करना चाहता हूँ। जब मैं स्कूल में था तो तकरीबन मेरे ख्याल से ये 70 का दशक था और उस समय इंग्लैंड और ऑस्ट्रेलिया के बीच में, आज शायद क्रिकेट की बात भी करनी चाहिए क्योंकि मैं देख रहा था कि विराट कोहली ने टेस्ट क्रिकेट से रिटायरमेंट ले ली। कई भारतीयों की तरह वो मेरे भी फेवरेट क्रिकेटर हैं। तो 70 के दशक में ऑस्ट्रेलिया और इंग्लैंड की फेमस एशेज सीरीज चल रही थी और उस समय ऑस्ट्रेलिया के दो बहुत तेज गेंदबाज जो कि क्रिकेट हिस्ट्री में बड़ा उनका नाम है, जेफ थॉमसन और डेनिस लिली, उन्होंने अंग्रेजी बैट्समैन और उनकी बैटिंग लाइनअप को तहस नहस कर दिया था। और ऑस्ट्रेलियंस ने उस समय एक कहावत निकाली थी, दैट फ्रॉम एशेज टू एशेज एंड फ्रॉम डस्ट टू डस्ट, इफ थॉमो डोंट गेट हियर देन लिली श्योरली मस्ट। और अगर आप इस लेयर को देखें तो आप समझ जाएंगे कि मैं आपको क्या बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं। तो अगर आप सारे सिस्टम्स को पार कर भी गए तो आपको फिर भी एयरफील्ड या लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशन या जो भी चीज़ को आप टारगेट कर रहे हैं उसमें पहुंचने से पहले कोई ना कोई इस लेयर्ड ग्रिड का सिस्टम ज़रूर गिरा देगा। जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी और शायद आज भी एयर मार्शल भारती की प्रेजेंटेशन में, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं। यही नहीं, पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स और वेपनाइज्ड यूएवीज से की गई हमलावर कोशिशें भी इस ग्रिड के कारण नाकाम हुई और जो बचे कुचे ड्रोन्स थे उन्हें हमारे शोल्डर फायर्ड हथियारों से मार गिराया गया। मैं यहाँ पर अपनी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स की भी सराहना करना चाहता हूँ। उनके डायरेक्टर जनरल साहब से लेकर बॉर्डर पर तैनात बीओपी पर पहरा देने वाले आखिरी जवान भी हमारे इस अभियान में बढ़ चढ़कर शामिल हुए और बहुत बहादुरी से उन्होंने हमारा साथ दिया। उनके काउंटर अनार्म्ड सिस्टम्स भी हमारे इस मल्टी टियर्ड एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड का हिस्सा थे, जिसके कारण पाकिस्तान की नापाक हरकतों का विनाश किया गया। आपने सुना ही होगा, जब हौसले बुलंद हों तो मंजिलें भी कदम चूमती हैं। In the end, I would like to highlight again that in every single domain that Operation Sindhur has been prosecuted, there has been absolute synergy between the three services. Not only have we, in this endeavor, been fully supported by our government, departments and agencies, I cannot here not mention our 140 crore countrymen that have stood behind us with their prayers and goodwill, urging and inspiring us to achieve our mission and objectives. For that, we salute you. You are indeed the best. Jai Hind.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To talk about the air defense capability, the Indian Navy operates as a composite network force capable of simultaneously addressing threats emanating from all domains, that is air, surface and subsurface, through amalgamation of advanced sensors synchronized on the combat management systems. In effect, the maritime force is able to ensure persistent surveillance, detection and identification for a comprehensive maritime domain awareness, including the airspace. Effectively using multiple sensors and inputs, we are maintaining continuous surveillance to degrade or neutralize threats as they emerge or manifest, to ensure targeting at extended ranges. All these are conducted under the umbrella of a comprehensive and effective layered fleet air defense mechanism that caters for all threats, be it drones or high-speed missiles or aircraft, both fighters as well as surveillance aircraft. The fleet operates as a composite force, maintaining a surveillance bubble at extended ranges using advanced radars. Any aerial target that attempts to penetrate this bubble is detected and identified using various techniques and technologies, affording
quick and clear distinction between commercial, neutral, and hostile aircraft or flying objects at ranges in excess of the anticipated attack range. The Carrier Battle Group, with its integral air wing, provides the first layer of this layered mechanism. Adequately equipped and trained to high degree of proficiency, our pilots are able to operate both by day and night. In the current standoff, the presence of our aircraft carrier with large number of MiG-29K fighters and airborne early warning helicopters prevented any suspicious or hostile aircraft to close the Carrier Battle Group within several hundred kilometers. अगर मैं सरल शब्दों में बोलूं तो कोई भी संदिग्ध और दुश्मन के हवाई जहाज को कैरल बैटल ग्रुप के कई सौ किलोमीटर पास आने का मौका नहीं दिया. Over the past few years, and most importantly, immediately after the cowardly incident by Pakistani-sponsored terrorist attack at Pahalgam, we had validated our anti-missile and anti-aircraft defense capability in a complex threat environment using cross-platform cooperative mechanism. Our powerful carrier battle group with formidable offensive capability was able to operate with impunity and maintained an uncontested presence in the area of operations. Effectively, it compelled the Pakistani air elements to remain bottled up close to the Makran coast, denying any opportunity to be a threat in maritime space. The Indian Navy maintains a credible capability to detect, identify, and neutralize any aerial platforms that threaten our units at sea. To sum up, the Indian Navy's dominance thus ensured that, should we choose to, we can strike at will. Thank you, Shamdo Varna, Jai Hind. May I now hand over to Director General Air Operations for further proceedings.
Thank you, Pramod. I think a lot has been said, and I would only end by saying and emphatically state that all our military bases, all our systems continue to remain fully operational and ready to undertake any future missions should the need so arise. और अंत में यह मैं स्पष्ट शब्दों में कह देना चाहता हूं कि हमारी सभी मिलिट्री बेसेस और सारे इक्विपमेंट और सिस्टम्स ऑपरेशनल हैं और ज़रूरत पड़ने पर अपने अगले मिशन के लिए तैयार हैं और तत्पर भी हैं. शुक्रिया दोस्तों, और यदि कोई अभी क्वेश्चंस हैं तो हम लोग तैयार हैं उसके लिए.
Ladies and gentlemen, like yesterday, I'll request you to raise your placards, which most of you are doing. Again, repeating it, anything which is confidential in nature will not be responded to. And as you are aware, the DGMOs, all three of them, have got an important assignment after this, which you also are very well aware of. So we shall not be taking too many questions today. I started with both the ends yesterday. Today I'll start from the center, 237. 237. And I'll request you to please maintain, I'll ask you, I'll come to you.
हेलो हेलो सर, मैं आवाज़ आ रही मेरी? हेलो सर, मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से आपके प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के शुरू होने के ठीक पहले एक वीडियो हमने स्क्रीन पर देखा जिसमें राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की कृष्ण की चेतावनी की प्रमुख पंक्तियों को उद्धृत किया गया और सीधे सीधे दुश्मन को संदेश दिया गया कि याचना नहीं. मधुरेंद्र, मैं न्यूज़ नेशन से प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू होने के ठीक पहले राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की जो कृष्ण की चेतावनी है उन पंक्तियों को सामने रखा गया और कहा गया कि याचना नहीं अब रण होगा, जीवन जय या मरण होगा। कल शिव तांडव स्त्रोत के जरिए दुश्मन को संदेश दिया गया था और आज राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह दिनकर की इन प्रमुख पंक्तियों के जरिए ये किस तरह के डिटरेंट को क्रिएट किया जा रहा है, किस तरह के मैसेज को दिया जा रहा है, इसको थोड़ा इलोबरेट करके अगर आप बताएं तो जाहिर तौर पर ये संदेश और व्यापक तौर पर जाएगा। और एक छोटा सा सवाल मेरा यह है कि ड्रोन अटैक को लेकर जो बातें सामने निकल कर आई हैं, एक बहुत हाइप क्रिएट था टर्किश ड्रोन को लेकर, TV2 और उसके तमाम ड्रोन को लेकर। ऐसा लगता है कि वो हाइप और ओवररेटेड ड्रोन जो है वो भारत में धराशायी हो गया, एक मैसेज दुनिया को चला गया कि अब हाइब्रिड वॉरफेयर में इसकी औकात नहीं बची है।
ओके, ऑल राइट, ओके, थैंक यू। आपने क्या नाम बताया अपना और किस एजेंसी से हैं? न्यूज़ नेशन से। बहुत अच्छा लगा आपकी हिंदी सुनकर और हिंदी कविता सुनकर। तो मेरे कलीग ने अभी बताया, आई थिंक आई मेंशन्ड येहा टू बी चाइनीज origin. I would like to correct myself. The Yeha drones are of Turkish origin. So that comes to your question. All right. चूंकि आपने शुरू किया श्री रामधारी सिंह दिनकर जी की कविता से, हमारे राष्ट्रकवि रहे हैं, और क्या संदेश दिया जा रहा है, तो मैं बस आपको रामचरितमानस की एक कुछ पंक्ति याद दिलाऊंगा, आप समझ जाएंगे। तो याद कीजिए वो पंक्ति जो है, विनय न माने जलधि जड़, भय 3 दिन बीत, बोले राम सकोप तब, भय बिन होए न प्रीत। तो समझदार के लिए इशारा ही काफी। और जहां तक ये टर्किश ड्रोन्स का सवाल है, आपने देखा किस तरह के रेकेज यहाँ पे फोटोग्राफ्स हमने दिखाए हैं, चाहे वो टर्किश ड्रोन्स हो या और कहीं के भी ड्रोन्स हो। हमारे काउंटर यूएस सिस्टम्स, हमारे ट्रेन्ड एयर डिफेंस ऑपरेटर्स पूरी तरह सक्षम हैं, और हमारी देश की जो इंडिजिनस कैपेबिलिटी है काउंटर यूएस के लिए, उसने दिखा दिया है कि चाहे किसी भी तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी आ जाए, हम उसको काउंटर करने के लिए तैयार हैं। और मुझे बोलने की ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं है, आपने खुद ही अपनी आंखों से देखा है हमने इनका क्या हश्र किया है। धन्यवाद।
ऑलराइट, 226
Sir, Aditya Raj call from TV9 Network. Yesterday, the DGISPR came out with a press conference, and while you have been continuously providing satellite images and proofs, undeniable proof really, of the airstrikes that happened and the damage that is caused, there's no evidence coming in from the other side. What do you think is there? Are they trying to bluff their people? Are they trying to build some kind of a propaganda for the anger that domestically is there in Pakistan? And secondly, related question, you mentioned Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists. The brother of Maulana Masood Azhar, Rauf Asghar, who was killed. Pakistan DGISPR is trying to build a propaganda where he's saying that Lashkar-e-Toiba, Rauf from Lashkar-e-Toiba was at the entire funeral, but he's saying that he's alive, and they're trying to confuse the people because the two names are similar. The Jaish chief, who is the brother of Maulana Masood Azhar, and the Lashkar guy who was with the Pakistan army at the funeral. So could you clarify what has really happened? Because there is a lot of propaganda and information warfare happening from the Pakistan side. Thank you.
I think the first part of the question you have answered yourself. I need not delve more on it. Why they are doing what they are doing, information is not forthcoming from there. Obviously, that is expected, and they would do whatever it takes to assuage their people and minimize whatever information about the damage comes out. Here, I would like to clarify, as I said yesterday, our fight is with the terrorists. Our fight is not with the Pakistan military or Pakistan civilians. So that is very clear, and we are very clear in our targeting. So coming to the second part of your question as to what media or what propaganda spin the other side is trying to make out a story, well, it is for them to answer, and it really is not a military question for us to answer here. We've done our job. we have done what we are expected to do, and that is it.
I'll come this side, 249.
सर, मैं पूनम पांडे हूँ नवभारत टाइम्स से। पाकिस्तान ने जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी उसमें एक सेंटेंस उन्होंने यूज़ किया था कि दिस इज़ न्यू आर्ट ऑफ वॉर। तो हम सब ने देखा, शायद पहली बार देखा कि किस तरीके से आसमान में दोनों एयरफोर्स के एयरक्राफ्ट थे। क्या आप बता सकेंगे, क्योंकि हम जो लगातार जब कवर करते हैं हम देखते हैं 2016 में के बाद ड्रोन का जो पूरा वॉरफेयर में रोल है वो दिखा था, तो हमने भी वो दिखाया, और किस स्तर की ये वॉर थी? अगर थोड़ा आप क्लैरिटी दे सकें कि कितने एयरक्राफ्ट उनके इन्वॉल्व थे, लगभग कितने हमारे थे, क्या इसे अब तक का सबसे बड़ा जो जंग हुई है आसमान में वो कहा जा सकता है, और ड्रोन के रोल पे थोड़ा और ज़्यादा, क्योंकि 2016 के बाद जिस तरीके से बढ़ा है।
देखिए, जैसा मैंने कल कहा था कि इस लड़ाई के डिटेल्स अभी हम शेयर नहीं कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि इसमें काफ़ी कुछ ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स होंगे। कितने जहाज थे दोनों तरफ से, किस तरह की लड़ाई हुई, these are questions of technical details which we may not be able to share firstly, and which we may not be able to share to explain to you the way it needs to be explained. Suffice to say कि yes, ये एक दूसरी तरह का वॉरफेयर था, and it is bound to happen. हम लोग पिछली लड़ाई, अगली जो कभी भी लड़ाई होगी, भगवान करे ना हो, लेकिन अभी यदि हुई तो ये पिछली लड़ाई की तरह नहीं होगी। हर एक लड़ाई जो है अलग तरीके से लड़ी जाती है, और टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट्स हो रहे हैं। हम भी उस एडवांसमेंट्स के हिस्सा हैं, हमारे एडवर्सरीज भी हिस्सा हैं। सो इट इज़ अ कैट एंड माउस गेम, एंड यू हैव टू बी अहेड ऑफ द कर्व टू बीट योर एडवर्सरी. So that is what is going to happen. So if you ask, was this different? Was this engagement different? Definitely it was different. And a lot of new aspects have come out, but we were prepared for it, we were trained for it, and we were equipped for it. That is the only aspect that I can share with you at this time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last question, 161.
Hi, sir. Thank you, sir. Snesh Philip here from the print. So the social media, the Twitter is abuzz with the fact that we hit a site called Kirana Hills, which is supposed to be the nuclear storage facility. And there is a lot of rumors about Sargodha. There are foreign analysts who've mentioned that the Sargodha attack led to certain leaks. Is there a confirmation that we actually hit Kirana Hills, or we were careful of not to do any such thing? Thank you.
Thank you for telling us that Kirana Hill houses some nuclear installation. We did not know about it. Okay. And we've not hit Kirana Hills, whatever is there. Okay. I did not brief in my briefing yesterday. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. As I said yesterday, as I said earlier and yesterday, it is difficult to take everybody's questions, and the DGMOs have to reach somewhere right now. So thank you for coming. Please send in your questions on paper. We will definitely answer them. Thank you.
Right, that was a brief one today. A press conference by the Director General of Military Operations, Director General of Naval Operations, and Director General of Air Operations, all three there again coming out. And we heard a very resolute and decisive leadership of Indian Army and Armed Forces really coming out and calling the bluff of Pakistani propaganda yet again. I think this time, couple of focus points that come out of the briefing, and General Bakshi continues to be with us. We will discuss with him. As I saw it, our forces emphasized the fantastic success of our indigenously developed air defense systems, the overall multi-layered air defense system, the way it made a mockery of all the waves of attacks that came in from Pakistani side, be it the drones, be it the missiles, be it the UAVs or the UAS, as they are called. And then the forces really put the ideological basis, pinned the ideological basis of India's military operations. And General Bakshi sir, I would want to bring you in on this. He said on one that Pakistanis perhaps don't have any proof because that's why they are not showing it in their multiple press conferences. They're just harping on social media posts. And then he said, he spoke about Yachana nahi ab ran hoga. That was the initial video. And then he said, Bhaya bin hoye na preeti. I think that's in a way a statement of the evolving Indian military position, that now we are going to have hot pursuit as an institutionalized policy. General Bakshi sir, if you're getting me. Sir, can you unmute yourself? Sorry, we're not able to get you. Sir, please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, please. My question was, sir, like the army pinned the ideological basis of India's hot pursuit policy, Yachana nahi ab ran hoga and Bhaya bin hoye na preeti. I think what the officers were saying were that we are going to go after Pakistan each and every time there is a misdemeanor, there is a misadventure. Okay, we lost the line with General Bakshi there, and on that, then I can go to Shawan, who's joining us from our newsroom. Shawan, you heard the entire press conference. I think the whole purpose was to underscore the nature of success that our air defense really achieved, and at all levels, the Army, Navy and Air Force together, and the kind of coordination that existed between the forces, the jointness of operations as it is called in militarily speaking. And my takeaway that the Pakistanis have really no evidence to back up whatever they have been saying and claiming for the last few days.
Well, in fact, two set of evidence that has now been put out by the Indian Armed Forces. Unlike what we saw late last evening when the DGISPR was basically relying on fake AI-generated images and multiple images which were not even backed by any sort of evidence. Now, in contrast, what you are seeing here is a complete different picture. The fact that their air bases have been destroyed, their air defense system has been completely decimated, and if you take a specific look on your screens right now, it's the air defense system. So largely you are looking at the operations that was carried out on 8th of May and 9th of May. On 8th of May, you are essentially looking at how the air defense system of the Pakistanis were completely destroyed. And there are at least 3 stations where the radar system was also brought down. And the pictures that have now been put out by the Indian Air Force is with regards to the kind of devastation that we are basically looking at air bases like the Noor Khan air base. And in Noor Khan Air Base, important to point out here are 2 things. One, the fact that their entire aircraft hangar has been destroyed, which essentially means that your JF-17 and F-16s do take a hit. This morning, Abhishek, I was given to understand that 20%, now that's the figure that they're putting across, 20% of the aircrafts have now taken a hit in Pakistan. And not just that, there are also specific information now coming in of the airstrips taking a hit. However, having said that, airstrips are something that can be, perhaps repaired over a period of time. But when you have their military structures which have been destroyed, it essentially means that for a good period of time, Abhishek, you have the Pakistan Air Force completely crippled.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that it's confirmed for the first time that even as our Navy kept Pakistan on tenterhooks, our Air Force engaged some targets in Karachi also, the Malair camp. And General Bakshi is back with us. General Bakshi sir, the question I was asking was, I have a couple of military points coming out, that the manner in which the coordination worked between Navy, Air Force and the Army, as it is called, the jointness, that's one takeaway. The other is many of the indigenously developed air defense systems worked beautifully and made sure that the multi-layered system was never even once breached by the Pakistanis. And then the ideological basis, General Bakshi sir, when the Air Marshal said "Bhai bin hoye na preeti," which means that this is India's evolved military position in which we are going to make sure that any time and every time Pakistan does something, there would be costs.
Absolutely, there will be, and heavy costs. You know, you will agree with me that it was a absolutely professional, very impressive performance, very reassuring for the people of the country to hear their actual hands-on warriors. These are the Director Generals of Military Operation, the Air Force Operations and the Naval Operations. All three of them are there. They are the people, hands-on people, controlling the battle minute by minute, working out the strategy at the strategic level, operational level, tactical level. They are the ones who work directly under their chiefs and plan, do the planning, monitor the execution, direct the whole operations from the nerve centers in New Delhi.
Yeah.
So it's essential that the nation sees them, sees their sang-froid, sees their confidence. They radiate confidence.
Yeah.
And like, you know, the Chief of the Air Ops said, ACS Ops said, you know, Air Marshal Bharti, that Bhai bin hoye na preet. You have to kick the Pakistanis to make them understand in more prosaic terms, लातों के भूत बातों से नहीं मानते.
Sir.
So since I am a retired veteran, I can go a step ahead. They have to be circumspect, and I respect that. I respect that.
Sir.
But since I don't have those restrictions, I can tell you that.
Sir, I can tell you the prosaic words that you use have a tendency to go viral, and I will continue this conversation. Let me just go to Shawan because he wants to bring in this element of the naval response, which really pinned the Pakistanis down to an extent that they just couldn't use either their naval assets or even their air assets south of Makran, and Karachi was completely paralyzed. Shawan, what's your pick? I thought the Navy has had the best of swagger in terms of no action, literally, in terms of not militarily in offensive zone, but at the same time having the maximum of impact in terms of immobilizing Pakistani forces.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, first to you, because you pointed out the Malir Cant aspect, which I think so all of us missed it out. And the significance of the Malir Cant is something that General G.D. Bakshi will be able to tell us much more. My limited understanding is the fact that you're basically hitting the nerve center here. And the question that was also asked by a fellow journalist in the briefing was also very interesting. And the question was about whether at all any of the nuclear reactors were basically hit. But obviously we didn't expect the Air Force to basically respond to that. Having said that, Abhishek, the sense that I get from the intelligence agencies is this, that they are basically looking at two things. One, the tectonic shifts that have actually taken place and whether at all there has been anything of that sort or not. There hasn't been much of a tectonic shift, but however, the seismic readings seem to be completely different. So what's really going on right now? Whether at all we have been able to hit some, any nuclear facility, whether at all there have been any leaks or not, these are aspects we probably may not get an official confirmation about, but there is a lot of chat that is going on about it, and that basically explains that immediately after the hit that we saw in Sargodha, and if you look at the timings that we have got from our sources of the timings of when Sargodha was hit and how Pakistanis reacted thereafter, because you also had the National Command Authority being called in by the Pakistani Prime Minister. So it's a clear indication that something was actually brewing at this point in time. We may not be able to get an official confirmation on that. The third aspect is what you pointed out is with regards to the Navy. Let's be very clear that the Indian Navy was successful in bottling up the entire Pakistan assets or Pakistani Navy assets to the harbour, which means that for a good radius, the Indian Navy was able to ensure that there is not much of surveillance that they can carry out, and their protection mechanism was perhaps had taken a severe hit by the aggressive posturing that was done by the Navy. And what are you really looking at? You are basically looking at entire carrier group formation, and that image in itself would basically send a shiver down the spine of the Pakistani.
Right, let me take this Karachi question to General Bakshi sir. General Bakshi sir, the fact that Karachi has been hit, Malir Cant has been hit, and a radar taken down there by the army, by the Air Force, I mean, gives a broad sweep of the kind of regions across Pakistan our counter-offensive really covered. And Karachi, I mean, we have hit Karachi, we have hit Islamabad, we have hit Lahore. What's left?
Nothing is left. There is no square inch in Pakistan which we cannot hit and pulverize. Look, apropos the role of the Navy, it is important. So I'm glad you asked this question. Let me spell it out. Out of the three services, Army, Navy, Air Force, when you talk of relative strength, the greatest advantage in terms of, striking power, numerical, quantitative, qualitative advantage that the three services enjoy, the Navy has the greatest edge over the, in terms of relative strength over Pakistan Navy. And the naval flank is decisive. Because initially we wanted to confine our reactions only to terror targets, and to that extent Karachi has been hit, though we wanted a very special bungalow there to be hit. All of us veterans were, were rooting for it. That is the bungalow of, Dawood Ibrahim. He has a palatial bungalow in Karachi. And as part of the terror targets, we thought that would be it. But, you never know, because they've all been hiding like rats and moles, scurrying from place to place. So maybe it was found that he's not there and we would just destroy his palatial bungalow. We wanted to get him because we've been looking for him for a long time. But, when push comes to shove, the simple thing is the whole paradigm shifted after we attacked the terror targets, and Pakistan retaliated on our military targets. Even then, you will note that we were very restrained, and our response was graduated step by step.
Yeah.
So in that, I think if Pakistan misbehaves now, the stage would be set for now the action by the Indian Navy. And let me tell you, that will have a terrifying impact, absolutely terrifying impact. The bhai, the real bhai is the Navy.
Yeah.
Because the Navy can bottle up the Karachi port, the Navy can blockade, not one drop of oil, not one round of ammunition can come via the sea route. Nor can Turkey supply via the sea route, nor will China be able to do it.
Yeah.
Last time, like I told you, in the 71 war, we had hit the Karachi harbor. We had sunk 6 Pakistani ships, including a destroyer and a minesweeper.
Yeah.
Right? We had put the entire Karachi oil farm on fire. It burnt for 10 days, blotted out the sun with the dense black smoke, and Pakistan was most vulnerable. Is still most vulnerable. Out of the 8 submarines which they will use to counter our carrier battle group, only 2 are functional, and they would be blinked. They would be at the bottom of the Arabian Sea if they had dared to venture out. All the Pakistani naval ships, they scurried into harbor. I feel bad for the Navy,
right,
because they were itching to go. All the Pakistani naval ships and other ships went into Karachi harbor, switched off their transponders.
Yes,
remember the Turkey corvette that had come, that fled after switching off its transponder. Ki hame mat marna bhai. Look, if the Navy gets involved, that is the end of Pakistan. Let me be very straight. And the Navy, even without firing a shot, has been a major threat in being. A threat in being. A very scary threat in being. It has tied up Pakistani resources in all directions. Ground there, from Kashmir to Kutch to, and with the Baluchis and the Pashtuns up in arms, Pakistan has been embroiled from all sides, and with the Navy breathing down its neck off Karachi. Let me tell you, the Pakistanis are sweating. They may put on a note of Sancroid now that the so-called pause in operations has come.
Yeah.
But they were sweltering. And let me tell you this. If I may just take a little time more.
Yes, sir,
Let me tell you this, that the former Pakistani army chiefs, Rahil Sharif and Bajwa, they have been yelling at this clown of a Munir, for God's sake, stop it. Tum mara doge Munir. Mara dega tu. Band kar. You don't know what you have. You have bitten off far more than you could chew. So pipe down, idiot, pipe down. A number of the old DG ISIs, retired, Faiz Hamid and the rest of the gang, they were all telling him the same thing. And by the way, the best part is, this is very interesting, that the Pakistani chief of the general staff is in line to be the next chief. Don't you think he wants Munir out of the way?
True, sir.
A lot of the Pakistani middle-level officers, corps commanders want him out of the way. And, this chief of the general staff has been talking to the corps commander in Lahore, in Multan, and in Rawalpindi. He's been talking to these three corps commanders. They've been discussing what to do. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if there is a coup in the Pakistan army.
Right, sir.
Give it a few days, because they have realized the mess this man has dragged them into just for the sake of an extension. He's already got a 2-year extension, by the way, which he had wrangled out of this government when he kicked out Imran Khan. But he wants to serve for 11 years.
Yeah.
Like Ziaul Haq did, like Parvez Musharraf did. And for that, he has put Pakistan at risk of annihilation.
General Bakshi sir, obviously things are moving in that direction, perhaps so far as Pakistan is concerned, and we continue to have this conversation. I am also joined in by veterans, General Sivach and Group Captain Pandey, very regular faces on your network, friends. But I'll just slip a short break and come back on the other side, and the conversation continues.
नाश मनुज पर छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है हित वचन नहीं तूने माना मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना बोले मैं भी अब जाता हूँ अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
And therefore, I would watch the political situation in Pakistan extremely closely. Our digital video team has done a great job and of putting together a very interesting video sequence of Shehbaz Sharif. And there are in that video sequence the statement of Shehbaz Sharif, which was supposed to go at 8 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, eventually went, I think, around 11 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, because the China...
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahacham.
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है,
याद रख, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है।
सही है।
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Welcome back, friends. We just came out of that briefing by the Director General of Military Operations, Air Operations and Naval Operations from the National Media Center in New Delhi, and our defense experts and guests, General Bakshi, General Sivach and Group Captain Pandey continue to be with us. Before I go to them for the conversation, let me give you the headlines of the hour. India hits Pak with second round of evidence of Pak battering. IAF confirms engaging targets in Karachi. In the joint briefing, DGMO says Pakistan supported terrorists and targeted civilians, whereas India's fight is against terror. As per the sources, 20% of Pak Air Force infrastructure destroyed in India's precision strikes. PM Modi chairs high-level meet at his residence ahead of India-Pak DGMO level talks slated for later in the afternoon. Defense Minister, 3 service chiefs, CDS and NSA attend. India-Pakistan DGMO level talks scheduled for later in the evening. All right, I continue the conversation. I want to go to General Sivach and Group Captain Pandey now. To you first, Group Captain Pandey. And you heard that press conference, right? And you got a sense that, did you get a sense that India completely decimated any possibility of Pakistan Air Force to retaliate in any manner in those preemptive strikes at their air bases?
All operations have been conducted, and the biggest thing is the synergy between all three services. That was a fantastic element which has been observed by all of us. And the way it has been conducted, precise operations, and keeping all the factors in mind which have been already dictated by our national authorities. Now, the biggest problem is Pakistan is totally confused what they are trying for, what are their objectives. I think we should be very, very clear what our military objectives are and whether they are only for propaganda or for actual national requirements or for the interest of nation. Those factors are totally out, and that is the reason why they are suffering a lot of losses. And the way we have gone, when you're very mature and a very sensible country, the whole world knows India has always played our diplomacy as well as our military and other factors in a very, very sensible manner. And the DGMOs meeting, which was scheduled at 12, has been further called off for. I think this is a very positive step. We should not hurry up deciding the last line, because it is going to have long-term repercussions. So we have to see pros and cons of both sides, and that is, I think this is very, very nice step that they have decided, okay, first we'll brainstorm, we will decide what is actually in interest of country, and then we'll do. The last point which I want to highlight from what press conferences have been conveying, that for the country, they should have full faith on the country. We are trying our level best, whatever is possible in the given resources. Nevertheless, we are also looking forward to enhance our preparedness, keeping in mind that Pakistan is not really a rebel factor. He can try such misorientation in future also. And the Pakistan army is not able to govern the way they have done in past, because the Islamist fundamentalists as well as the local population and the political crisis, all those factors are not allowing, because Modi didn't do the calculation properly. First, you have to be, as a matured commander, you should calculate what are the pros and cons of your steps and whether your own team is with you or not. We are getting so much of inputs that within our own military organization, they are having a lot of interest, and something may happen anytime. Because the objective is not national interest. The objective is to how to get extended his tenure for future. So those factors have to be very, very clear in his mind that what he's trying for and where he's guiding his defense forces to head on. Because India has taught a good lesson, and what will happen in future, they should appreciate this. Otherwise, present military services are suffering, and in future, a whole country will suffer.
Right. Group Captain Pandey, I can see you are on the move. Let me give you some time and go to General Sivach. General Sivach, in that press conference, we also had Air Marshal Bharti refer to a Chinese missile which completely misfired, missed its target, and was taken down, and the debris of which were shown in the press conference itself. PL-15, I believe, is the missile which was shown. Clearly, the manner in which Chinese air defenses failed, the Chinese missiles failed, I think India has made a big statement in the global defense scene also.
Absolutely. See, point is that there is a vast difference between the Indian air defense system and also the Pakistani. Our air defense system was a multi-layered, which had basically, you can S-400, the best air defense system. Akash, it was there. Barak 8 missile was there. Then you had Jet-23 MM Barrett, and then L-70, and then anti-drone system. It was impregnable. They could not even, not more than 4 to 5% of missile, rockets, and drones could penetrate through it. Whereas, as far as the Pakistani concerned, they had an air defense system on HQ-9, which is a Chinese version, and they could not even, intercept more than 5% of our drones, missile and rocket which were fired. And that's why the 11 frontline air bases were damaged badly. The loss is almost 30 to 40%. It's, as per someone's assessment, it may take about 2 to 3 months for them to become fully operational. So therefore, there is a vast difference between the air defense system which Pakistani had and which we had. Pakistani was totally dependent on the Chinese. As far as the PL-15 is concerned, no, this is the surface-to-surface, missile which was there, which malfunction, which is now in the hands of the Indians. We can study now, carry out, back reverse engineering as to how it has been made by the Chinese. I think Americans will be also interested in finding more detail about this missile. But certainly one thing is very clear. The Turkey drones as well as the Chinese drones as well as the air defense system has proved to be totally of a very poor quality compared to the Indians, the one which was more dependent on S-400, the Russian one, and the you can say Akash which been domestically manufactured. So overall, if you see the difference between both these countries, the way we have damaged their complete military infrastructure in terms of their airfield is creditable, and that's why the Pakistanis realized that it will not be possible for them to carry on, and that's why the DGMO Pakistan requested for a ceasefire. And another thing which is very important, Abhishek, is that Pakistani do not have a capability to fight a conventional warfare more than for 5 days. They do not have RT ammunition. And as far as their fuel is concerned, it can only sustain up to 100 to 150 kilometers of their tank moving in the battlefield. So considering this, Pakistan is really in trouble, and our Navy has put on blockade in the Arabian Sea. Their supply chain have been cut. In case there is something to come from China or Turkey, that will be also stopped. So I feel that Pakistanis have been totally exposed by the Indians. One. Second thing, India could hit their infrastructure, especially the airfield, with impunity. In fact, third thing is the morale of Pakistan is on their boots now.
John Srivatsa, since you mentioned Navy and the manner in which it blocked all efforts by Pakistan to come south, in that press conference itself, crucial details were shared by Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod, where he said that in the current standoff, the presence of our aircraft carrier with large 29K fighters and airborne early warning helicopters prevented any suspicious or hostile aircraft to close. Okay, in fact, we have another breaking news development, which is that IAF targeted Karachi even as Navy held on to and pinned down the Pakistani assets, both naval and air force. And the Navy's carrier battle group, that is essentially the aircraft carrier along with, of course, the entire paraphernalia. That's why it's called carrier battle group, with all the warships and frigates and destroyers that travel with it, as also submarines. Let's listen to Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod again.
Maintaining continuous surveillance to degrade or neutralize threats as they emerge or manifest, to ensure targeting at extended ranges. All these are conducted under the umbrella of a comprehensive and effective layered fleet air defense mechanism that caters for all threats, be it drones or high-speed missiles or aircraft, both fighters as well as surveillance aircraft. The fleet operates as a composite force, maintaining a surveillance bubble at extended ranges using advanced radars. Any aerial target that attempts to penetrate this bubble is detected and identified using various techniques and technologies, affording quick and clear distinction between commercial, neutral, and hostile aircraft or flying objects at ranges in excess of the anticipated attack range. The carrier battle group, with its integral air wing, provides the first layer of this layered mechanism. Adequately equipped and trained to high degree of proficiency, our pilots are able to operate both by day and night. In the current standoff, the presence of our aircraft carrier with large number of MiG-29K fighters and airborne early warning helicopters prevented any suspicious or hostile aircraft to close the carrier battle group within several hundred kilometers. अगर मैं सरल शब्दों में बोलूं तो कोई भी संदिग्ध और दुश्मन के हवाई जहाज को कैरल बैटल ग्रुप के कई सौ किलोमीटर पास आने का मौका नहीं दिया.
All right, General Bakshi sir, you heard that warning by Vice Admiral A.N. Pramod to Pakistan that we continue to remain in operational readiness. And also Air Marshal Bharti, he said that all our military bases, all our systems continue to remain fully operational and ready to undertake any future missions. In the backdrop of this controversy around this ceasefire, about which a dialogue has to happen between the DGMOs at 5 p.m., you think this is a warning shot being fired by India?
No, it is an absolute straightforward warning. Don't mess with us. Count your lucky stars that you have been left just with this. We can, and if you provoke us, we will do much greater, deeper, harder, bigger. Those were the words used in the earlier, press briefs that had come out from the PMO itself. Harder, deeper, longer, stronger. Harder, deeper, stronger. A bit Freudian though, but anyway. You see, what I'm trying to say is one thing that has come out. We've had a revolution in military affairs, not just as far as South Asia is concerned, but as far as the whole world is concerned. India's technological prowess is now cutting edge, second to none. Not the Americans, not the Chinese, not the Russians, not the Pakistanis, though are no match. Right? We've shown overmatching technological capabilities thanks to our indigenous, projects like the Akash, like our Navik system. We aren't using any other navigation systems, not the Russian, not the GPS, nothing. We are doing it on our own. And this is far more accurate than even the American system, or even I would say the Russian system. 1 meter circular error of probability. No wonder you heard a Pakistani YouTuber saying on your channel, India fires 24 missiles on the 9 terror targets, all 24 hit. We fire missiles for 3 days and hardly any missile hits. And when it hits a school somewhere or a children's center somewhere, etc. It has been a damn squib.
Yeah, it has been a damn squib.
Sorry, the Pakistani retaliation has been made a damn squib, and in the counter retaliation, we have destroyed 11 of their air bases. You see, had this been a real full-fledged war, and we had gotten the nod from the government, what you saw is 1 strike in the day. There would have been 3-4 such strikes in a day, pulverizing.
Yeah.
Wiping out the Pakistani Air Force. And that is why a number of people are upset. Look, we had them where we wanted. We could have finished them.
Yeah.
And, we should not have let them off the hook. At least 2 days more of clobbering and pasting Pakistan deserve.
Absolutely.
But,
I agree with you, sir. 2 more days of clobbering Pakistan really deserved. Maybe our military strategists or the leadership had something else in mind. Maybe there is something which we don't know, because of which the ceasefire has happened. But then that's actually the national sentiment. General Bakshi sir, you are right, that maybe this clobbering of Pakistan should have gone on for at least 2 more days. Maybe, we don't know, it might go again still, because we are yet to hear about the DGMO talks that are to take place at 5 p.m. Till those happen, we are continuing our build-up to those. From the press conference, the ADGPI has now, or the army has now released a new video showing the might of Indian armed forces. Listen in. Yesterday it was Rig Veda, now it's hard rock.
जब लाश मनुज पर जाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है हिंदू वचन नहीं तूने माना मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना बोले मैं भी अब जाता हूँ अब तुम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ याचना नहीं अब रण होगा जीवन जय की मरण होगा नाश मनुज पर छाता है, पहले विवेक मर जाता है। हित वचन नहीं तूने माना, मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना, तोले मैं भी अब चाहता हूँ, अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ। जब लाश मनुज पर छाता है, पहले विवेक मर जाता है। हित वचन नहीं तूने माना, मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना, तोले मैं भी अब चाहता हूँ, अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ। याचना नहीं अब रण होगा, जीवन जय की मरण होगा। जब नाश मनुज पर छाता है, पहले विवेक मर जाता है। हित वचन नहीं तूने माना, मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना, तोले मैं भी अब चाहता हूँ, अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते, जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahacham.
I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil, reporting from Srinagar with my VJ Mubashir Hussain for Republic. Nation first.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
And therefore, I would watch the political situation in Pakistan extremely closely. Our digital video team has done a great job and of putting together a very interesting video sequence of Shehbaz Sharif. And there are in that video sequence the statement of Shehbaz Sharif, which was supposed to go at 8 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, eventually went, I think, around 11 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, because the Chinese told him to put it on hold. Now, there are 3 things you need to look at in this video. His eyes are shifty, moving from left to right, like he's taking instructions. This is not normal eye movement. You can get any psychologist or any optometrist, for that matter, to check this out. The second point which comes out is that there are numerous jump cuts. There are jump cuts, ladies and gentlemen, is television lingo for edits. So that speech is not one sequence. There are 12, 13, 15 jump cuts or edits in that sequence, which means Shehbaz Sharif stopped and started and stopped and started and stopped and started, was being instructed.
All right, on to a breaking news development coming in from the D Street, where the truce, the easing of tensions, the ceasefire between India and Pakistan has made the Sensex surge nearly 4%. Nifty also with similar percentage points. Markets wipe out 7 months of losses is what we hear after day's close, and that can be called a relief rally because in the situation that we had over the last 1 week, there was likelihood of things escalating and we getting into a war, and the war, any war can be protracted, and the markets typically react negatively to any kind of destabilizing developments, and so the markets were going down. But after the developments of the last 24 hours, markets recovering their losses, wiping out all their losses, in fact not just of the last week or so, but also of last 7 months, not just 7 days but 7 months. That's some surge, nearly 4% uptick there seen in Sensex and Nifty both. The Dalal Street effectively cheering the calming down of situation along India's western front, with India having taught Pakistan a lesson. It seems everyone wants to move on. The markets at least want to move on. Now, Nifty and Sensex reflecting that in the kind of surge in volumes and prices that we saw through the day. The markets have closed and closing with an upswing. All right, for this, let's take a dip with our business desk editor Pranav. Pranav Kulkarni is there from our business newsroom. Pranav, what more can you share? Is this just a relief rally or is there something more?
Well, this is definitely relief rally because the markets were in a range-bound mode over the past about 3 or 4 sessions. In fact, on Friday, the market closed. There was very little movement as investors were unsure. It neither went down, neither went up. But today, after the ceasefire was announced, within hours of that, we've seen a massive green candle getting formed on the daily charts. There's exuberant buying across sectors, IT, metals, banks, every sector has seen massive buying. So yes, it is definitely a relief rally. That is an indication of the ceasefire between India and Pakistan.
All right, thank you so much, Pranav, with those details. Essentially, Sensex reflecting relief. And we continue our conversation on the press conference that was done by DGMOs, as also, of course, build up to that phone call that's going to take place between the DGMOs of India and Pakistan, which is at around 5 p.m. Let's take a short break. Coming back on the other side with more guests.
मरण होगा नाश मनुज पर छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है हित वचन नहीं तूने माना मैत्री का मूल्य न पहचाना बोले मैं भी अब चाहता हूँ अंतिम संकल्प सुनाता हूँ।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahachamcha of the United States. Then it switched its allegiance to China, claiming that its friendship with China was higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea, sweeter than honey. Well, that honey has become...
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
And posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing.
India hits back with second round of evidence of Pak badgering. IAF confirms engaging targets in Karachi.
पाकिस्तानी सेना ने आतंकवादियों का साथ देना उचित समझा और इस लड़ाई को अपनी लड़ाई बना ली। इस परिस्थिति में हमारी जवाबी कार्यवाही अत्यंत आवश्यक थी और इसमें उनका जो भी नुकसान हुआ वे खुद इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं।
In the joint briefing, DGMO says Pakistan supported terrorists, targeted civilians, whereas India's fight is against terrorism. As per the sources, 20% of Pak Air Force infrastructure destroyed in India's precision strikes. Prime Minister Modi chairs high-level meet at his residence ahead of India-Pak DGMO level talks. Defence Minister, three service chiefs, CDS and NSA attend. India-Pakistan DGMO level talks scheduled for later in the evening. Our Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami dives deeper into the urgency of the events surrounding Operation Sindhur, a covert yet symbolically powerful maneuver by the Indian Armed Forces. Take a listen.
What exactly has happened? Because the question in all of your mind is what has happened and what is likely to happen. So I want to begin by saying that to get a sense of what has happened, you must have a complete picture of what has happened. You have been getting the news on television, but there are a lot of small details which you may not be getting on television. So it's important to come on the digital medium and share those details with you. Because sometimes what happens is on television, we don't get the time, we don't get the context. There's a discussion or debate that is going on, and then those small details which come later after the live coverage get lost in the period of the live coverage. So this video is very important for you to get a complete picture of what has happened in the last 48 hours. Now, therefore, this video starts with the early morning of 10th May. Early morning means very early in the hours on 10th May. So you will remember, viewers, on 9th of May, on the previous night, again around 8:30, right up to about 2 o'clock in the morning, we were under a series of these drone attacks. There were two kinds of drones which were sent by Pakistan. These are Turkish drones. They were either what are called surveillance drones, or these were armed drones. The armed drones carry a payload anywhere between 2 to 5 kilograms. You know, they can have some debilitating effect. They can cause damage. Now, those drone attacks that happened on the intervening 9th and 10th of May had led to some civilian injuries. We saw visuals from like this which came in from Firozpur, where there were injuries. When the drone lands, it's near a car, and people were getting very angry that what is Pakistan doing and what is our government doing. At this point of time, we have to decide how far to escalate and to which way to escalate. It is in this period that a very important decision was taken by Narendra Modi in consultation with the three service chiefs, the Chief of Defence Staff, the Defence Minister, and of course NSA Doval, that we have to climb up the escalation ladder. So what happens is, by this time, you will remember, we have already made Pakistan quite vulnerable because we have destroyed the air defense systems of Lahore the previous night. Then the big decision happens that it is time to deploy the BrahMos. The BrahMos missile is the most important part of our missile arsenal in the country. It had originally been developed by India and Russia, and it is called the BrahMos, and it is considered to be parallel to what is called the Brahmastra, which is known for devastating power. And it's a power which is used only under dire circumstances. When you're really under challenge and you want to immobilize the enemy, what do? You deploy the BrahMos. The BrahMos missile has great speed. It travels between 2.8 to 3 Mach, that many times the speed of sound. It travels in a very high velocity. And the most dangerous part about the BrahMos for Pakistan is Pakistan has no ability to detect the BrahMos. In fact, there has been, what I believe, an operation earlier to test the radar catching ability of the Pakistanis vis-a-vis the BrahMos. So in March, if I'm not mistaken, in March 2022, there was an incident, and I'm giving you the full background here because my idea is to share all the knowledge with you in this particular video. In March 9th, 2022, an incident had happened where this same supersonic cruise BrahMos missile had been launched, quote-unquote, accidentally from Ambala in Haryana. It flew 100 kilometers over Indian territory and went over 130 kilometers or so into Pakistani territory, and it landed in a place called Mia Channu in the Punjab province, and the Pakistani radar failed to detect it at any stage of this whole operation because it goes so fast. And the BrahMos missile is such a missile that it can fly at a 10-meter height from the ground. It can also fly at a 15-meter height from the ground. So it cannot be found. At that time, the Pakistanis did a press conference. The Indians had become so technologically advanced that the BrahMos came into their territory and they couldn't find it. Anyway, now to cut the long story short, somewhere I believe between 9th night and 10th morning, the critical decision was taken by the Modi government that let's go ahead and hit the command structures of Pakistan, of their avionics. And I had come on air the next morning saying, and we showed you the video, that precision strikes, this has been the third range of strikes on Pakistan had happened, and I named the air bases. I named Pakistan Air Force Base Rafiki, visuals of that, Pakistan Air Force Base in Murid, Pakistan Air Force Base in Rahim Yar Khan, Pakistan Air Force Base in Sukur, and Pakistan Air Force Base in Chunian. But most importantly of all of these Air Force bases, the most important from a Pakistani perspective was the Pakistan Air Force Base in Noor Khan, Rawalpindi, which is known as the Chalala Air Base of Pakistan. Now this is the most important air base of Pakistan. It basically is the whole strategic center of their avionics and logistics. These were all a number of strikes, and then later there were additional strikes confirmed in places like Jacobabad, in Bholari, in Skardu. All these strikes that we have carried out this time, we know where to hit in Pakistan. Because you see, we have done a very detailed intelligence assessment, which means we've got signal intelligence, we've got interception intelligence, and we have human intelligence. We have a lot of people in Pakistan giving us the information. So we know where their basic, most important Air Force installations are. When Chaklala was hit near Rawalpindi, that is when the Pakistanis got extremely nervous. Extremely nervous. I don't know whether we already hit their nuclear infrastructure or we were about to hit their nuclear infrastructure, but the fact was that the Pakistanis felt that we were minutes away from striking their nuclear command and control assets. And this is all that Pakistan has got left, their nuclear command and control assets. You see, viewers, Pakistan has been presenting itself to the world as the center of the Islamic bomb, the Islamic nuclear infrastructure of the world, and it wants to sell its wares to countries like Iran or any other countries, whatever. The fact of the matter is, there was an immediately nervous Pakistani response, and calls to Washington went. We at that time had intercepted all the high-end, high-alert communications. Pakistani military networks were under our watch, and they said that they need to intervene. And then the Pakistanis urgently, this happens by now by the early morning of 9, the Pakistani urgently called the US and say to the US that we are going to be under attack and our nuclear installations are going to be under attack. And J.D. Vance's office communicates something to the effect like something important has happened. This is a message that's going around that something important has happened, which is necessitating a very immediate American intervention. So there was basically a threat that was put out. I wouldn't even use the word threat, nuclear alert which was put out by Pakistan. Washington said we will intervene directly, and then they told Islamabad that you have to go, you have to try and de-escalate, you have to call the Indians, you have to use the hotlines which exist. You have existing hotlines which are going on between your militaries. Use the hotlines and go to India. There was some initial resistance. The Pakistanis wanted Americans to intervene. America told Pakistan directly intervene, and at 3:35 on our time, Indian Standard Time, the Pakistani Director General Military Operations, then Major General Kashif Abdullah, he makes an urgent and immediate phone call to Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, who is the Indian Director General of Military Operations. Later, this call gets confirmed by the Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri during his press conference. This is effectively a informal laying down of arms that the Pakistanis have done. They've said, we don't want to be hit more, we want a ceasefire. Now, India is clear at that time. There is no third party. If you're hearing Donald Trump make claims about solving a 1,000-year-old dispute now, and that he is going to work his phones to solve a 1,000-year-old Kashmir dispute, etc., it is simply Donald Trump overplaying his card. You saw my first angry reaction when Donald Trump issued the press release at 5:30 on Truth Social. I will talk about that also later. But I still believe that we must accept that while the Americans have simply nudged, or rather some people say instructed, some people say ordered the Pakistanis to contact the Indians, the Pakistanis were told to contact the Indians directly, which they did. They laid down their arms, and then that's where there is a little bit of a slip up, because Donald Trump should have released his comment or his Truth Social comment after the statement from the Indian side, but Donald Trump, being Donald Trump, went and made a press release at 5:30 p.m. Now, why did Donald Trump issue out the press release? Why was it made to look like America has negotiated the settlement? Well, because America wanted it to look like America had negotiated the settlement. That was a very important day for Donald Trump. He was expecting to be seen as the author of 2 major ceasefires. Back channel work was going on by the White House to get Putin to agree to a ceasefire with Ukraine, and back channel.
Narendra Modi. In a big breaking news, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the nation at 8 p.m. today, and this is coming after huge success of Operation Sindhur. This is going to be the first time when the Prime Minister is going to address the nation, as we remember that ever since the operation began, the Prime Minister has not given a direct statement to the nation or to the media. Multiple messages from our sources have been received, but this would be the first time when the Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be addressing the media for the first time ever since the major success of Operation Sindhur. The Prime Minister is going to address the nation and the media today at 8 p.m. sharp. This is the big breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to address the nation today evening at 8 p.m. after the huge success of Operation Sindhur. Remember that the Prime Minister has been at the helm of the entire operation. It was from 7 LKM along with NSA Doval that he was monitoring when the first strikes took place, and ever since then we have seen how multiple meetings day in day out, hectic parleys have been conducted there at the 7 LKM, that is the official residence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He has been in it since day one and has been monitoring the entire flow of it. Remember, a very strong message had come from the government yesterday when it was made clear that the Prime Minister has given instructions that if they fire a goli, tum gola chalao. And after that, sharing that sentiment, today the Prime Minister himself is going to address the nation officially today at 8 p.m. The most awaited address until now, ever since the first strike took place there on May 7th. Ever since then, it would be the first time, viewers, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to address the nation. This is the big breaking news we're getting at the moment. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the nation at 8 p.m. We have seen today as well, there have been two press briefings by the DGMOs where we have seen representation from all the three forces, that is from the Air Force, from the Indian Navy and the Indian Army, where they have made it abundantly clear that how Operation Sindhur was a major success, as to how the enemy has been targeted at the right spot and has caused massive damage to Pakistan. We remember that it was the resolve of the Prime Minister that Pakistan had to run to the United States of America and beg for forgiveness. Joining us live on this broadcast is our executive political editor Aishwarya Kapoor. And Aishwarya, over to you. The Prime Minister is going to address for the first time today at 8 p.m.
Well, absolutely. It's very important. 8 p.m. Indian time, we are being told Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the nation. This for the first time ever since this conflict, this war started between India and Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi is going to address the nation at 8 p.m. We are being told it can be 10 minutes pre or post, but the Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the country around 8 p.m. today itself. As we just mentioned, Madhurama, just for the first time ever since the conflict began.
Aishwarya, as we know, like you very rightly pointed out, that this is going to be the first time that the Prime okay, I believe we have lost that connection, but yes, viewers, it would be the first time that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to address the nation.
Well, absolutely, Madhurama, and this is very important and significant. This for the first time, and we need to understand, ever since India has gone to war with Pakistan, ever since this conflict between India and Pakistan began, this for the first time Prime Minister Modi is going to address the nation, and this is very, very significant. Today itself, we have seen that the DGMO level talks, which were mentioned to be happening today at around noon, were first postponed to 2:30, and now they are scheduled for evening. We have already seen the kind of press conference in the last 24 hours. We have been specific, we have told every detail, and now the importance is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the nation tonight at 8 p.m. Though we've seen the Pakistani Prime Minister coming not once but several times in a very, very different scenario, coming out and pleading. But the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, for the first time, will be coming out and addressing the nation at around 8 p.m. It can be plus minus 5 minutes to that. That's what we are being told today. For the first time ever since India went into conflict with Pakistan in the last 7-8 days, Prime Minister Modi is going to be addressing the nation. It's very significant. We are being told that specifics, a Prime Minister might not be getting into it, but he will be giving a clarity on where India stands. We've seen all 3 DGMOs of ours yesterday itself giving a clear line that how India has decimated Pakistan at not one but all 3 spheres, whether it is the Air Force, Navy and the Army. So we have decimated Pakistan, we've given them clarity, we've given visual proof. That is something which they cannot deny. So when the Prime Minister around 8 p.m. comes out and addresses the nation, we need to wait and watch what is the tone and tenor, what is exactly, because we've seen that there is no ceasefire. The ceasefire was broken by Pakistan. We've heard our DGMOs, all 3, stating that we are in a state of alertness. We are ready. Goli maroge to gole se jawab denge. That was the line coming in. So goli chalai to gola denge. There is no compromise on the issue of terror. Any act of terror will be taken as an act of war. So we've stated categorically. And when Prime Minister Modi comes out tonight at 8 p.m. and address the nation, 140 crore plus Indians are going to be completely glued to their television sets when they hear every word very, very minutely. And it is not only about India, the world will be watching Prime Minister Modi tonight. The world will be hearing Prime Minister Modi tonight because they want to know. Yes, Ranjan.
Ashwarya, I just wanted to check with you because does this effectively mean that the operation has concluded and he will now summarize whatever has happened, or this is perhaps what the country has been waiting for? How are you looking at it, and what do you know?
Technically speaking, Operation Sindhur still continues. We've heard the DGMOs. We have to see them today. Yesterday, it was categorically said, Niranjan, that they are ready. We are in a state of alertness. All 3, military operations, air operations and naval operations. They all, in their own words, mentioned categorically that we are in a state of alertness. They said Pakistan broke ceasefire. They said we will respond as and when required. They said that the army chief has given a clear direction to our corps commanders to act with the sense of force. So that is something which still remains, that we are still in a position of war. What Prime Minister says, we are going to wait and watch for.
I'm just going to hand it over to you, Aishwarya, because if you can tell us what we can expect from the Prime Minister when he speaks today, operational details and the larger message that he will be sending out. Handing it over.
Yeah, absolutely. So the point is very clear. Prime Minister, whether he is going to get into the specifics, whether he is going to tell us, that is something we have to wait and watch for. But then, whether Operation Sindhur continues or not, as of now, it does. We've heard all the 3 DGMOs yesterday itself. Today also, the Indo-Pak DGMOs are scheduled for a conversation, for a meeting today in the evening, and the Prime Minister is expected to speak around 8 p.m. because there is a lot of murmuring. We've heard the Pakistani Prime Minister, who himself is not in control of the situation across the border, has come out several times, meekly, cheekishly, trying to get out of it, trying to thank the world for saving him. So all of that has happened. We've seen all of that, but we have not heard the Indian Prime Minister. We have not heard Narendra Modi. Hence I said it's not only about 140 crore Indians. The world is going to be very keenly and very minutely watching and hearing every word which is said by the Indian Prime Minister. Yes.
All right, thank you so much, Aishwarya, with that update. That's a big one then. Prime Minister to address the nation at around 8 p.m. And this is his 8 p.m. address after a long time, possibly after COVID, that he's speaking directly to the nation in this manner at 8 p.m. Expect Prime Minister to speak on Operation Sindhur. Expect Prime Minister to speak on why India decided to agree for Pakistan's surrender of ceasefire. And expect Prime Minister to speak on the rationale behind going after Pakistan in the manner in which we did post the Pahalgam terror attack. Remember, Prime Minister set the contours the next day itself while addressing a rally, when he said that perpetrators of Pahalgam terror attack will not go unpunished, that we will chase them to the end of the earth, and not just that, we will make sure that the terror ecosystem, the terror factory, the soil from where terror emanates is also pulverized. Prime Minister had said, mitti mein mila denge, and effectively Bahawalpur, Muridke, Muzaffarabad, other places, wherever Pakistan has set up those terror factories, face the wrath of the Indian armed forces with our missiles and bombs raining and causing hellfire there and completely demolishing those structures. It was a strong message that we will go after the terror industry, terror factory, and the backers of terrorism wherever they are. There are no limits now, and India has unshackled itself from all restraint. In fact, we went through the line of control during the Balakot airstrikes, but this time we have crossed the international boundary, Aishwarya, and we have, of course, hit Pakistani Punjab, the heart of Punjab, the heart of Pakistan, and the heart of Pakistani army, be it Chakwal, be it Chaklala. We have hit their air bases. We have hit the headquarters of Pakistan army in Rawalpindi. We have hit an air base which is in Islamabad district. We have hit a port, not exactly Karachi port, but a cantonment facility targeting the radars in Malir camp. So Karachi hit, Islamabad hit, Rawalpindi hit, Lahore hit. There is nothing that's left really beyond the pale of India's war machine. Yes. And it could not have been a stronger message than this in terms of India's escalation of response, escalation control mechanism in place, because of which India agreed to ceasefire, but not before Pakistan cried uncle, not before Pakistan went to its uncle interlocutors, be it Saudi Arabia or United States. And of course, once it became clear that Pakistan is shivering, Pakistan has surrendered, then only we went in for ceasefire. Aishwarya, there have been some political attacks also on the government, first for not responding enough, and then now saying that why you did not continue. What are you expecting that Prime Minister, would he respond to these political attacks, Aishwarya?
Well, that is something we would have to wait for 8 p.m. Abhishek, but very, very categorically, as you said, last time when we heard the Prime Minister, it was in Bihar, and it was just a day after that. So very clearly, and he specifically spoke in English in Bihar, gave a message to the world that we are not going to let these perpetrators of terror go by anymore. And we've done that. You've just named those 9, 10, 11, 12 locations across the border in Pakistan. It was not anymore limited to POK. We hit them where it pains them. We hit them in Karachi. We hit them in Islamabad, in Peshawar. You name it. You've named those 8, 9 bases. We've heard all the 3 DGMOs as late as yesterday evening, stating it categorically clear that we are in a state of alert. Our Navy Chief, Army Chief and the Air Chief have briefed the Defense Minister today itself. We've seen the Defense Minister briefing the Prime Minister, so the country is in a state of alert. But we've not heard Prime Minister ever since we went into a conflict, into a state of war with Pakistan. Ceasefire, yes, India wants peace. India always wanted peace. But the irony is that Pakistan, which went begging for peace to the world, because when we heard the Pakistani Prime Minister, even yesterday late evening, it was very clear he was thanking everyone to saving him and saving his country. But now when the Indian Prime Minister responds, and he will respond aptly, not only India, but the world will be watching. You've named those locations, Abhishek, those very critical defense locations which India has completely decimated. And you said, Prime Minister Modi said, mitti mein mila denge, so we have literally done that. At least half a dozen bases of Pakistan, mitti mein mil chuki hain. We have those visual proof of before and after. What they have is a mock. So they don't have any proof. They are fighting a war on social media while we have done what we said. And it's up to them if they don't stop war, because that is something which the country would want to hear. The Prime Minister Modi on, that we are still deterrent on the position of terror, that we will not allow that. And any act of terror will be an act of war. And as far as the Indian politics is concerned, the Indian politicians are confirmed, and especially the opposition leaders. We've heard the Congress party leaders, the Samajwadi, all of them. The Prime Minister can respond to them even later, but today the world is watching. The world wants to listen what Prime Minister Modi says at around 8 p.m. Abhishek, and that is going to be very significant, because once again, ever since India went into a state of war with Pakistan, this is going to be Prime Minister Modi's first statement or first address to the nation. Abhishek.
Well, yes, Aishwarya. And of course, everyone would be looking up to that moment. The nation would want to listen to the Prime Minister. Remember, we effectively went into a war, though of course a ceasefire has been established. But remember, it's still a fluid situation. Our army is saying that they are in a state of operational readiness, that they are ready for missions, as we had it from Air Marshal Bharti just a while back while briefing the nation about the ops that went into the entire process and the Operation Sindhur. And we have heard our Ministry of External Affairs say that the ceasefire holds only if Pakistan holds it. If Pakistan violates the ceasefire, there are going to be consequences. For any violation of a ceasefire from the Pakistani side, there would be double the response. As we heard yesterday, goli ka jawab gole se denge. In fact, Aishwarya, Prime Minister has at every key moment in this entire crisis from April 22 onwards been the key decision maker in terms of giving direction, in terms of setting the contours of India's response and action. Remember, he was in fact in Saudi Arabia when this attack panned out. He was on a visit to Riyadh, and his 2 days of visit was panning out. He cut it short. In few hours he returned and then took charge. The Cabinet Committee on Security that took place, where he said that the forces have to come back to him with whatever options are available in terms of our military response. A diplomatic offensive was launched immediately. Yes. Prime Minister then next day, speaking in Bihar, gave India's clear position that we will go after the terrorists. There was nothing hidden. There was no camouflage. Pakistan knew that we are coming after them, that we are going to hit them. It's just only a matter of military tactic as to where we hit them, when we hit them, but we were coming after them. The Pakistanis still couldn't.
But we hit them where it pains the most, Abhishek. Abhishek, you were just giving us the details. We've hit them where it pains them the most. All of their important air bases, all of their important military bases, all of the places where they were trying to protect their arsenal, we've hit them where it pains them the most. And that is why we saw a desperate Pakistani Prime Minister going to the world, pleading, begging and asking them to request India to agree to the ceasefire. India always wanted peace. India wants peace, and India will want peace in the nation and in this region, but it's up to Pakistan. So this is something, when you have DG ISP are coming out and saying that we are a jihadi country, that we are a jihadi army, that we have a jihadi general, what do you expect? So the problem with India is that though we want peace, but we can't allow them to continue with their terror activities, and that's why we've been unwavered, and we're deterrent on the point that any act of terror will be an act of war. So when Prime Minister comes at around 8 p.m. and addresses the nation, so the people will be watching, not only 140 plus crore Indians, but the world, and especially the Pakistanis, especially Asim Munir and Shahbaz Sharif. He would literally be trembling. He would not want Prime Minister to say something. Do you know what I mean, Abhishek?
Because yes, absolutely. And when the Prime Minister said that mitti mein mila denge, that's exactly what the forces have delivered.
Yes.
We have taken Bahawalpur down, we have taken Muridke down, the Jaish-e-Mohammed and
you name it and they're down, Abhishek.
We have taken Muzaffarabad down, and you of course understand, Aishwarya, the importance of these places, these targets. The fact that we have hit Noor Khan base, which is right there in Islamabad district, Chaklala, and very close to Pakistan's military headquarters, including their special planning division, and it's a very significant organization insofar as Pakistan's military architecture is concerned, and we hit very close to that. And the Prime Minister, of course, Aishwarya, my question to you is, are you expecting that Prime Minister would respond to these political noises that have been coming in? The kind of slanting attacks that have come in, that, oh, Indira Gandhi was different, that this should have continued for longer?
There might be a snide remark, because some counter to these Indian politicians also need to come, because the Indian opposition needs to understand that there is a time to earn political brownie points, and there is a time when you stand firm for the country, irrespective of your partisan politics, and this is exactly the time. As we mentioned, our DGMOs have yet made it clear that we are in a state of 100% alertness. We are in an aggressive formation. The ceasefire had been broken by Pakistan, so there is no effective ceasefire as far as Pakistan is concerned. We've seen that. We have proof of that, and we have press conferences even today. And now when the Prime Minister addresses when the Prime Minister addresses at 8 p.m. or 5 minutes pre or post, we will listen every word to that, because there will be a message to the world, there will be a message to the Indian politicians, there will be a message to the people of the country. Because there was a lot of voices which were coming in from within the country as well, that why did we wait it for 10 days? Now they've got the answer when our DGMOs have come out and categorically stated those places, those critical Pakistani defense installations which you were just naming. We were just planning. We plan well. That is what Prime Minister Modi does. Whether it's an election or it's an attack, he plans and then he delivers. If he promised ki mitti mein mila denge to the 140 crore Indians, he has delivered it, that he has mitti mein milawad Pakistani defense establishment. You name the airbase, Abhishek, and it's down. Not even one drone of theirs, not even one projectile of theirs did our forces allow to penetrate our system. So that's how effective we've been. That's how prepared we were. So when the Prime Minister went out in a rally in Bihar and stated categorically what he said to the world and to the country, he's delivered on that. And the forces have backed him to the most. Because what you need is a political determination and a clear go-ahead to the forces that you plan. And our forces planned it to the core. And we delivered it. Mitti mein mil chuka hai Pakistan.
I have some
That's the reality,
guests with me in the studios, Aishwarya. Thank you so much for joining us in this broadcast. Prime Minister is set to address the nation at 8 p.m. He's doing that after a long gap. And of course, the occasion is such a Pahalgam terror attack, the sorrow and sadness which the women faced had to live or will continue to live because of the cowardice of the terrorists in selecting those men, their husbands. India hitting back with Operation Sindhur in a reminder to what that means for Indian women. And then, of course, our army, our armed forces addressing media and then coming out with the details, damning evidence of the kind of destruction Indian armed forces inflicted on Pakistani assets, both air and ground. And now, of course, the Prime Minister going to address the nation. There have been some questions. I believe Prime Minister decided that he has to personally pick it up and answer. And Colonel Shukla is with us as also Captain UK Devnath. And if I could come to you first, Colonel Shukla, we had that Armed Forces joint press conference in which it became clear that we have also hit Karachi, we have hit Islamabad, we have hit Lahore, we have hit any other part of Pakistan you name which is of military consequence, it has been hit. It's the widest kind of attack that India has carried out on Pakistan since 1971. Colonel Shukla, as Prime Minister, speaks to the nation at 8 p.m. What are your expectations?
See, first thing, we have seen that Operation Sindhur is still going on. It's not over. And second thing, it is just a pause, as we call by the ceasefire. Now we are looking forward, like our mighty of the military might has been established. It has been shown where we want to hit, we have hit without taking any of the backlash from our side. So we are expecting that Prime Minister should be giving us the terms and conditions of the ceasefire, which we are expecting. Yeah. It was announced in a surprise mode. Nobody was expecting that time. So people wants to know, armed forces are eager to know exactly what are the new phase of operations, what is expected from the armed forces, what is expected by the armed public.
Okay, fair enough. Group Captain Devnath, you also think that Prime Minister should be addressing these concerns?
Definitely, there is no doubt that entire nation is looking forward to address by Prime Minister of India. Shri Modi ji has got a very special way of conveying his heart and mind, thought process to people of India. It goes without saying that Operation Sindhur has been a grand success as far as Indian armed forces are concerned. It also shows that Indian armed forces are not only professional, they can achieve the goals and the aims of objectives which are set for them by Government of India. We have destroyed large number of targets within Pakistan. We have photographic and video and electronic evidence to prove that. However, certain political parties will definitely like to politicize it. That government has called off this exercise Sindhur too soon. We must, through your channel, I must convey to people of India that exercise Sindhur, Operation Sindhur continues. And if required, we will hit back at Pakistan in case they dare to violate ceasefire conditions again and again. One more important thing which Prime Minister would like to convey to people of India is that we will not tolerate any terrorist activity by Pakistan in future. He has already said that any terrorist act by Pakistan in future will be treated as an act of war. Definitely, when he said in Hindi that Pakistan ke har goli ka jawab gole se denge, he knows that Indian public will understand his sentiments.
Yeah.
War is still on. Yes.
Yeah, complete your thoughts, sir.
Yeah, war is still on.
Yeah,
Operations are still on. Probably Indian political parties should wait for some more time before they politicize this ceasefire development.
That's a good expectation, Group Captain Devnath. That's a good expectation, and I believe the nation also wants a message of unity and purpose and decisiveness, which Prime Minister, of course, has demonstrated all through this period, having led all the meetings in which those crucial decisions, both military and diplomatic, were taken. And of course, there would be some element of political messaging, given the fact that the opposition has tried to target the government on some aspects of our military response. We take a short break, come back on the other side. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Harsha Chandwani reporting from Punch with my video journalist Gaurav Sahni for Republic TV Nation First.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahachamcha of the United States. Then it switched its allegiance to China, claiming that its friendship with China was higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea, sweeter than honey. Well, that honey has become putrid. The mountains seem to be much lower than was initially thought, and the sea is much shallower than the Pakistanis would like it to be. China got very upset over...
All right, welcome back with the breaking news coming in now that we learned that the DGMO level talks between India and Pakistan will take place at around 5 p.m. That's about in 10 minutes time from now. It's 20 minutes time from now. It's 4:40, and the DGMO talks to take place at 5 p.m. Earlier they were supposed to take place at 12 noon, but there were some issues because of which it got delayed, and now after 5 p.m. we would hear about what transpired. Remember, these talks are essentially to review the ceasefire which was agreed upon between the two sides 48 hours back, and since then what has happened? Have there been violations? What has been the nature of those violations? Whether they constitute end of the ceasefire, whether this is just a pause, whether we need to continue to persist with it, whether we need to call it off and go back to offensive mode. All those aspects are there, and Shravan is going to join us with more details on what is the likely outcome of these talks and where we stand. But coming back to you, Colonel Shukla, these DGMO talks are essentially about ceasefire review. But the fact that we have seen both the days since the ceasefire was announced, Pakistan violating our airspace, you think we should just call it off in these talks?
No, we should not be calling out, because there are a lot of topics which need to be addressed. And DGMO is actually dealing with the operations. So they are the one who are actually on ground. They are deciding the direction of the operation. So when they are coming out, they will be laying down the foundation of the ceasefire terms and conditions. And they are more important, because as the future, if you go in the future, this is the terms and condition will define whether future conflict will take place or not, on what condition and what are the pauses required to be safeguarded. So definitely DGMO is a very important organization, and Army whole strategy will be briefed and concluded in this briefing. I hope so.
All right. So you say talk should happen, and that we should tell them what are our expectations, and then see how the Pakistanis respond or conduct. Though of course the last 2 days it's been not been very promising, and both the days, though of course yesterday with little lesser intensity, both the days Pakistanis have been sending some projectiles. They have sent drones. They have sent some armed drones. And some UAS, as they are called, unidentified aerial systems, not like UAVs. And so obviously Pakistan trying to play some mind games. Hopefully in these DGMO talks it would be told that this far no further, otherwise we can really easily call off the ceasefire, an indication of which has been given at multiple levels by India, where we have said that whether ceasefire holds depends entirely on Pakistan. If they break it, they will have it from us. That's the new normal now, that irrespective of what agreement stands, if there is a kinetic action coming in from Pakistani side, it would be responded to with kinetic military response. Moving on, and that note, on May 9th, when the ceasefire was announced by Donald Trump, Pakistan did what it does best: betray and violate ceasefire. Civilian zones were shelled by the Pakistanis, and this is what the aftermath looks like in Pallanwala sector. Let's take a look.
Just 2 hours after the ceasefire was announced on May 10th, Pakistan violated the agreement.
Gursimran, what's happened? What is your information, Gursimran?
Arnab, there is a ceasefire violation that we can confirm from the sources in the Indian Army as well as the Border Security Force. It has been reported on the international border on the line of control. In the line of control, it is in the Akhnur sector, it is in the Pallanwala sector, in the Sundarbani sector of Rajouri, it is being reported, and so does in the Poonch.
Islamabad made a targeted missile attack on civilian areas in the Pallanwala sector along the line of control. And this is how the aftermath looks like. One of the missiles created a crater nearly 15 feet deep and sent debris flying across homes and fields. The strikes triggered panic in the village.
We are in the Pallanwala area, which is close to the line of control. The area was out of bound for a couple of days, but now has been opened once again. We'll try to speak to some locals here that what has transpired that day. आप मुझे बताइए उस दिन क्या हुआ था?
उस दिन सर ये हुआ था, उसने धोखा किया पाकिस्तान ने, बोल रहा था सीज़फायर हो गया है, वो यही बोल रहा था सीज़फायर बंद कर दिया, पर काम नहीं चलेगा आगे. देखो पानी निकल गया इधर.
At least a dozen houses suffered damage in the blast radius. Walls collapsed, roofs caved in, and everyday life was shattered in seconds. Families were caught completely off guard. The attack came during dinner time, leaving no time to react or take shelter.
At 5 in the evening, the ceasefire came into implementation. But these visuals that have left this house into totally devastation is from the Pallanwala area. And this has happened 8:30 that evening, three and a half hours after the devastation, and 3.5 hours after both the countries agreed that there will be a ceasefire implementation that will take place. But wherever you will see, you will find the traces of destruction that the Pakistani mortars and missiles have brought to this village of the Palawala sector.
The shock of the strike was followed by immediate displacement. Locals fled their homes in fear of more incoming fire. Children and elderly were moved to makeshift shelters. The blast site now lies scarred with charred remnants of homes, broken furniture, and household belongings scattered among the rubble. This wasn't a border skirmish. It was a direct hit on civilian life, delivered hours after a peace agreement was signed. As security forces assess the damage and reinforce positions along the LOC, anger and disbelief simmer in the village that paid the price for a ceasefire that never truly began and that was never truly upheld by Pakistan.
The BrahMos missile, jointly developed by India and Russia, draws its name from the Brahmaputra and Moskva rivers, symbolizing a blend of cultural heritage and strategic cooperation between India and Russia. Its Indian namesake, the Brahmaputra, is linked to Brahma, the Hindu god of creation, aligning the missile symbolically with divine authority, wisdom, and balance. Here are the details.
Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today.
Sharma reporting from Pathankot with my VJ Krishna for Republic. Nation first.
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
And therefore, I would watch the political situation in Pakistan extremely closely. Our digital video team has done a great job and of putting together a very interesting video sequence of Shehbaz Sharif. And there are in that video sequence the statement of Shehbaz Sharif, which was supposed to go at 8 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, eventually went, I think, around 11 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, because the Chinese...
I'm Sharda Natarajan, reporting from Kutch with my Vijay Nandakumar for Republic. Nation first.
Welcome back. A young life cut short at the border. A son, a soldier, now draped in the tricolor. BSF Constable Deepak Chenkham from Manipur, who was critically injured in Pakistani shelling, has made the supreme sacrifice. Today, India bows its head in honor as his family back home waits to see him one last time.
A somber silence hung heavy in the air in Jammu. Today, the tricolour was not just hoisted, it draped the coffin of a hero. BSF Constable GT Deepak Chenkham, just 27 years old, hailing from Manipur, laid down his life in the line of duty. He was admitted to the hospital after sustaining critical injuries in the unprovoked cross-border shelling by Pakistan in the Pura sector. He was among the 8 Jawans wounded in the shelling on May 10th, and despite all efforts, he succumbed to his injuries a day later. This morning, at the BSF Frontier headquarters, BSF Constable Deepak was given a final farewell with full military honours. His comrades stood in silence, saluting the man who stood between them and the enemy's line of fire. Back home in Manipur, grief has cast a long shadow over Constable Deepak Chenkham's village. His family is inconsolable and shattered. Now they await his return in silence, wrapped not in uniform but in tricolour. Nothing can fill the void left behind by a soldier who never made it home alive. Top brass of the BSF laid wreaths. JNK LG Manoj Sinha also paid tribute to the fallen soldier. So did State Minister Satish Sharma, joining Jawans and officers in offering prayers and respect. Deepak's sacrifice is a reminder of the price our sentinels pay, so the rest of us can live in peace. He will now return home to Manipur, not in uniform, but wrapped in the flag he defended till his last breath. Deepak was a son of the soil, a soldier to the very end, a name that will not be forgotten.
This is Rakshita Mishra reporting from Srinagar with video journalist Anup Satsangi for Republic. Nation first.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahachamcha of the United States. Then it switched its allegiance to China, claiming that its friendship with China was higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea, sweeter than honey. Well, that honey has become putrid. The mountains seem to be much lower than was initially thought, and the sea is much shallower than the Pakistanis would like it to be. China got very upset over two things as far as the conflict with India, the ongoing conflict with India is concerned. We are today recording this message on the 11th of May. China first got upset that Pakistan was using Chinese weapons that had never been tested in an actual battle.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Speak, DGMO talks are on, and the nation looking up to that address by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 8 p.m. It's going to be an Operation Sindhur. Let's begin with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi to address the nation at 8 p.m. tonight. This will be PM's first address after Operation Sindhur.
In a dissuasive and deterrent posture, with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing.
India hits back with second round of evidence of Pak badgering. IF confirms engaging targets in Karachi.
पाकिस्तानी सेना ने आतंकवादियों का साथ देना उचित समझा और इस लड़ाई को अपनी लड़ाई बना ली। इस परिस्थिति में हमारी जवाबी कार्यवाही अत्यंत आवश्यक थी और इसमें उनका जो भी नुकसान हुआ वे खुद इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं।
In a joint briefing, DGMO says Pakistan supported terrorists and targeted civilians, whereas India's fight is against terrorism. As per the sources, 20% of Pak Air Force infrastructure destroyed in India's precision strikes. India-Pakistan DGMO level talks scheduled for later in the evening. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will address the nation at around 8 p.m. tonight. This is going to be his first address to the nation after Operation Sindhur. And though of course he has been active on social media, he has been of course leading from the front in terms of India's military and diplomatic response through his meetings which included the Cabinet Committee on Security, which included the Cabinet itself, and of course the security related meetings that he has had with the three service chiefs, with the National Security Advisor, with the Chief of Defence Staff and the Raksha Mantri, the Defence Minister. Apart from that, he has been speaking to world leaders and over the last 48 hours, the way things have changed, I believe he wants to assure the nation that India's political, diplomatic and military objectives most significantly have been achieved and that Pakistan has been taught a lesson, and that we are going to have this as a new normal, with India inflicting damages and costs deep inside Pakistani territory. In fact, it's a first of its kind operation since 1971, when India has gone inside Pakistan, crossed the international border, not just the line of control, which happened during the Balakot air strikes, and hit deep from Karachi to Bahawalpur in Punjab, from Lahore to Islamabad, the economic and financial nerve centers of Pakistan. We have Anurag Shukla, who continues to be with us in the studios. Colonel Shukla, I know we have been discussing this since the story broke of Prime Minister addressing the nation at 8 p.m. You know, after Operation Sindhur and the manner in which we went out after the air bases of Pakistan, it looked like we are very close to destroying Pakistani military capabilities for some time to come. And then suddenly this ceasefire happened day before yesterday. You think that Prime Minister has decided to come and speak to the nation because he wants to clarify the circumstances in which this has happened, and particularly the kind of military objectives that have been achieved and Pakistan made to pay the price?
Surely, you are correctly, Bilkul. Because I've been speaking to my military counterpart at the same time I am speaking to civilian also, and the decision of ceasefire came very abrupt. So we just want to understand, and that there is a need to understand exactly what prompted the ceasefire to exist, and at the same time there was a aura that we were winning. We were actually winning, and it was shown that the Pakistan military has taken a huge hit. Their air defense has been totally destroyed. Their air bases has been destroyed. Our air supremacy has been proved when we were moving ahead. Why and when abruptly this ceasefire was announced? So there is a curiosity among person in uniform, at the same time is civilian also. So there is a need from the horse's mouth, as we say. The Prime Minister need to explain us, and we are looking forward for the same.
Yeah, of course, we are looking forward for the same, and you know, this is the first time Prime Minister is addressing the nation at that hour, 8 p.m. After the COVID period. I mean, that really gives you an idea of the kind of seriousness with which this is being taken, and the manner in which the nation has really gotten involved, the kind of sentiments that were hurt, the angst and the anger that was there post the Pahalgam terror attack. Prime Minister, of course, has made it clear India's policy response action response, military response, diplomatic response, and he of course has, as I said, led from the front. Let me go to Commodore Bikramjit Singh. He's joining us live from outside the studios. Commodore Singh, we had a second round of DGMO, DGAO and DGNO press conference a while back, and I think since you come from the Navy, you know, the naval presentation came out with the most swagger, you know, the manner in which Vice Admiral Pramod really read the riot act to Pakistan: this far, no further. If you do anything beyond this, you would have it. And the manner in which Navy mobilized its resources really in the Arabian Sea, specifically targeting Karachi, I think the nation is really enthused that our naval forces could pin down Pakistan, both its Navy and the Air Force, to make sure that they do not have any misadventure in the southern part of their country.
Yes, Abhishek, very rightly brought out by you. You summed it up very nicely. During the meeting, see, predominantly till now, as we see it, it has been mainly the Air Force at work, because they have been doing retaliatory fires, and we have not even seen the Army, you know, coming up to their full caliber. So Navy, of course, is there, has been deployed, forward deployed. And
your video has your video froze, Commodore Singh. If you can reconnect again, at this time we'll continue the conversation in the studios. Some connectivity issue there with Commodore Singh, and his video has frozen. We were discussing India's naval show of strength, our muscle flexing on the naval front, and that really put paid to any possibility of Pakistan, even in its wildest dreams, escalating things on its southern border and try to, you know, venture out in the seas or target, say, Gujarat or Mumbai. Nothing like that happened, essentially because Indian Navy was fully deployed. Colonel Anurag Shukla, you continue to be with us. Let me take one more comment from you. What another aspect which really came out of these two briefings by the ops heads of our forces is the kind of jointness that's already there. Fantastic manner in which Army, Navy and Air Force have really connected and coordinated their response. How does it work? Like, do they have a joint situation room where they coordinate? Do they talk on phone, and like who talks to whom in terms of getting these coordinated operations going?
Detail cannot be shared here, but believe me, India fights as a one country, and so are our armed forces. If you see, when there was a briefing and they were showing that graph where they show how the air defense system is built from small arms to the highest missile. So all our resources are integrated and they are overlapping. At the same time, joint resources of Air Force and Army and Navy all are overlapping to each other. So there is a joint command. As you see, now we have got a CDS also. So yes, we have a plan, but most of the detail cannot be shared here for the specific reasons.
Okay, so let's go back to those, that press conference and listen to some clips which give an interesting glimpse of the manner in which we have really badgered Pakistan, bludgeoned their military infrastructure and made them known that this time it's a different India you are dealing with. Listen into Air Marshal Bharti. He spoke as a DG Air Force Operations and gave some details.
It is a pity that the Pakistan military chose to intervene and bat for the terrorist, which compelled us to respond in kind. दोस्तों, हमारी लड़ाई आतंकवाद और आतंकवादियों के खिलाफ थी। इसलिए 7 मई को हमने केवल आतंकवादी ठिकानों पर ही हमला किया था। पर अफसोस इस बात का है कि पाकिस्तानी सेना ने आतंकवादियों का साथ देना उचित समझा और इस लड़ाई को अपनी लड़ाई बना ली। इस परिस्थिति में हमारी जवाबी कार्यवाही अत्यंत आवश्यक थी और इसमें उनका जो भी नुकसान हुआ वे खुद इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं। हमारी तरफ से हमारी एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम्स देश के लिए दीवार की तरह खड़ी थी और इसको भेदना दुश्मन के लिए नामुमकिन था।
All right, Commodore Bikramjit Singh is back with us. Commodore Singh, we lost you there for a while, and I don't know if you heard Marshal Bharti talk about terrorists being harbored by Pakistan Army, the way Pakistan Army literally has, taken over and effectively babysits these terrorists and makes their war its own war. You think there was a message by Indian Army that even now Pakistan Army, if it pulls back and let India target the terrorists who are our real culprits, we can let Pakistan Army be? I mean, is that the message, that please give up terrorism, give up terrorists, let us go after these terrorists, then maybe we can have some conversation?
Yes, Abhishek, you're absolutely right. Like, the nexus has been overexposed over and over again many times, and this time we have seen the attendance of senior army officials, their politicians, the clergy at the funeral of one of the terrorists, the high-value terrorists. We all saw it wrapped in Pakistani national flag, given the state honors for a funeral. I think there are no more words can explain it better than that picture. But yes, the nexus, how to separate this, because I feel this is like inseparable. It's like a oil and water kind of mix. They are not going to separate so easily. It has not happened since 47, 48. We've been seeing it, 65, 71, so 99. I mean, you can keep going on. So why this seems to be a good idea, that, okay, you separate out and we will continue our, war against terror, the terrorists, and eliminate them. But I'm not really very sure of the longevity and, of the effectiveness of this approach. And I think we'll have to, because this is not, the history tells us that this only is a temporary measure, lasts for a couple of years, and then kind of history repeats itself. So we are waiting for something new to happen every time the last, we're over with the last incident. Abhishek.
Well, yes, and let's listen to the manner in which let's see how our air defense is really coordinated among each other, the Army, Navy, Air Force, and the way we provided a multi-layer shield effectively against any Pakistani intrusion becoming a success. Listening to Air Marshal Bharti again.
Most of you and the majority populace within the country have had a lot to say about the layered and integrated air defense systems put in place by the Indian Armed Forces, which includes the assets of the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, in addition to the primary air defense assets of the Indian Air Force. As you all are well aware, this robust AD system comprises of a large variety of multi-layered AD sensors and weapon systems, from point defense weapons like the low-level air defense guns, shoulder-fired manpads, and short-range surface-to-air missiles or SAMs, to area defense weapons like the air defense fighters and longer-range surface-to-air missiles within our inventory. Additionally, the numerous waves of drones and unmanned combat aerial vehicles employed by Pakistan were also thwarted by the indigenously developed soft and hard kill counter-US systems and the well-trained Indian air defense personnel. All this was brought together as an efficient and effective AD environment by the Integrated Air Command and Control System, or the ISCCS of the Indian Air Force, which accords us the net-centric operational capability which is vital to modern days warfighting. While much has been said and written about the newer systems, I would like to place on record the performance and efficacy demonstrated by even the older battle-proven AD systems like the Pechora, the OSA AK, and the LLAD guns in countering the Pakistani threat vectors in the current operations. They were all modern generations, but these battle-proven systems stood the test of time and took them on head-on. On May 9th, when the ceasefire was announced by Donald Trump,
The President of the United States. Pakistan did what it does best, betray and violate that ceasefire. Civilian zones were shelled by Pakistan, and this is what the aftermath looks like in Pallanwala sector of Jammu.
Just 2 hours after the ceasefire was announced on May 10th, Pakistan violated the agreement.
Gursimran, what's happened? What is your information, Gursimran?
Arnab, there is a ceasefire violation that we can confirm from the sources in the Indian Army as well as the Border Security Force. It has been reported on the international border on the line of control. In the line of control, it is in the Noor sector, it is in the Pallanwala sector, in the Sundarbani sector of Rajouri, it is being reported, and so does in the Poonch.
Islamabad made a targeted missile attack on civilian areas in the Pallanwala sector along the line of control. And this is how the aftermath looks like. One of the missiles created a crater nearly 15 feet deep and sent debris flying across homes and fields. The strikes triggered panic in the village.
We are in the Pallanwala area, which is close to the line of control. The area was out of bound for a couple of days, but now has been opened once again. We'll try to speak to some locals here that what has transpired that day. आप मुझे बताइए उस दिन क्या हुआ था?
उस दिन सर ये हुआ था, उसने धोखा किया पाकिस्तान ने, बोल रहा था चीज़ फायर हो गया है, वो यही बोल रहा था चीज़ फायर बंद कर दिया पर कम नहीं चलेगा आगे, देखो पानी निकल गया इधर.
At least a dozen houses suffered damage in the blast radius. Walls collapsed, roofs caved in, and everyday life was shattered in seconds. Families were caught completely off guard. The attack came during dinner time, leaving no time to react or take shelter.
At 5 in the evening, the ceasefire came into implementation. But these visuals that have left this house into totally devastation is from the Pallanwala area. And this has happened 8:30 that evening, three and a half hours after the devastation and 3.5 hours after both the countries agreed that there will be a ceasefire implementation that will take place. But wherever you will see, you will find the traces of destruction that the Pakistani mortars and missiles have brought to this village of the Pallanwala sector.
The shock of the strike was followed by immediate displacement. Locals fled their homes in fear of more incoming fire. Children and elderly were moved to makeshift shelters. The blast site now lies scarred with charred remnants of homes, broken furniture, and household belongings scattered among the rubble. This wasn't a border skirmish. It was a direct hit on civilian life, delivered hours after a peace agreement was signed. As security forces assess the damage and reinforce positions along the LOC, anger and disbelief simmer in the village that paid the price for a ceasefire that never truly began and that was never truly upheld by Pakistan.
The BrahMos missile, jointly developed by India and Russia, draws its name from the Brahmaputra and Moskva rivers, symbolizing a blend of cultural heritage and strategic cooperation between the two countries. Its Indian namesake, the Brahmaputra, is linked to Brahma, the Hindu god of creation, aligning the missile symbolically with divine authority, wisdom, and balance.
Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today.
Unwavering at sea, precise in strikes and powered to data, the Indian Navy reinforces its commitment to securing the nation's maritime frontiers. With cutting-edge technology, strategic readiness, and an unshakable spirit, it stands as a formidable force ready to respond, defend, and dominate across the oceans.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahachamcha.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
And therefore, I would watch the political situation in Pakistan extremely closely. Our digital video team has done a great job and of putting together a very interesting video sequence of Shehbaz Sharif. And there are in that video sequence the statement of Shehbaz Sharif, which was supposed to go at 8 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, eventually went, I think, around 11 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, because the Chinese told him to put it on hold. Now, there are three things you need to look at in this video. His eyes are shifty, moving from left to right, like he's taking instructions. This is not normal eye movement. You can get any psychologist or any optometrist, for that matter, to check this out. The second point which comes out is that there are numerous jump cuts. There are jump cuts, ladies and gentlemen, is television lingo for edits. So that speech is not one sequence. There are 12, 13, 15 jump cuts or edits in that sequence.
This is Soumya Jaiswal reporting from Srinagar with my VJ Manish Karakoti for Republic Nation First.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
It's 5:30 and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavan Sen. DGMO talks are underway and we get you to all the details as the second DGMO talks takes place. The hotlines are on. All this and much more, but first let's take you to the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Prime Minister Modi to address the nation at 8 o'clock this evening. This will be Prime Minister's first address after Operation Sindhur.
Deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing.
India hits back with second round of evidence of Pak badgering. IAF confirms engaging targets in Karachi.
आतंकवादियों का साथ देना उचित समझा और इस लड़ाई को अपनी लड़ाई बना ली। इस परिस्थिति में हमारी जवाबी कार्यवाही अत्यंत आवश्यक थी और इसमें उनका जो भी नुकसान हुआ वे खुद इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं।
In the joint briefing, DGMO says Pakistan supported terrorists and targeted civilians, whereas India's fight is against terrorism. Sources suggest 20% of Pakistan Air Force infrastructure destroyed in India's precision strike. India-Pakistan DGMO level talks scheduled today. Hotlines are on. DGMOs of India and Pakistan are on the line. In fact, this meeting was scheduled around noon. We are given to understand it has been rescheduled, and as we speak right now, the DGMO talks between India and Pakistan are underway. We're getting in the latest with regards to what's really happening. In fact, this is the second such talks that are happening between both sides. This comes just after the military pause that has been taken, after the call, the first call that came in from the DGMO requesting India to cease fire. As far as India is concerned, India has made its position very clear. This is a new doctrine, and the doctrine is that no talks beyond the DGMO. In fact, not just that. The discussion basically revolving around two very crucial aspects. One, remember, there is no ceasefire agreement between both sides. There is nothing on paper to suggest how exactly will both the countries move ahead. on the border as far as LC and the international border is concerned. So there is nothing on paper, and as I understand, this is just a military pause. Now, further details, further discussions between both sides are basically happening as to how to take this forward, because there have been multiple ceasefire violations that were reported on the very first day when there was an understanding between India and Pakistan. Let me also go across to my colleague Gopi, who's joining us from outside the Prime Minister's residence. The Prime Minister is going to address the nation around 8 o'clock this evening. First to you, Gopi, with regards to the DGMO talks that are basically underway. We are given to understand that this is primarily to do with what next and how both the countries can have some sort of an understanding and not really a ceasefire agreement.
Well, in fact, these are the second round of talks which are going on between the two countries' DGMO. While what we have learned from our sources is exactly what you've mentioned, they will be deciding on future course of action, what needs to be done. While also we have been witnessing two briefings, back-to-back briefings done by the DGMO of India, and they have in fact provided two sets of evidences in the span of 2 days, where we have seen how the dastardly attack which took life of over 26 civilians, India has in fact given befitting reply with respect to diplomatic as well as military response. A strong response has been given. While the discussions revolved around how India had always targeted terrorists and terrorism, they have, in fact, the DGMO has claimed that Pakistan went a step ahead and they have targeted civilians. So the talks, in fact, revolved around, even the briefings revolved around this. The celebration, in fact, of the precise locations and proper surveying which was done, after which the 9 terrorist infrastructure and outfits were targeted and were devastated in in Pakistan, was also discussed. We will have to wait and watch what level of talks happen between the DGMO as the talk is underway. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Gopi, as she'll be very closely watching all the developments taking place. Let me now quickly take you through why Operation Sindhur is one of the most successful military operation that has been carried out by the Indian Armed Forces. A quick check of all that has happened in the last few days. Let me first begin on the night of 7th May. Unprecedented precision military strikes on 9 terror camps deep inside Pakistan. This strike that has taken place is not just limited to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, but also right inside Pakistan in Punjab province, where terror camps have been demolished. Let's move. Establishment of clear air and land superiority in conventional terms against Pakistan. Remember, we have not crossed our borders. We have carried out the attacks, the precision strikes from our border, ensuring that we can fight deep inside, and not just the Air Force, not just the Air Force and Indian Army, but also the Indian Navy basically in it, calling out the bogey of the nuclear weapons to the point of destroying entire military bases of Pakistan. For all this while, Pakistan has been relying on this nuclear bluff. Today, the nuclear bluff has been called off. The very fact that you have one of the key strategic bases of Pakistan Air Force completely decimated, there is no longer this entire talk. Continuance of all diplomatic measures, including suspension of the Indus Waters Treaty. So there has been no change. Our position is very clear. We are not interested in any talks. This is a military pause, an understanding that has taken place, but all the decisions that have been taken, suspending the Indus Water Treaty, put it on abeyance. Not just that, the High Commission, remember the staff members there has also been reduced. All of this and much more, all of it stays now. Significant damage to the Pakistani economy as well as the military establishment. The very fact that F-16s, JF-17s have been brought down, it basically costs them a lot. The very fact that their radar systems have collapsed, all that put together, Pakistan is headed for a tough time. The first real-time kinetic action experience for the Indian Armed Forces in 25 years against an aggressive enemy. In fact, Since 1971, this is the first time that we have basically entered and carried out deep, precise strikes. The coming together of entire nation as one, including the unity among the political class. Remember, after the dastardly attack in Pahalgam, everyone came together, supporting the government for what the nation has been asking for. Give a decisive blow to Pakistan. Now that's exactly what they've been saying. The most significant change in the military doctrine, where any further terrorist attack now will by default be considered as an act of war. This is the message that the Prime Minister has sent out. This is our new doctrine dealing with Pakistan. In fact, this was something that was reiterated by the Director General of Military Operation in the second briefing that took place. Listen in to what Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai had to say.
जो दुर्दशा कल आपने पाकिस्तान एयरफील्ड्स की देखी और शायद आज भी एयर मार्शल भारती की प्रेजेंटेशन में, हमारी एयरफील्ड्स हर प्रकार से ऑपरेशनल हैं। यही नहीं, पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स और वेपनाइज्ड यूएवीज से की गई हमलावर कोशिशें भी इस ग्रिड के कारण नाकाम हुई और जो बचे कुचे ड्रोन्स थे उन्हें हमारे शोल्डर फायर्ड हथियारों से मार गिराया गया। मैं यहां पर अपनी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स की भी सराहना करना चाहता हूं। उनके डायरेक्टर जनरल साहब से लेकर बॉर्डर पर तैनात बीओपी पर पहरा देने वाले आखिरी जवान भी हमारे इस अभियान में बढ़ चढ़कर शामिल हुए और बहुत बहादुरी से उन्होंने हमारा साथ दिया। उनके काउंटर अनार्म्ड सिस्टम्स भी हमारे इस मल्टी टियर्ड एयर डिफेंस ग्रिड का हिस्सा थे, जिसके कारण पाकिस्तान की नापाक हरकतों का विनाश किया गया। आपने सुना ही होगा, जब हौसले बुलंद हों तो मंजिलें भी कदम चूमती हैं। In the end, I would like to highlight again that in every single domain that Operation Sindhur has been prosecuted, there has been absolute synergy between the three services. Not only have we, in this endeavor, been fully supported by our government, departments and agencies, I cannot here not mention our 140 crore countrymen that have stood behind us with their prayers and goodwill, urging and inspiring us to achieve our mission and objectives. For that, we salute you. You are indeed the best. Jai Hind.
On the 9th of May, key air bases in Pakistan was decimated, razed to the ground. But two significant air bases, one was the Jacobabad Air Base and the other, Sargodha Air Base. We are now getting you details of what really happened on 9th of May when India carried out the big attack. And when I say the big precision attack, it's because India decided to use the supersonic BrahMos missile to demolish Jacobabad Air Base. In fact, now the assessment that has been made by our intelligence agencies basically indicates that 20% of the Pakistani air infrastructure has been completely demolished. Tonight, we are getting you the before and after pictures of what really happened in Jacobabad. The very fact that the air hangar was destroyed, the ATC towers have been destroyed, there are munition damage that we are really looking at the roof. Now, these images will actually tell you the clear picture. What really happened before and what really happened after. Shehbaz Air Base in Jacobabad, and the very fact that several of the squadrons have now taken a hit. And not just Jacobabad, also in Sargodha and Nur Khan Base. There too, remember, the airstrips have been destroyed. Now, this is the before picture of Shehbaz Air Base, which is in Jacobabad, and this airbase was struck with the BrahMos missile. We are basically looking at a missile which cannot be detected by the Pakistanis. That was basically used, and this is just one side of the airbase that has been damaged. What we are being told by our sources that inside the damage is way more than one can imagine. And that is exactly what the Prime Minister had indicated, that this time the punishment of Pahalgam attack would be unimaginable. And that's exactly what is happening. With several of these images now coming together, it's become abundantly clear that they will take some time before they can even get up on their feet and carry out any operation. The very fact that what you're basically looking at with airstrips damaged, with the radar system being damaged, with several of their hangars being damaged, several of places where the UAVs were basically used by the Pakistanis, that has been damaged. We are also being told that in Bholari Air Base, about 50 deaths have taken place, which also includes their airmen, their squadron leaders. They have been killed in the targeted attack that has taken place. Apart from Bholari, we are also being told that the radar system and the air defense system in Karachi, Islamabad, Rawalpindi, these are places where the air defense has now taken a massive hit, which means that even today, as we speak, several cities in Pakistan remain extremely vulnerable. And that is the reason why this has been the message to the Pakistanis, that one cannot continue with what they have been doing all this while. On your screens right now, once again, exclusive images of Jacobabad Air Base before and after. That's the image that you see right now, which is the current situation in Jacobabad. We also have images of the other air bases. If we can take some of those pictures for all of you to get an idea of the extent of damage that has been inflicted upon the Pakistanis. And if you take a look at it, one gets a clear idea that in several places. Now, this is not from the Rahim Air Base, but this is coming in from Bahawalpur. In fact, this is the damage that is on your screens right now. This is the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base, which has been demolished. And take a look at it. The crater that has been formed here. Rahim Yar Khan Air Base also has several squadrons. We are being told that some of them happen to be the JF-17 and some of it happens to be the F-16s, which have also been destroyed. Now, I'm going to show you the satellite imagery of Noor Khan. Noor Khan, as you can see right now on your screens, the extent of damage that has taken place. And I'm going to be a little bit more specific with regards to the post-strike image right now on your screens. What you can see are the areas that have been damaged. The target area is basically the roof that you can look at. The airbase facility has sustained considerable damage. There are trucks that have been there. At least 2 trucks in that area has sustained major damage there. Pakistan's drone debris can also be seen here. The target area, see inset, that's the post-strike image right now on your screen. And the airbase facility has taken a huge damage. Now let's take you through what's happened in Jacobabad. In Jacobabad also, if you see, there is a munition impact roof damage. There's a considerable damage to the hangar. The ATC has also taken a hit, the ATC tower and a secondary building just next to Jacobabad. Now let's also move to Sargodha. The Sargodha happens to be one of the most fortified air base. There on the runway, you can clearly see the damage that has been inflicted upon. And now let's move to Chaklala. Chaklala has also seen a major hit. Here the air defense system has actually taken a hit. The tower on which the air defense was actually mounted, those have also taken a major hit here. Now, all this Chaklala airfield, that is basically the Noor Khan airfield that has taken the operation center. The operation center of the airfield had taken a hit. It's the before and after image right now. That's the image now coming in. So you've got a clear understanding of how the damage has taken place. Now, let me take you through how the Pakistanis have essentially dealt with the situation. What was their so-called counter-strike? Their counter-strike was basically against civilians. In fact, when the Indian army has basically targeted terror infrastructure in Pakistan, we have taken utmost care to ensure that there are no civilian deaths. Civilians are not targeted. We have only targeted the terror facilities. And when Pakistan was trying to attack us, we ensured that their military bases are all becoming redundant. This report will actually tell you as to what the Pakistanis are up to.
When there was intense mortar shelling from the side of Pakistan from 6th till 9th of May, and right now what we see here is that army personnel are here and they are using the equipment like telescopic manipulator and the deep metallic detector as well to locate the shells, because now those shells will be located and the metallic detector works till 1 meter below the ground, and telescopic manipulator, the equipment which can be seen here which the personnel are using, this entire telescopic manipulator will be placed in a distance where the shell will be found and then it will explode, and therefore this entire area have also been vacated and the army personnel have taken over this entire area. We see almost 15 to 20 army personnel in their gears right now. The army personnel has also wore the gear who will be using the metal detector to exactly found the shell where the shell had dropped from the side of the Pakistan, because this entire area was immensely impacted and affected. There's a civilian area, there's a Rajouri area, the civilian area where several shells were dropped. There's an open ground, but yes, there were several destruction, devastation in the Rajouri area as well. Civilians' houses were burnt and there were casualties also reported earlier. But how this entire equipment work, like telescopic manipulator and metal detector, how it works, it's very interesting to know, because the entire area has to be vacated and also the shell has to be found. Also, army places it in such a way that it will not be diffused, but the shell wherever it has dropped and not exploded, it will be exploded. And that's the reason how we see the body gear and the head gear which is now worn by an army personnel, who will now go with a metal detector and see exactly which part of this ground exactly shell is placed at. Then this telescopic manipulator will be kept at a short distance, and with a short distance only the shell will be made to explode. So this is how this thing works, and also we'll show you in the other round as well, the other vantage as well, where army personnel are putting up sand, because that is the place where exactly the shell will explode, so that there's no destruction of the nearby houses, because we see a temple behind it and a civilian residence as well. This was all impacted during the time of shelling from the side of Pakistan, and this should not happen when the bomb is to be destroyed. And that is the reason why this entire area is to be made in such a way. And if we can ask, and this entire operation, the entire search of the shell, which is right now on our camera screen, which could be seen that how visually it works and how important it is for army personnel as well to wear entire gear. There's a bottom gear, there's a up gear, and there's a head gear as well, completely controlled so that they should not harm the army personnel as well. When the metal detects the shell in any part of this ground, so because there are many places where the shell was dropped and also the shell didn't explode, and now there are several places which have been completely evacuated by the civilians for this operation which now the army personnel are conducting along with Jammu and Kashmir police. And this is how it works, all the operation on our camera screen. As part of the operation, it's now becomes very much important, because right now shelling is not happening. So this particular time space, the personnel have in different places in Rajouri to actually explode the remaining shells. So now there is the sound of the explosion which was seen. This is a shell which is now exploded after the operation by the army personnel which was carried out, and now finally the shell which was found 2 feet below the ground has finally exploded. And as an operation, the army alerted us 3 to 4 minutes beforehand, before the shell exactly exploded, and the intensity of the shell could also be heard and seen in the visuals as well. This was the area earlier we were standing 50 meters ahead from where we are right now, and in this place only there are 7 to 8 shells which have not exploded. The first shell has now exploded by the operation which was carried out by army personnel, but the intensity could be seen, that how heavy the impact of the shell was, which was unexploded when it was dropped by the Pakistan during the night of 8th and the 7th as well at several places in Rajouri. The Rajouri area was highly impacted as well, but now the smokes could clearly be seen in the sky, and that's how the operation was carried out. This is Harsha along with video journalist Gaurav reporting for Republic TV from Rajouri district.
A lot has been spoken about the Indian Army as well as the Indian Air Force as far as their role in Operation Sindhur is concerned. But the silent killer has been the Indian Navy. Take a look as to how the Indian Navy forced the Pakistanis in one area, bottled up.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the aftermath of the cowardly attacks on innocent tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir by Pakistani-sponsored terrorists on 22nd April, the Indian Navy's carrier battle group, surface forces, submarines and aviation assets were immediately deployed at sea with full combat readiness in concert with the joint operation plan of the Indian Defence Forces. You may be aware that we tested and refined tactics and procedures at sea during multiple weapon firings in the Arabian Sea within 96 hours of the terrorist attack. The aim was to revalidate our crew, armament, equipment and platform readiness to deliver various ordnance on selected targets precisely. Thereafter, our forces remained forward deployed in the Northern Arabian Sea in a dissuasive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing. The forward deployment of the Indian Navy compelled Pakistani naval and air units to be in a defensive posture, mostly inside harbors or very close to the coast, which we monitored continuously. The Indian Navy maintained seamless maritime domain awareness throughout the duration and was entirely aware of the location and movement of Pakistani units. In effect, we had and continue to have good battle space transparency using our maritime domain awareness grid. As you are aware, our response has been measured, proportionate, non-escalatory, and responsible from day one. Accordingly, the calibrated approach considered all options, including the ability of the Indian Navy for offensive action from and at sea. As part of this escalation control mechanism, the application of force by the Navy was planned in a synchronized manner in coordination with the Army and Air Force, the highlight being teams from the three services working closely in an integrated manner. Along with the kinetic actions by the Indian Army and Indian Air Force, the overwhelming operational edge of Indian Navy at sea contributed towards Pakistan's urgent request for a ceasefire yesterday. As we speak, Indian Navy remains deployed at sea in a credible deterrent posture to respond decisively to any inimical action by Pakistan or Pakistan-based terrorists. Thank you.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahachamcha of the United States. Then it switched its allegiance to China, claiming that its friendship with China was higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea, sweeter than honey. Well, that honey has become putrid. The mountains seem to be much lower than was initially thought, and the sea is much shallower than the Pakistanis would like it to be. China got very upset over two things as far as the conflict with India, the ongoing conflict with India is concerned. We are today...
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
What exactly has happened, because the question in all of your mind is what has happened and what is likely to happen. So I want to begin by saying that to get a sense of what has happened, you must have a complete picture of what has happened. You have been getting the news on television, but there are a lot of small details which you may not be getting on television. So it's important to come on the digital medium and share those details with you. Because sometimes what happens is on television, we don't get the time, we don't get the context. There's a discussion or debate that is going on, and then those small details which come later after the live coverage get lost in the period of the live coverage. So this video is very important for you to get a complete picture of what has happened in the last 48 hours. Now, therefore, this video starts with the early morning of 10th May. Early morning means very early in the hours on 10th May. So you will remember, viewers, on 9th of May, on the previous night, again around 8:30, right up to about 2 o'clock in the morning, we were under a series of these drone attacks. There were two kinds of drones which were sent by Pakistan. These are Turkish drones. They were either what are called surveillance drones, or these were armed drones. The armed drones carry a payload anywhere between 2 to 5 kilograms. You know, they can have some debilitating effect. They can cause damage. Now, those drone attacks that happened on the intervening 9th and 10th of May had led to some civilian injuries. We saw visuals from like this which came in from Firozpur, where there were injuries. When the drone lands, it's near a car, and people were getting very angry that what is Pakistan doing and what is our government doing? At this point of time, we have to decide how far to escalate and to which way to escalate. It is in this period that a very important decision was taken by Narendra Modi in consultation with the three service chiefs, the Chief of Defence Staff, the Defence Minister, and of course NSA Doval, that we have to climb up the escalation ladder. So what happens is, by this time, you will remember, we have already made Pakistan quite vulnerable because we have destroyed the air defence systems of Lahore the previous night. Then the big decision happens that it is time to deploy the BrahMos. The BrahMos missile is the most important part of our missile arsenal in the country. It had originally been developed by India and Russia, and it is called the BrahMos, and it is considered to be parallel to what is called the Brahmastra, which is known for devastating power. And it's a power which is used only under dire circumstances. When you're really under challenge and you want to immobilize the enemy, what do? You deploy the BrahMos. The BrahMos missile has great speed. It travels between 2.8 to 3 Mach, that many times the speed of sound. It travels in a very high velocity. And the most dangerous part about the BrahMos for Pakistan is Pakistan has no ability to detect the BrahMos. In fact, there has been what I believe an operation earlier to test the radar catching ability of the Pakistanis vis-a-vis the BrahMos. So in March, if I'm not mistaken, in March 2022, there was an incident, and I'm giving you the full background here because my idea is to share all the knowledge with you in this particular video. In March 9th, 2022, an incident had happened where this same supersonic cruise BrahMos missile had been launched, quote-unquote, accidentally from Ambala in Haryana. It flew 100 kilometers over Indian territory and went over 130 kilometers or so into Pakistani territory, and it landed in a place called Mia Channu in the Punjab province, and the Pakistani radar failed to detect it at any stage of this whole operation because it goes so fast. And the BrahMos missile is such a missile that it can fly at a 10-meter height from the ground. It can also fly at a 15-meter height from the ground. So it cannot be found. At that time, the Pakistanis did a press conference. The Indians had become so technologically advanced that the BrahMos came into their territory and they couldn't find it. Anyway, now to cut the long story short, somewhere I believe between 9th night and 10th morning, the critical decision was taken by the Modi government that let's go ahead and hit the command structures of Pakistan, of their avionics. And I had come on air the next morning saying, and we showed you the video, that precision strikes, this has been the third range of strikes on Pakistan had happened, and I named the air bases. I named Pakistan Air Force Base Rafiki, visuals of that, Pakistan Air Force Base in Murid, Pakistan Air Force Base in Rahim Yar Khan, Pakistan Air Force Base in Sukur, and Pakistan Air Force Base in Chunian. But most importantly of all of these Air Force bases, the most important from a Pakistani perspective was the Pakistan Air Force Base in Noor Khan, Rawalpindi, which is known as the Chalala Air Base of Pakistan. Now this is the most important air base of Pakistan. It basically is the whole strategic center of their avionics and logistics. These were all a number of strikes, and then later there were additional strikes confirmed in places like Jacobabad, in Bholari, in Skardu. All these strikes that we have carried out this time, we know where to hit in Pakistan. Because you see, we have done a very detailed intelligence assessment, which means we've got signal intelligence, we've got interception intelligence, And we have human intelligence. We have a lot of people in Pakistan giving us the information. So we know where their basic, most important Air Force installations are. When Chaklala was hit near Rawalpindi, that is when the Pakistanis got extremely nervous. Extremely nervous. I don't know whether we already hit their nuclear infrastructure or we were about to hit their nuclear infrastructure, but the fact was that the Pakistanis felt that we were minutes away from striking their nuclear command and control assets. And this is all that Pakistan has got left, their nuclear command and control assets. You see, viewers, Pakistan has been presenting itself to the world as the center of the Islamic bomb, the Islamic nuclear infrastructure of the world, and it wants to sell its wares to countries like Iran or any other countries, whatever. The fact of the matter is, there was an immediately nervous Pakistani response and calls to Washington went. We at that time had intercepted all the high-end, high-alert communications. Pakistani military networks were under our watch, and they said that they need to intervene. And then the Pakistanis urgently, this happens by now by the early morning of 9, the Pakistani urgently called the US and say to the US that we are going to be under attack and our nuclear installations are going to be under attack. And J.D. Vance's office communicates something to the effect like something important has happened. This is a message that's going around that something important has happened, which is necessitating a very immediate American intervention. So there was basically a threat that was put out. I wouldn't even use the word threat, nuclear alert which was put out by Pakistan. Washington said we will intervene directly, and then they told Islamabad that you have to go, you have to try and de-escalate, you have to call the Indians, you have to use the hotlines which exist. You have existing hotlines which are going on between your militaries. Use the hotlines and go to India. There was some initial resistance. The Pakistanis wanted Americans to intervene. America told Pakistan directly intervene, and at 3:35 on our time, Indian Standard Time, the Pakistani Director General Military Operations, then Major General Kashif Abdullah, he makes an urgent and immediate phone call to Lieutenant General Rajiv Ghai, who is the Indian Director General of Military Operations. Later, this call gets confirmed by the Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri during his press conference. This is effectively a informal laying down of arms that the Pakistanis have done. They've said, we don't want to be hit more, we want a ceasefire. Now, India is clear at that time. There is no third party. If you're hearing Donald Trump make claims about solving a 1,000-year-old dispute now, and that he is going to work his phones to solve a 1,000-year-old Kashmir dispute, etc., it is simply Donald Trump overplaying his card. You saw my first angry reaction when Donald Trump issued the press release at 5:30 on Truth Social. I will talk about that also later. But I still believe that we must accept that while the Americans have simply nudged, or rather some people say instructed, some people say ordered the Pakistanis to contact the Indians, the Pakistanis were told to contact the Indians directly, which they did. They laid down their arms, and then that's where there is a little bit of a slip up, because Donald Trump should have released his comment or his Truth Social comment after the statement from the Indian side, but Donald Trump, being Donald Trump, went and made a press release at 5:30 p.m. Now, why did Donald Trump issue out the press release? Why was it made to look like America has negotiated the settlement? Well, because America wanted it to look like America had negotiated the settlement. That was a very important day for Donald Trump. He was expecting to be seen as the author of 2 major ceasefires. Back-channel work was going on by the White House to get Putin to agree to a ceasefire with Ukraine, and back-channel talks were going on, and Donald Trump then felt that if India and Pakistan also agree to a ceasefire of sorts, then it will be a diplomatic coup for him. The Ministry of External Affairs statement was preempted by Donald Trump, and immediately a very relieved Foreign Minister of Pakistan put out this tweet in which he profusely thanked the Americans. After all of this, you saw a very brief statement come out from the Indian side confirming the ceasefire. Remember, it was only a 3-4 lines of a statement from the Indian side. It was not very detailed. No questions were taken, which means we were being reactive rather than setting the agenda. So there was a little bit of a communication gap going on at this point of time. And Now the input which I wish to share with you, I have it from my very, 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 very reliable sources, ladies and gentlemen, and all of yesterday I kept speaking to my sources, and in this notebook I have made some very extensive notes of what happened after the ceasefire. So what happened after the ceasefire? Announcement was made by Donald Trump and the statement of the Pakistanis thanking the Americans profusely. The Chinese got very irritated, they were very angry. The Chinese told the Pakistanis very strongly, a phone call was made to Shehbaz Sharif, that this is an act of diplomatic transgression by you. You are being seen to be too much with the Americans on the American side, and you have denied us any role, whereas we are the ones who are investing in the CPEC in Balochistan area, and we continue to support you. We have issued a statement, and a statement was issued yesterday by the Chinese confirming that they will stand by the independence and sovereignty of Pakistan. That was seen to be a statement that was aimed at letting Pakistan harden its position. But you see, Pakistan had allowed the involvement of the Americans and gone on to the American side. What happens, interestingly, is after the phone call with the Chinese and between the Chinese and the Americans, the ceasefire violations start. When do the ceasefire violations start? Yesterday. Anywhere between 6:30 and 7:30. By 7:30 to 7:45 to 8:30, that is on the 10th of May, there is news of extensive ceasefire violations. And first it comes, of course, there are reports from Poonch Rajouri side, and then there is Samba which gets recorded, and then after some time we hear of explosions being heard in Srinagar. They were not explosions, they were our air defense artillery, which Omar Abdullah referred to in this tweet, which were basically firing away. Sounds like explosions. These were our ADA systems taking on the drones that were coming in from the Pakistani side. And then it was reported in Rajasthan, there was blackouts in Ambala, and then it was reported in Jaisalmer that there had been some kind of a missile transgression, and finally it was reported in Bhuj. So our entire western sector became very active, and despite no official confirmation from the government sources, I am very proud that the Indian media put out the news about these violations of the ceasefire by the Pakistanis. Did the violation of the ceasefire by the Pakistanis happen on Chinese instructions? We can't say. Did the Chinese egg on the Pakistanis to transgress the border, to transgress the LOC, to keep the situation hot? We can't say. But one thing is clear, the Chinese were very irritated, extremely angry and upset that Pakistan had sort of moved across more or less to the American side. Interestingly here, you see, we have our own back channel going on at that time, and NSA Doval spoke to Wang Yi, the foreign minister of China, and there were statements put out on all sides. So by now it became a big power game. India and China talking to each other. Wang Yi speaking to NSA National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. Both issue a statement, and then almost by default, within an hour, you see the ceasefire violations, the number go down. By 10 o'clock, there was again contact established with the Pakistanis, with maybe the Pakistanis being nudged a little bit by the Chinese to stop the ceasefire violations, and a fresh attempt at enforcing the ceasefire happens effective 10:30 p.m. on the night of the 10th of May. Now this is the entire sequence of happens, and that fragile ceasefire continues as of this moment. But nobody should question whether the ceasefire happened. You see, it's very easy to blame the media. Media is hyping up things. It's not true. You see these visuals from Jaisalmer this morning, where you have the missile that came in from the Pakistani side being exploded, and these visuals prove it, that yes, the ceasefire did happen. There is enough debris on the ground to prove that there was another round of ceasefire which happened. A few things before I summarize this video. A, there is nothing called a formal ceasefire from the Indian side. All that we have said is that there is, as of now, there is no open, active situation from our side. That does not mean we are committed to an indefinite ceasefire. This will be subject to review constantly. Second point, the Pakistanis were very close to having their nuclear installations attacked. And if you go after the nuclear installations, the Pakistanis realized, and government sources also telling me, that India was very ready for yet another round of strikes, and we had everything on our target. We had Pakistan's energy infrastructure, Pakistan's economic infrastructure, and what the government calls Pakistan's deeper strategic infrastructure, which is an euphemism for their nuclear facilities. So if this had gone on for any longer, given the interceptions we have from the Pakistani side, it was very clear that it is not just the Pakistani fear that their nuclear installations would be targeted. It was a very real possibility that their nuclear infrastructure would have been targeted. So as of now, I continue to believe that we have the upper hand. We are also very cognizant of the fact that the Pakistani internal politics is not stable. You have seen videos like this, where Shahid Khattak, the Pakistani member of parliament, called Nawaz Sharif a coward, a person who does not have the courage to take Narendra Modi's name, a buzdil, a kair, and also a gidar. Now, these are not ordinary statements. You've also seen videos of Pakistani politicians crying in parliament. You saw the video of Major Tahir Iqbal, who was seen in tears in the Pakistani parliament, and he says that I pray that Allah protects the Pakistanis. There was a sense of helplessness. You've also seen the audio statement of a Pakistani former air marshal after the round of BrahMos strikes, where he says, we are rattled. We have nothing to defend ourselves with. Now, regardless of how much propaganda the Pakistani intelligence establishment, ably led by Hamid Mir, who is a shameless Pakistani journalist, who despite being targeted and the ISI tried to kill him, is a loyal bootlegger of the Pakistani intelligence establishment, despite whatever they put out there. The reality is that Pakistan was hit. They lost all their defenses. Their internal polity is up in arms. And therefore, I would watch the political situation in Pakistan extremely closely. Our digital video team has done a great job of putting together a very interesting video sequence of Shehbaz Sharif. And there are in that video sequence the statement of Shehbaz Sharif, which was supposed to go at 8 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, eventually went, I think, around 11 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, because the Chinese told him to put it on hold. Now, there are three things you need to look at in this video. His eyes are shifty, moving from left to right, like he's taking instructions. This is not normal eye movement. You can get any psychologist or any optometrist, for that matter, to check this out. The second point which comes out is that there are numerous jump cuts. There are jump cuts, ladies and gentlemen, is television lingo for edits. So that speech is not one sequence. There are 12, 13, 15 jump cuts or edits in that sequence, which means Shehbaz Sharif stopped and started and stopped and started and stopped and started, was being instructed. It was like reading a film script, and it was like an actor being told to put out a performance, and that performance was a very ineffective performance. So I believe he put out that statement under pressure from the army, because there are 3 or 4 references to Asif Munir, and to the greatness of Asif Munir. And I would therefore not be wrong in my assessment that Shehbaz Sharif and the civilian establishment in Pakistan is at its weakest ever. We will have to watch what happens with Asif Munir. Another thing we should watch out for is whether Asif Munir, who has now been strengthened by the Pakistani Supreme Court with new powers that allows him to arrest Pakistani civilians under military rules, will use these newly acquired powers against the politicians or the ruling establishment of Pakistan, who would be aware of his enhanced powers and his enhanced control and use abilities today within the power establishment of Pakistan. So, ladies and gentlemen, will there be a coup in Pakistan? I don't know. I am of a firm view there is an effective coup, and we must look at Pakistan from that perspective. What about us? Is this over? It's not over. The Air Force has put out a statement today saying Operation Sindhur is on. Every reference to Operation Sindhur is in an ongoing context. And that is important. Therefore, it is an ongoing context. It's like a volcano, from an active phase to a dormant phase, but not in a passive phase yet. So the situation is very dormant. We will all have to be very clear and cognizant of that present and ever-present danger that the situation presents to all of us. The Prime Minister has not put out a final statement yet, which means the Prime Minister is waiting and watching every single thing that is going on along the border. And even this morning, he has had a big, long meeting with the CDS, with the Raksha Mantri and others. We will have to do a clear and close assessment of our strategic communication, our global outreach, and our overall security, internal and external security apparatus, which includes influence, communications, media, outreach, and global presence. It will all have to be done as a part of the constant relook at where we are placed. We are moving from being a middle power to a great power. Towards being a great power, there are lessons in all of this. I also believe at some point, I'm sure the Foreign Ministry will issue a statement contradicting what Donald Trump has said, to put a little bit of a wet towel over his grand expectations that he is going to be a global peacemaker. Why did Donald Trump issue the statement yesterday? Because he was not getting the concession that he wanted from Putin, and he needs a desperate role to be seen to be handling and organizing ceasefires in different parts of the world. Have we handed him one? Not yet. Have the Pakistanis given us a ceasefire? Yes, because they cannot take on the might of India. They cannot take on the might of India. There are no two ways of looking at it. Their economy is crumbling. They've got an IMF additional bailout of 1 billion. But what is 1 billion when compared to the 140, 150 billion that they owe to the world? They don't even have reserves of 10 billion. And with this kind of a situation, they can't even cover 2 months of imports. The kind of expenses they would have incurred in the last 2 or 3 weeks would easily shave off about $500 million from there. So Pakistan is in a very precarious state, and all viewers watch very closely what happens in Balochistan, because in Balochistan the visuals that are coming in are showing an all-out assault. I am told that 4/5 or almost all the national highways of Balochistan are now blocked. And therefore the world will keep a close watch on Balochistan. While we speak about POK, it is Balochistan which is even more vulnerable. And Balochistan is imploding. And that is why Pakistanis needed a ceasefire. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my assessment of the situation right now. I hope it has been of use to you. And I look forward to coming back to you for more and more analysis here on the live updates on Republic Digital.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते, जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahachamcha of the United States. Then it switched its allegiance to China, claiming that its friendship with China was higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea, sweeter than honey. Well, that honey has become putrid. The mountains seem to be much lower than was initially thought, and the sea is much shallower than the Pakistanis would like it to be. China got very upset over two things as far as the conflict with India, the ongoing conflict with India is concerned. We are today recording this message on the 11th of May. China first got upset that Pakistan was using Chinese weapons that had never been tested in an actual battle. Those weapons were exposed as useless metallic stuff. Probably some kabadiwala will buy it. So they got very, very upset. The second thing is, in his speech, the badmash who calls himself Sharif kept saying, Uncle Donald Trump, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. He thanked everybody. He thanked his own army chief by name. He did not thank China enough. He didn't say we would have died without China. We couldn't exist without China. So China was very upset. On the other hand, what does America want? America is not used to being number two. It wants to be number one. China wants to replace America as number one. Now, China tried to broker a deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia not too long ago. It lasted for around 10 minutes. They tried to do something similar between Ukraine and Russia. It lasted less than 5 minutes. Because if you wish to be a mediator, the two sides concerned have to be willing to be mediated. They have to accept your good offices, and that is based on trust. Nobody trusts China. On the other hand, United States, despite people talking about its decline, is still the preeminent knowledge power of the world. Very strong economic power, still has a very strong military. So people would much rather trust the United States than they would China. Therefore, Pakistan today is caught in a cleft stick. It doesn't know whether it should get angry with the United States, ignore what Donald Trump is saying, in which case Donald Trump is going to clobber them. In his first term, one of his first tweets was that Pakistan has been cheating us, deceiving us, we've given billions of dollars, and all they've given us is terrorism. It doesn't want to be in a similar situation again. On the other hand, without China, they are pretty much...
Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we unmask the Pakistani generals. We also tell you the inside story of how the Indian Navy cornered the Pakistan. And not just that, meet the man who built the BrahMos.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
And therefore, I would watch the political situation in Pakistan extremely closely. Our digital video team has done a great job and of putting together a very interesting video sequence of Shehbaz Sharif. And there are in that video sequence the statement of Shehbaz Sharif, which was supposed to go at 8 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, eventually went, I think, around 11 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, because the Chinese told him to put it on hold. Now, there are three things you need to look at in this video. His eyes are shifty, moving from left to right, like he's taking instructions. This is not normal eye movement. You can get any psychologist or any optometrist, for that matter, to check this out. The second point which comes out is that there are numerous jump cuts. There are jump cuts, ladies and gentlemen, is television lingo for edits. So that speech is not one sequence. There are 12, 13, 15 jump cuts or edits in that sequence, which means Shehbaz Sharif stopped and started and stopped and started and stopped and started, was being instructed. It was like reading a film script, and it was like an actor being told to put out a performance, and that performance was a very ineffective performance. So I believe he put out that statement under pressure from the army, because there are 3 or 4 references to Asif Munir, and to the greatness of Asif Munir. And I would therefore not be wrong in my assessment that Shehbaz Sharif and the civilian establishment in Pakistan is at its weakest ever. We will have to watch what happens with Asif Munir. Another thing we should watch out for is whether Asif Munir, who has now been strengthened by the Pakistani Supreme Court with new powers that allows him to arrest Pakistani civilians under military rules, will use these newly acquired powers against the politicians or the ruling establishment of Pakistan, who would be aware of his enhanced powers and his enhanced control and use abilities today within the power establishment of Pakistan. So ladies and gentlemen, will there be a coup in Pakistan? I don't know. I am of a firm view there is an effective coup, and we must look at Pakistan from that perspective.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching From the Front with me, Rajnath Mishra, reporting from Srinagar, and we'll have our network reporters all across the front lines reporting, telling you the latest updates that are coming in. Remember, there is an important meeting that has happened, India-Pakistan DGMOs talks that have happened. We'll tell you the details on that, and also the countdown to Prime Minister's address this evening has begun. But first, let us tell you all the top stories of the day that we've tracked for you. Prime Minister Modi to address the nation at 8 p.m. today. This will be Prime Minister's first address after Operation Sindhur.
In a dissuasive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing.
India hits back with second round of evidence of Pakistan badgering. Indian Air Force confirms engaging targets in Karachi.
कि पाकिस्तानी सेना ने आतंकवादियों का साथ देना उचित समझा और इस लड़ाई को अपनी लड़ाई बना ली। इस परिस्थिति में हमारी जवाबी कार्यवाही अत्यंत आवश्यक थी और इसमें उनका जो भी नुकसान हुआ वे खुद इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं।
Right, in the joint briefing, DGMO says Pakistan supported terrorists and targeted civilians, whereas India's fight is against terrorism. As per the sources, 20% of Pakistan's Air Force infrastructure has been destroyed in India's precision strike. The sources say India-Pakistan DGMO talks conclude. Details on the other side. And we have breaking news coming in, viewers. So the India-Pakistan DGMO level talks have concluded. And what we know that they have concluded on a positive note. So the DGMO level talks have concluded on a positive note. Both sides have reaffirmed the commitment to this ceasefire, vowing to maintain peace, vowing to maintain stability along the line of control and the international border. This is as per our sources. Gurusimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast from Jammu. Gurusimran, well, what we understand is that there is the talks have concluded on a positive note. Now, what does this really mean when we say that the talks have concluded on a positive note?
See, Rakshita, it simply means that I'll continue to report from the international border in the Aranya sector without the bulletproof jacket and without the fear of Pakistan shelling into the Indian territory, the mortars as well as the small arms. Yes, the positive note ending means that there will be another extension in the ceasefire till the time Pakistan resorts to the cross-border violation, because it is only the Pakistan that always resort to the cross-border violation of the agreement that has been reached upon. Now coming to the details and the specifics of these details, Indian Army in a statement a minute back has said that the talks have concluded and the due details will be shared in a short while from now. The details that will be coming, it will be regarding the model of the ceasefire, that how it will look like, because one thing is very clear that India has said that there will be not a step ahead on this. That means Indus Water Treaty or any of the issues that the Pakistan wants to discuss will not be part of this ceasefire. This will only be the ceasefire that the hostilities on the borders will come to end. That is the Indian operations, that is air operations, ground operations and the naval operations that will cease for the time being till the ceasefire is intact, and the rest has been made very clear by the trio forces, that is the Indian Army, Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force, that if provoked, the retaliation will be of the next level. That is very clear, and so does the message of the Pradhan Mantri was that the Prime Minister has given a clear green signal to the forces and have also told them that goli ka jawab jo hai, gola jo hai wo diya किया जाएगा. And this is very clear because was some most important thing that has come to fore, that this time the forces are all set. We spoke to the family of one of the braveheart of the Indian Army from the Operation Sindhur, that is the rifleman Sunil Kumar of the Indian Army, who hails from the Treva village, and we spoke to them. Let's roll into that, the family, what they have to say, his brothers have to say.
Right. Right, Goswami. In fact, we have seen Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor also joining us. Abhishek, well, yes, what we know as per our sources that it has concluded on a positive note. We clearly understand. All right, I'm told that he'll be coming very soon. He'll be joining very soon, Abhishek Kapoor. But yes, viewers, the latest update we have is that both the sides have vowed to maintain peace and stability along the line of control and the international border. And viewers, this is the latest update we have as far as the DGMO level talks is concerned. And viewers, in fact, India has made it very, very clear with its actions, and we understand with its words. Whatever has been discussed at the DGMO level, it has been made very, very clear to Pakistan that India remains steadfast, India remains ready for any sort of misadventure, any further misadventure. Because Pakistan, remember, cannot be trusted. It has already violated the ceasefire agreement just within a matter of minutes what happened. And now I think... I'm told that my colleague Goswami continues to be with us, and we also have Abhishek Kapoor joining us on the broadcast. I think both the sides have vowed to maintain peace and stability along LOC and IBA. Oh, finally, we have Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, well, we understand that India has taught them a lesson. We have hammered them and how. And also, during the talks, we understand that the message has been sent loud and clear. The important part will be that Pakistan should remember this lesson.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita, and a couple of points that are here that were underscored to Pakistan in that DGMO's call. One, that Pakistan should stop shelling at the outposts along the border and the line of control mainly, and then Pakistan should stop targeting civilians, and then Pakistan should make sure that there are no drone swarms coming. Essentially, what we are told is that the red lines were really underscored, and the message was conveyed that fire would be met with fire. For each bullet, there would be a round of shelling, in the sense that India is going to escalate if there is any element of breach of that ceasefire by Pakistan. Pakistan was told that the last 48 hours of the ceasefire after its announcement hold not much promise, and that Pakistan has to deliver, and that there is still a wait and watch mode. In a bit, we will know officially what is the next deadline by which the two sides would communicate again, possibly tomorrow. I don't know, but I'm told that it's likely that another call might happen within 24 hours. Essentially, what has been told to Pakistan during this call is that we are going to watch. We have watched, and we are not very happy or satisfied with the manner in which Pakistan's ground forces have conducted themselves during the last 48 hours. Pakistan needs to get better and respect the red lines, no targeting of civilians, no shelling on the outposts, and no sending of those drone swarms, all of which have happened, though of course with much reduced intensity after the announcement of ceasefire. It has to become zero, and we will watch tonight, and maybe then there would be an appraisal call tomorrow as well. Not sure whether it happens, but there is an indication that it might happen, Rakshita.
Right, Abhishek. In fact, this is also there's a build up to what the Prime Minister is going to say, because all eyes and ears, in fact, will be on what he says at 8 p.m. because Operation Sindhur, of course, it has been made amply clear by our forces. It has been communicated to every Indian. It has been communicated to the rivals across the border as well that it has been successful. And now we, of course, wait for what the Prime Minister has to say, because it's going to be a very, very important message to the country in such times.
Well, yes. This is the first time that a Prime Minister is addressing the nation after Operation Sindhur and Pahalgam. Also, this is the first time Prime Minister is addressing the nation in this manner at 8 p.m., perhaps post-COVID. So in a way that really gives you an idea of the kind of importance that's being attached to the Prime Minister's address. There was an element of politicking, Rakshita, by the opposition, and it was not very healthy. So you can expect that those aspects would be addressed to by the Prime Minister. Also, even within the ranks of supporters of the Prime Minister and the government, there was some disquiet at the abrupt manner in which the ceasefire was announced, and that too by the Americans and not by the Indian side or the Pakistanis. So in that sense, maybe the Prime Minister, when he speaks to the nation at 8 p.m., there would be some glimpse given as to what happened behind the scenes, which has led to this situation where while India has achieved all its military objectives in terms of Operation Sindhur, avenging the cowardice of Pakistan-based terror machine by eliminating all the infrastructure that existed. We have made specific targets and delivered our munition there and flattened them. But the overall aspect of Operation Sindhur, the political, the military and the psychological, you can expect that the Prime Minister would share his mind, his thoughts, given the fact that he led from the front. He held those meetings. He gave policy direction. He gave, clear guidelines about the military response. He picked up from the options that were given by the military leadership. He oversaw the execution himself. So you can expect that when the Prime Minister speaks, the nation would learn a lot of those things, and also, of course, the backdrop or the background in which the ceasefire was announced.
Right, Abhishek. In fact, stay on with us. We also have spoken to one of the relatives of the martyrs of Operation Sindhur, the fighter rifleman Sunil Kumar. Republic TV has spoken to his brother, who in fact has now urged the union government that the operation should continue and India should continue to fight against terror. Here's this exclusive conversation.
10 मई को एक तरफ जहां ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लगातार जारी था, वहीं दूसरी ओर बीएसएफ ने जो है सरहद पर भारतीय सेना के साथ मिलकर पाकिस्तान के आतंकी कैंप्स को ध्वस्त किया। पाकिस्तानी आतंकी कैंप लूनी को ध्वस्त किया गया भारतीय सेना और बीएसएफ के साझा अभियान में जम्मू अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा पर। इस दौरान जम्मू के रहने वाले राइफलमैन सुनील कुमार ने अपनी शहादत दी। उन्होंने जो है पाकिस्तानी आतंकियों और पाकिस्तानी रेंजर से लड़ते हुए अपना सर्वस्व देश के लिए न्यौछावर किया। पिछले 6 साल से वो भारतीय सेना में थे और देश जो है उन पर गर्व है, क्योंकि उन्होंने अपना सर्वस्व जो है वो न्यौछावर किया। हम उनके परिवार के साथ मौजूद हैं। परिवार ये एक ऐसा परिवार है जिसने देश के लिए अपना सर्वस्व न्यौछावर किया। देश के लिए जो है इनके पिताजी ने भारतीय सेना में सेवाएं दी हैं, इनके दोनों भाई जो हैं वो भारतीय सेना में हैं। ये परिवार जो है वो देश सेवा के लिए पूरी तरह से तत्पर है। परिवारजनों से हम बात करते हैं। सर, आपका नाम? जसपाल जी, उस दिन क्या हुआ था, आपको क्या जानकारी मिली, क्योंकि सरहद पे भी उस दिन हालात काफ़ी ख़राब थे?
उस दिन तो सर यही फायरिंग बड़ी हो रही है। मेरे को यही लड़का बोल रहा था फोन, फायरिंग बड़ी हो रहा है, पीछे चला जाओ। उसके बाद मेरे से कोई बात नहीं।
आपसे बात हुई थी उस दिन पर?
हाँ, उससे बात हुई, यही बात हुई, फायरिंग बड़ी हो रही है, आप पीछे चले जाओ। और उसके बाद मेरे से बात नहीं।
फिर आपको जानकारी अगले दिन मिली?
दूसरे दिन मिल जब एक्सपायर हो गया था फिर मिली।
आपने भी भारतीय सेना में जो है सेवाएं अपनी दी हैं। सरहद पर इतनी ज़्यादा चुनौतियाँ थी क्योंकि उसके एक दिन पहले उन्होंने पाकिस्तानी पोस्ट भी उड़ाई थी।
सर मेरे को ये नहीं मालूम,
मुश्किल तो काफ़ी था सरहद में।
हाँ, बहुत मुश्किल था। शहर में तो बहुत हो रही थी और दिक्कत भी सभी को आ रही थी, तो इसके तो क्या होना है।
फ़ख्र भी होता है कि देश के लिए शहादत हासिल की बेटे।
हाँ, वो तो ठीक है, फिक्र है। मेरे बच्चा देश के लिए कुर्बान हुआ है। मैं दुखी सुखी भी हो, दुखी भी हूँ सर, वो मेरे को पता क्या।
Right, viewers. So there has been, of course, ceasefire violations, and we've seen how Pakistan had also continued with its drone strikes in several areas. In Gujarat also there were a lot of tensions, but now my colleague Sharda is in fact reporting from, I think, Kutch in Gujarat. Let's go across to her. Sharda, what is the latest that you are picking up from Gujarat?
Well, Rakshita, so after the 4 days of blackout and lockdown in the Kutch district, Gujarat, the borders near Pakistan is returning to normalcy. The last 2 nights, especially the May 11th and May 12th night, has been very calm for the people of Gujarat, and we can see the town returning to normalcy. The traffic is bustling even after 6 p.m. And though people had done voluntary blackout the last 2 nights, tonight is expected that they would be open about it and have their lights all switched on, and the businesses will be running even after 8 p.m. is what we've picked up from here. So it's said that though the Pakistanis have been constantly breached the ceasefire, which is said to be an understanding between the two countries, now following the DGMO speaking, people are now very happy about that there would be peace talks coming up between two countries and that they would not be attacked very much earlier by the Pakistan now. So we did a report from Gujarat earlier today morning, speaking to the people from Kutch and how they feel after 4 days of blackout, now how they are running their business. So let's listen into the report now.
The night of 11th to 12th of May, the first silent one as the borders remained intact with no reports of major ceasefire violations, life seems to be returning back to normalcy. This is especially true for border areas including the Kutch district in Gujarat, where for the last week, blackouts and constant fear of shelling had brought life to a standstill.
अभी माहौल थोड़ा ठंडा हो चुका है, क्योंकि अभी जो ट्रंप ने जो बताया कि हमारे सुलह करवाया है पाकिस्तान और भारत के बीच में, पर तभी भी पाकिस्तान अभी समझा तो नहीं है। फिर देखते हैं अभी क्या करता है भारत। अभी रिप्लाई में कुछ तो जवाब उसको देना ही पड़ेगा।
As hope remains high for a prevailing peace, the onus of this calm now lies in Pakistan's hands, who without shame had breached the very ceasefire that it begged for.
जो भी करेगा पाकिस्तान करेगा, हिंदुस्तान में तो सवाल ही नहीं है। हिंदुस्तान वाला तो नहीं करेगा, क्योंकि वो सामने से करते हैं। हिंदुस्तान वाला तो भाईचारा, सब शांति चाहते हैं।
In fact, Republic's Sharda, who is on ground zero, gets us the latest as the Kutch district returns to normalcy after nights ridden with anxiety, fear and uncertainty.
The people here still fear that there might be drone attacks at nights, and make sure that they will go completely on a blackout at nights for the next 1 week at the least, is what they are saying. However, people here have now returned to normalcy and they are happy with it. And there are also people saying that the Indian army has been taking complete support and taking complete control of the border force in the Gujarat borders against Pakistan and have been fighting against the militaries.
While life in border towns is returning to normalcy, India's strong diplomatic resolve in the face of this conflict will make sure that the enemy does not, even in their dreams, think once about distorting India's peace.
Right, viewers. So the Operation Sindhur's roar has been reaching far, far inside Pakistan. It has been heard, it has been reverberating. The roar has been reverberating across Sialkot, Islamabad, Lahore, Rawalpindi. Meanwhile, in India, there have been the dud shells of Pakistan. Because Pakistan could not intercept one. It could not destroy one missile, anything that was sent from the Indian soil. But the Pakistani dud shells have been discovered along the line of control, and the Indian forces are right now detonating or diffusing any of those Pakistani dud shells. Here's my colleague Harsha's report from Jammu.
Rajouri, a key district in Jammu and Kashmir, is also one of the most affected areas in the valley in the face of Pakistan's constant shelling from across the border. While the tensions at the borders have doused after what appeared to be a largely peaceful night, Pakistan's dud missiles were found in various areas across the valley. These missiles are no different from Pakistan itself. A complete failure, off target and exploded by the Indian forces on being found in hiding. While the Indian Army is conducting operations to spot and detonate these missiles, Republic's Harsha captures for us what these operations actually look like.
This entire operation, the entire search of the shell, which is right now on our camera screen, which could be seen that how visually it works and how important it is for army personnel as well to wear entire gear. There's a bottom gear, there's an up gear and there's a head gear as well, completely controlled so that they should not harm the army personnel as well when the metal detects the shell in any part of this ground. So because there are many places where the shell was dropped and also the shell didn't explode, and now there are several places which have been completely evacuated by the civilians for this operation which now the army personnel are conducting along with Jammu and Kashmir police, and this is how it works. So now there is the sound of the explosion which was seen. This is a shell which is now exploded after the operation by the army personnel which was carried out, and now finally the shell which was found 2 feet below the ground has finally exploded. And as an operation, the army alerted us 3 to 4 minutes beforehand, before the shell exactly exploded, and the intensity of the shell could also be heard and seen.
With all Pakistani attempts of attacking the Indian territories being foiled by our armed forces, Pakistan has not just been left to bite the dust, but has also been shown that India is beyond capable of answering with force if provoked or tested.
Now viewers, this is a story of a young life that has been cut short. This is about a son, a soldier who came back home draped in the tricolour. We're talking about BSF Constable Deepak Chikangam from Manipur, who made the supreme sacrifice facing the shelling, the heavy shelling from Pakistan. Here's a report.
A somber silence hung heavy in the air in Jammu. Today, the tricolour was not just hoisted, it draped the coffin of a hero. BSF Constable GT Deepak Chikangam, just 27 years old, hailing from Manipur, laid down his life in the line of duty. He was admitted to the hospital after sustaining critical injuries in the unprovoked cross-border shelling by Pakistan in the Araspura sector. He was among the 8 Jawans wounded in the shelling on May 10th. And despite all efforts, he succumbed to his injuries a day later. This morning, at the BSF Frontier headquarters, BSF Constable Deepak was given a final farewell with full military honours. His comrades stood in silence, saluting the man who stood between them and the enemy's line of fire. Back home in Manipur, grief has cast a long shadow over Constable Deepak Chikangam's village. His family is inconsolable and shattered. Now they await his return in silence, wrapped not in uniform but in tricolour. Nothing can fill the void left behind by a soldier who never made it home alive. Top brass of the BSF laid wreaths. JNK LG Manoj Sinha also paid tribute to the fallen soldier. So did State Minister Satish Sharma, joining Jawans and officers in offering prayers and respect. Deepak's sacrifice is a reminder of the price our sentinels pay, so the rest of us can live in peace. He will now return home to Manipur, not in uniform, but wrapped in the flag he defended till his last breath. Deepak was a son of the soil, a soldier to the very end, a name that will not be forgotten.
Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we unmask the Pakistani generals. We also tell you the inside story of how the Indian Navy cornered the Pakistanis. And not just that, meet the man who built the BrahMos.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research. to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Reporting from Srinagar with video journalist Anup Satsangi for Republic. Nation first.
I'm Sharda Natarajan reporting from Kutch with my VJ Nandakumar for Republic. Nation first.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And welcome you watching the Monday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, I come to you with the untold story of Operation Sindhur and why they are the silent killers. You'll meet them in a short while from now. Well, that was just the glimpse of what's coming up in a short while from now, but let's take you through the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Prime Minister Modi to address the nation around 8 o'clock in the evening. This will be Prime Minister's first address after Operation Sindhur. India-Pakistan DGMO level talks conclude. Sources say both sides reaffirm commitment to the ceasefire. India asks Pakistan not to resort to drone attacks or shelling.
And capacity in a dissuasive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing.
India hits back with a second round of evidence of Pakistan badgering. Indian Air Force confirms engaging targets in Karachi. 20% of Pakistan's Air Force infrastructure destroyed in India's precision strike. DGMO puts out key details of the Navy's operational readiness, reveals how Navy was close enough to carry out a land attack. A lot has been spoken about the Indian Air Force, the Indian Army, and their role in Operation Sindhur. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we put the full focus on the Indian Navy and the untold story of how their role changed the entire outlook of Operation Sindhur. Within just 96 hours of the Pahalgam terror attack, the Indian Navy swung into a full operational mode, swiftly testing its surface-to-surface missiles and air defense systems. All naval platforms were forward deployed to enable immediate prohibitive action, establishing complete tactical superiority between 7th and 9th of May. Critically, the Navy was positioned close enough to launch land attacks if necessary, while Pakistan's naval response remained minimal. The Pakistani Navy stayed confined near its coastline, unable to challenge India's overwhelming maritime presence. Ladies and gentlemen, that's just the beginning as far as the story of how the Indian Navy cornered the Pakistanis. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the untold story of the Indian Navy. What has essentially happened is that on the 24th of April, you've had the Indian Navy on the out and deployed. In fact, you've had them beginning their tests, the surface-to-surface missiles, the air defense system, the firing that actually takes place, and the video that I'm going to show you in a short while from now. But all of this happening while there was nothing much really happening on the Pakistani side. They were not even visible for a very long time, is what I'm given to understand. Starting from the 7th to the 9th is when you have had the entire Navy taking a very aggressive positioning. When I say aggressive positioning, which essentially means that they had bottled up the Pakistani Navy. I'm going to take you through all the details of what we know so far. The Navy essentially maintained a strong forward posture in the northern Arabian Sea. I'm going to tell you the details of what happened. On 8th of May, you've had the INS Vikrant that was projected maritime dominance in Arabian Sea. So it had complete dominance. And in fact, it was so very close that if at all Navy wanted, then perhaps they could have carried out a land attack, which means Karachi was locked, which also means that they were bottled up in the harbour area. Remain forward deployed to strike high-value targets, including Karachi. Let's take you through the other details coming in. Within 96 hours, the Navy conducted live weapon firings. Forward deployment forced Pakistan into a completely defensive naval stance. Extended range radar bubble detected all Pakistan aerial intrusions early, so they did not have much option to carry out any measure. Carrier Battle Group provided the first defense and strike layer. In a short while from now, we'll have our expert joining us to help you understand this. Pakistan naval units remained confined to harbors under carrier pressure. MiG-29Ks and the AEW choppers intercepted hostile Pakistani aircraft. So there was no way that they could have carried it forward. The aircraft carrier presence deterred hostile intrusions from hundreds of kilometers. A Navy blocked Pakistani movement completely off the Karachi coast. So as I've been saying, they were bottled up. They had no other option. Carrier group operated freely and dominated the conflict zone waters. And Pakistani aircrafts pinned down near Makran, unable to engage. There was no way they could have taken aid forward. Operational edge at sea played a role in ceasefire agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do right now is going to take you through each and every specific details of what perhaps would have happened between 7th and 9th. This was the overall understanding, the inside story. Helping us understand is a Navy veteran, someone who understands every tiny details of information that comes in and has the best understanding. Captain D.K. Sharma, thank you very much for joining us on This Is Exclusive. It's the inside story that we have decided to tell the entire nation, and how perhaps the role that the Indian Navy has played helped the Air Force as well as the Army. Captain D.K. Sharma, when we say the carrier battle group formation, which I'm given to understand, which essentially means over 20 vessels, if you just simply look at the Western Command itself, give us a sense of what do you make of how the Navy carried out their entire operations, preventing the Pakistani Navy to the coastline?
Well, good evening, Shravan, first of all, and good evening to all your viewers. You have very correctly brought out that the event, all this has been triggered by the event which happened on the 22nd of April. And I've been made to understand that Indian Navy, which is as such, having mission deployed ships in the Gulf of Aden, and Operation Gulf is going on, where we, look after our vessels which are going inside towards the Persian Gulf or the Gulf of Aden and against the Houthi attacks or the pirates. So there is one set of ships over there. Notwithstanding that, after 22nd April, we knew that things there were indications and there were a lot of parleys happening between the government, the highest leadership and the chiefs. So, and the Navy normally deploys much more earlier and will come out the last. And we have seen it during Kargil time and various other heightened states when the Navy has been deployed, that you have your set, the targets are given, the objectives are given. So one of the things which I presume would have been total, dominance. And total dominance happens when you are spread out all across the Makran coast. Number two, before a total dominance comes the maritime domain awareness, which means that all your surveillance intelligence assets will be put out and you start making an account of the adversary's assets, whether they are the submarines, whether they are the ships, where they are deployed, so that you have the complete picture before you deploy your units. And what is the aim? So everything is decided with the final objective. So if I have to go and bottle up and, give a decisive blow, how it will be done? So that is part one. So Indian Navy was deployed, it. There was missile exercises. That is right. Again, confirming the combat readiness of the fleet ships. Then comes the role of the carrier battle group. As you have brought out the number of ships, I will not, detail them, but a carrier battle group, which is moving around in the Arabian Sea, has a bubble over it of 500 kilometers at least. And that is ensured 24/7 when the carrier is operating. Now, how is it done? It is done by the ships, the destroyers, the frigates, the submarines, and the MiG-29Ks, which are the integral air arm of the carrier. So once that is moving, nobody can come in between that range, which can endanger the carrier, or for that matter, carrier is there for sea control. So we establish full control and then remain out of the threatened weapon zone ranges. And for that we have pickets and various. I'm putting out now some terminology of the Navy. A picket is a ship which is much ahead in the direction of the threat or the likely direction of the threat. So there are ships there who have long-range radars and are connected to the CVG. And as such, the Navy is totally integrated, and everybody has got the wherewithal to know what is the disposition, where is the threat emanating from, where are own units. So there is quite a lot of transparency. So once that is done, and in this case, when we struck on the 7th night, let me assure you, all the units were in position, safe, but had all information what was happening. Yeah. Tell me.
Captain Sharma, I know you have to leave, but I just want to take a quick question from you. That is with regards to when I spoke to the Navy this afternoon, they told me that they were so close that you could have carried out a land attack. And perhaps since they were gridlocked, they couldn't have done much. For the people who are watching this, help us understand when you say so close that you can carry out a land attack, what does that mean? And if at all it would have happened, the kind of damage that perhaps the Pakistanis would have had to take?
As close as firing it. I will only restrict myself, and I will keep it to that only, because the situation which was started by them was avenged by us on the 7th night. And then they started provoking us again. They crossed our lines. They came with swarm drones. They did fire a ballistic missile also, which was brought down. So this is a little, escalation was happening, and the Indian Navy was ready. And when you say that we were just close, we were. Indian Navy is always like that. Once you're deployed, once you have the full picture, then the only thing remains is to fire. And that is what we call as guns free. But the guns were tight. There was no, as the DGNO was saying, that we were only positioned, but we did not, carry out the the typical conventional naval action which happened during 71. That was just short of being executed. And I mean it when I say it.
Well, thank you very much, Captain D.K. Sharma, for joining us and giving us that quick analysis and the inside story that we are putting out tonight, the role that the Indian Navy played in Operation Sindhur. Shifting focus now, ladies and gentlemen, to the other big story that we're getting to you tonight. The Indian Army, in fact, released damning evidence showing senior Pakistani Army and police officials attending the funerals of the terrorists eliminated during India's precision strikes on 7th of May. Ladies and gentlemen, you remember what we played out on 7th of May. First, take a look at that, and then I'll reveal the details.
ये नुकसान, ये 9 नंबर, ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है। ये नुकसान, ये 9 नंबर, ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है। ये नुकसान, ये 9 नंबर, ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है। ये नुकसान, ये 9 नंबर, ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
ओके सर, आओ सारे थां जो है। ओए होए होए, मस्जिद दा सेन है सारा। सारी मस्जिद उड़ गई है, सारी मस्जिद तबाह हो गई। हेलो हेलो, ओ बेटा बाद दे विच करना यार, अपना बाद च करना। ਜੀ ਭਾਣਾ ਜੀ ਭਾਣਾ ਮਰਕਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਏ ਨੇ 4 ਸਾਰਾ ਤਬਾਹ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਮਰਕਜ਼ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਉਹ ਯਾਰ ਸਬਰ ਮੈਂ ਭਾਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਾਅਦ ਚ
ਰੇਟ ਬੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ
ਉਹ ਆਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਉੱਤੇ ਨੇ
ਉਹ ਹੈਲੋ ਭਾਈ
ਉਹ ਭਾਈ ਕੋਈ ਹੈ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹ ਭਾਈ ਕੋਈ ਹੈ ਉੱਪਰ
ਇੱਧਰ ਤਾਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗੀ ਇੱਧਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਓ
ਹਾਂ ਪਿੱਛੋਂ ਲਾਈਟ ਮੇਨ ਲਾਈਟ
Well, this time the Pakistanis themselves put out the proof. But tonight on This Is Exclusive, we could take it a step further. Now we show you what the Indian Army had to say after these targets were accomplished. This is the proof, ladies and gentlemen, the before and after pictures of the Murid K camp. A camp that was financed by none other than Osama bin Laden. They spent about $10 million for construction of a mosque, a guest house within the Markaz Taiba complex. This was back in the year 2000. Let's not forget, this is the same very place where 26/11 Mumbai attacks Ajmal Kasab was given what they call Daura-e-Ribat, which is the intelligence training at this facility. This is also the very place where David Coleman Headley and Tahawur Hussain Rana, the prime conspirators of the 26/11 attacks, had visited along with Abdul Rahman Syed Pasha as well as Zakir Rahman Lakhvi. In fact, this very camp, which was basically bombed, we are given to understand Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists Amir Hamza, Abdul Rahman Abid and Zafar Iqbal were also residing. Now, this is just the background of this very place that was blown apart, and several of the designated terrorists were also present there when this place was hit. Now, what happens thereafter? The aftershock. Ladies and gentlemen, you have had top Pakistani generals colluding with this Lashkar-e terrorists. In fact, soon after Murid K bombing actually happened, there was a funeral that was conducted. And in the funeral, you've had Lashkar-e-Toiba commander Abdul Rauf as well as Abdul Rauf, who was present there. Now, it's not shocking. Of course, there would have been some funeral. We have to just change the breaking also. Let's also now take you through how exactly have the Pakistani generals in collusion with Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists carried out their entire work. What you see right now on your screen. Senior commander of Lashkar-e-Toiba, that is Abdul Rauf. Abdul Rauf is the senior commander there. In fact, if you see this, what I'm holding right now is the global sanctions list against this man. It's against this man called Abdul Rauf. He's designated as the global terrorist by US since 2010. Let's move on. I'll just show you the face. Named and accused of the involvement in 2008 Mumbai terror attacks. Accused of being the mastermind of 2006 Mumbai train bombings. Seen leading funeral prayers for Lashkar-e-Toiba operatives neutralized in Operation Sindhur. In fact, what you see is the collusion here. Closely associated with Munir, army officials and Pak ISI. Now I'm going to name each one of these Pakistan generals, officers who have been seen with this man and why it goes right at the top. On your screens right now. Here you go. Let's begin with Lieutenant General Fayaz Hussain Shah. Now, I'm going to take you through each of these people. Now, what do you see? All these military officers here. Now, this man is none other than Brigadier Muhammad Furqan Shabir. He's the commander of the 15 Heavy Mechanized Brigade in Lahore. Very close to Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir. This man that you see just next to here, mourning the loss of the Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists. Let's take you to the other one. The second person is also from the Pakistani Army. He is Lieutenant General Fayaz Hussain Shah. He is the officer of the Corps Commander, 4 Corps Commander in Lahore. Again, the hub of the Pakistan Army. That was hit. Murid K was hit, and they were, of course, upset. Major General Rao Imran Sartaj, he is the General Officer of the 11th Infantry Division in Lahore. He too is essentially seen just next to Abdul Rauf. Now let me take you through the other person. This man is Dr. Usman Anwar. He is the Inspector General of Police, Punjab in Pakistan. He is very much seen there mourning the death of Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists. And then you have one more person who is part of this funeral, that is Malik Shoaib Ahmed Barth. He's the member of the Provincial Assembly of Punjab. So you've had the civilian administration, the Pakistani army, the Punjab police, all present there when Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists' funeral was actually going on. And this man, the United States of America perhaps should also take a look at it. If you really believe that we can have any deal with Pakistan, can you actually have any deal with Pakistan when this man that you see, that not us, the United States of America has also designated him as a global terrorist. If the United States of America has designated him as the global terrorist along with the entire Pakistan army, then, ladies and gentlemen, how does it exactly happen? Now, take a look at close watch at these terrorists, putting up on your screens right now, all of them together, starting from Pakistan Army's top generals, and this is, after all, the face of the jihadi terror operating out of Pakistan, being given full support by the Pakistani army. And it does not just end with the Pakistani army. We are talking about the top hierarchy. Now, it is important to point out here that this man who's behind the 2611, this man, the face of Lashkar terrorist, was also responsible for the radicalization of Ajmal Kasab. He was the one who had basically provided training to Ajmal Kasab, the 2611 attacker, named and accused of being mastermind of 2006 Mumbai train bombings. And this man, seen leading funeral prayers for Lashkar-e-Toiba operatives neutralized in Operation Sindhur. So, ladies and gentlemen, if this man who has been designated as a terrorist, seen with Pakistani army, can the United States of America now say that we can actually have any sort of understanding with them? Well, that's all that we could have packed in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up in a short while from now, all set for Prime Minister's address for the first time after the successful Operation Sindhur.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
यार, मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है।
याद रख, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है।
सही है।
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahachamcha of the United States. Then it switched its allegiance to China, claiming that its friendship with China was higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea, sweeter than honey. Well, that honey has become putrid. The mountains seem to be much lower than was initially thought, and the sea is much shallower than the Pakistanis would like it to be. China got very upset over two things as far as the conflict with India, the ongoing conflict with India is concerned. We are today recording this message on the 11th of May. China first got upset that Pakistan was using Chinese weapons that had never been tested in an actual battle. those weapons were exposed as useless metallic stuff. Probably some kabadiwala will buy it. So they got very, very upset. The second thing is, in his speech, the badmash who calls himself Sharif kept saying, Uncle Donald Trump, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. He thanked everybody. He thanked his own army chief by name. He did not thank China enough. He didn't say we would have died without China, we couldn't exist without China. So China was very upset. On the other hand, what does America want? America is not used to being number two. It wants to be number one. China wants to replace America as number one. Now, China tried to broker a deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia not too long ago. It lasted for around 10 minutes. They tried to do something similar between Ukraine and Russia. It lasted less than 5 minutes. Because if you wish to be a mediator, the two sides concerned have to be willing to be mediated. They have to accept your good offices, and that is based on trust. Nobody trusts China. On the other hand, United States, despite people talking about its decline, is still the preeminent knowledge power of the world. Very strong economic power, still has a very strong military. So people would much rather trust the United States than they would China. Therefore, Pakistan today is caught in a cleft stick. It doesn't know whether it should get angry with the United States, ignore what Donald Trump is saying, in which case Donald Trump is going to clobber them. In his first term, one of his first tweets was that Pakistan has been cheating us, deceiving us. We've given billions of dollars, and all they've given us is terrorism. It doesn't want to be in a similar situation again. On the other hand, without China, they are pretty much dead. A former Prime Minister of Pakistan, who's presently in jail, had said, China is our best friend. They've always stood by us, and without China, we would be finished. I'm talking about that Imran Khan Niazi.
Hi there, welcome to this special broadcast where we're building up to that special address by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which begins at around 8 p.m. It's 7:30 p.m. already, half an hour to go. Prime Minister to speak for the first time after Operation Sindhur, in fact, in this address to the nation format, first time after the Pahalgam terror attack. So of course, he has spoken his mind on how India intends to go after the terrorists at a couple of places earlier. Expect Prime Minister to inform us what happened between the Pahalgam terror attack and Operation Sindhur, and thereafter the nation watching. Let's begin. Prime Minister Modi to address the nation at 8 p.m. This will be Prime Minister's first address after Operation Sindhur.
In a dissuasive and deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing.
India hits back with second round of evidence of Pak battering. IF confirms engaging targets in Karachi.
कि पाकिस्तानी सेना ने आतंकवादियों का साथ देना उचित समझा और इस लड़ाई को अपनी लड़ाई बना ली। इस परिस्थिति में हमारी जवाबी कार्यवाही अत्यंत आवश्यक थी और इसमें उनका जो भी नुकसान हुआ वे खुद इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं।
In the joint briefing, DGMO says Pakistan supported terrorists and targeted civilians, whereas India's fight is against terror. As per sources, 20% of Pak Air Force infrastructure destroyed in India's precision strikes. All right, as we build up to that special broadcast of Prime Minister's address to the nation, breaking news coming in. President Trump of the United States has tried to claim credit once again of the ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Did he jump the gun? Did he make a typical Trumpist overreach? Is something which we have to understand. But this time again, President Trump taking credit for the manner in which the ceasefire broke. And we'll get more details on this. We get Shravan live. Sucharita is with me in the studio. Sucharita, second time President Trump making this claim. He's saying, okay, in fact, he has given a soundbite. Let's listen to it.
Again, let me say a few words about the historic events that took place over the last few days. On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases. And having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have. And again, let me say a few words about the historic events that took place over the last few days. On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases. And having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have. And again, let me say a few words about the historic events that took place over the last few days. On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases. And having these, they really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it. That I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop. And they have. And
All right, that's President Trump throwing a spanner in the works, almost, it seems, suggesting, rather preposterously, I would say, that there can be something to do with trade and not terror when it comes to India and Pakistan and the ceasefire that's been announced. I think there would be an institutional response to this. Having said that, Sucharita joins me in the studio. Sucharita, President Trump speaking just ahead of Prime Minister's address and suggesting that trade was used as some kind of a bait for ceasefire.
Well, yeah, he's clearly speaking, Abhishek, that it is trade that he has spoken of
with both the countries, and he's asked them to stop the war that was going on because of trade. But the entire nation is right now focused on the Prime Minister's address, which is going to be happening very soon. 8 p.m. is when the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, addresses the nation. Very shortly, the Prime Minister will be speaking, and I know that the entire nation is looking forward to that address. The entire nation is looking forward to that address. What will the Prime Minister speak on? Will the Prime Minister be speaking very clearly? The Prime Minister will very clearly be speaking on Operation Sindhur, which we know, Abhishek, that from multiple sources that the entire operation, the name of that operation was initiated by the Indian Prime Minister. The entire crackdown on the terror infrastructure in Pakistan, which has always been the very, very important line that India has always taken. Today, the press conference, the press briefer spoke about the fact again, reiterated again that the attack is not on the Pakistan army, but it's an attack on the terror infrastructure within Pakistan. What likely do you think? Do you think it's going to be a short address? What will the Prime Minister speak on? Yeah.
Maybe 15 minutes, but what is important is the backdrop in which it is happening, Sucharita.
Exactly.
So, Prime Minister, in fact, the day the Pahalgam terror attack happened, Sucharita, he was in Riyadh, he was in Saudi Arabia,
right,
and he cut short the visit, came back, took charge, and a cabinet committee on security was called on 23rd. He asked the chiefs to come back, and the army and the Navy and the Air Force and the security establishment led by the NSA to come back with options, which they did. The second CCS happened on April 29, when instructions were given to go all out, and that's how the operation to take out terror infrastructure right inside Pakistan, and not just across the LOC, but entire Pakistan was put in place and executed on the night of May 6 and 7. Now, look at what India has achieved, what the Prime Minister is going to speak. The manner in which we have, redrawn the red lines, the manner in which we have brought in a new normal where we are going to go deep inside Pakistan and hit inside Pakistani military infrastructure and make sure that Pakistan understands that no area of Pakistan is beyond our reach. Look at the manner in which during Operation Sindhur and thereafter we have hit Islamabad, we have hit Lahore, we have hit Karachi, we have hit Bahawalpur, we have hit Muridke, we have hit Muzaffarabad, and gives you an idea of the kind of the selection of targets gives you an idea of the kind of precision with which we have gone after picking up these targets and hitting them. Also, if you look at Pakistan, always had used this nuclear blackmail. India has raised the threshold of hitting Pakistan below that nuclear threshold. So look at surgical strikes which happened just across the LOC. Look at the Balakot airstrikes which happened in POK. And now with the Operation Sindhur, we have gone into every area of Pakistan. So these new red lines and the manner in which India achieved these military objectives, expect Prime Minister to speak about the manner in which Pakistan cowered and cried uncle and went to the United States. And that's how we are hearing this address by the President of the United States, President Trump again.
We are very clear that hitting down, taking down those terrorist infrastructures was the most important thing for India. We reiterated it. We said it in the first time India did a strike within Pakistan. Then we reiterated it the time the second strike happened. And the Prime Minister today, I am certain, I feel that he will not even name Pakistan today, Abhishek, because he will speak of the enemy that is there. But I do not think he will even name Pakistan today. He will speak about this operation. He will be, I'm sure, speaking about the bravado of our forces, because they've, and the kind of press briefings we've had since yesterday, which have set down the entire, the structure in which this entire operation happened. And it was a joint operation. We saw the press briefings. We saw the proof that was given out in those press briefings. Pakistan, on the other hand, has had no proof of the kind of strikes they've made in India. It's just been words. So I think it's going to be a commendation. It's going to be a commendation for the forces who've led this and the success of that Operation Sindhur. The Operation Sindhur we told our viewers that name being initiated by the Prime Minister himself. He will speak of that strike, I feel. And again, Abhishek, as I said, I do not think he will even take Pakistan's name, because it is the enemy that we have been focusing on. It is the enemy, it is terrorism that we've been focusing on. And he will speak of that. And the entire country right now looking forward to that address by the Prime Minister. We also know that a certain section of the kind of netas in the country, the opposition, has been trying to hit out at the government. So I think the Prime Minister will certainly speak about that success of that operation, which is very, very clear when it comes to the proofs that have been given out by our forces and the complete nil by the DGISPR in Pakistan, Abhishek.
Well, let's listen to how the Prime Minister has really, taken a clear position on how we will go after Pakistan. In fact, just a day after that Cabinet Committee on Security, April 24th, Prime Minister was at an event in Bihar, from where he spoke not just in Hindi, but also in English, to make it clear to the rest of the world also that we are going after Pakistan. Make no mistake. Listen.
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by...
पीएम की स्पीच तो सुन लेते यार.
The Indian Navy has put out a post, Abhishek, where they're speaking about their combat abilities and very clearly saying that Indian Navy's comprehensive layered fleet air defense mechanism, which enables quick and clear distinction between commercial, neutral and hostile aircrafts or flying objects. Now, they've put out this video which clearly shows, Abhishek, the ability of the naval fleet, which is there in the Arabian Sea.
Well, absolutely, Sucharita. In fact, this is, look at the press conference in which the Vice Admiral Pramod, the manner in which he really projected India's naval power and complete dominance of the seas, and which really intimidated Pakistan into cowering and going crying to its benefactors, including Saudi Arabia and President Trump of the United States. And a glimpse of that can be seen in these pictures with our flotilla, our carrier battle group led by INS Vikrant and the supporting war machine which goes with an aircraft carrier. So all the warships and the frigates that accompany the aircraft carrier, also the submarines. We had Karachi logged, not just Karachi logged, we had Pakistan Air Force getting into a defensive posture. Dare not they fly anywhere outside of their bases. And that was a massive one coming in terms of power projection. And as the Navy explained, escalation control mechanism, which really changed the dynamics on the ground during Operation Sindhur. I have to take a short break, Sucharita. Let's take a short break. Coming back on the other side as we build up to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address to the nation.
I am Lalit Sharma, reporting from Pathankot with my VJ Krishna for Republic. Nation first.
Mishra reporting from Jaisalmer with my VJ Mahesh Sharma for Republic. Nation first.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
And therefore, I would watch the political situation in Pakistan extremely closely. Our digital video team has done a great job and of putting together a very interesting video sequence of Shehbaz Sharif. And there are in that video sequence the statement of Shehbaz Sharif, which was supposed to go at 8 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, eventually went, I think, around 11 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, because the Chinese told him to put it on hold. Now, there are three things you need to look at in this video. His eyes are shifty, moving from left to right, like he's taking instructions. This is not normal eye movement. You can get any psychologist or any optometrist, for that matter, to check this out. The second point which comes out is that there are numerous jump cuts. There are jump cuts, ladies and gentlemen, is television lingo for edits. So that speech is not one sequence. There are 12, 13, 15 jump cuts or edits in that sequence, which means Shehbaz Sharif stopped and started and stopped and started and stopped and started, was being instructed. It was like reading a film script, and it was like an actor being told to put out a performance, and that performance was a very ineffective performance. So I believe he put out that statement under pressure from the army, because there are 3 or 4 references to Asif Munir, and to the greatness of Asif Munir. And I would therefore not be wrong in my assessment that Shehbaz Sharif and the civilian establishment in Pakistan is at its weakest ever. We will have to watch what happens with Asif Munir. Another thing we should watch out for is whether Asif Munir, who has now been strengthened by the Pakistani Supreme Court with new powers that allows him to arrest Pakistani civilians under military rules, will use these newly acquired powers against the politicians or the ruling establishment of Pakistan, who would be aware of his enhanced powers and his enhanced control and use abilities today within the power establishment of Pakistan. So, ladies and gentlemen, will there be a coup in Pakistan? I don't know. I am of a firm view there is an effective coup, and we must look at Pakistan from that perspective.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास।
I'm Zinat Zishan Fazil reporting from Srinagar with my VJ Mubashir Hussain for Republic, Nation First.
I am Rawat Mehraj reporting from Line of Control, Kashmir, with my video journalist Firdaus Wani for Republic, Nation First.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जलजीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है।
याद रख, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है।
सही है।
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today.
Co-powered by best internationally recognized hospitality education brand in India.
Address after Operation Sindhur. Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 8 p.m. today. This will be Prime Minister's first address after Operation Sindhur.
And deterrent posture with full readiness and capacity to strike select targets at sea and on land, including Karachi at time of our choosing.
India hits back with second round of evidence of Pakistan battering. IAF confirms engaging targets in Karachi.
पाकिस्तानी सेना ने आतंकवादियों का साथ देना उचित समझा और इस लड़ाई को अपनी लड़ाई बना ली। इस परिस्थिति में हमारी जवाबी कार्यवाही अत्यंत आवश्यक थी और इसमें उनका जो भी नुकसान हुआ वे खुद इसके लिए जिम्मेदार हैं।
In the joint briefing, DGMO says Pakistan supported terrorists and targeted civilians, whereas India's fight is against terrorism. As per the sources, 20% of Pakistan's Air Force infrastructure has been destroyed in India's precision strike. Sources say that India-Pakistan DGMO talks conclude on a positive note.
All right, welcome back. Sucharita, we are building up to that occasion. Prime Minister is speaking to the nation in just about 4 or 5 minutes from now. He's going to speak for the first time after Operation Sindhur, and his address to the nation happening almost after the COVID days. So that really underscores the significance in which it is expected that the Prime Minister would underscore the decisiveness with which India has, clarity with which India went after Pakistan and the targets we picked up, and the decisive victory we have attained in Operation Sindhur, and got our political, military, diplomatic and psychological objectives attained, and why it happened, how it happened, and what the nation has achieved, what the nation has told Pakistan and the rest of the world, and of course the new normal now. I think we are looking at those pictures. That's where the Prime Minister's address would come.
Soon now. We're on standby for the Prime Minister's address, Abhishek, and I think
the manner in which India called the bluff of Pakistani nuclear blackmail, yet again at the same time raising the bar, raising the threshold below the nuclear blackmail, and hitting Pakistan wherever we wanted to hit, and broadening the conflict in a manner that Pakistan cried uncle. You can expect some aspects of that. Also, I think the manner in which India did this, keeping the moral force with us. We did not target civilian areas. We only targeted the terrorist infrastructure. We only targeted military infrastructure. We only debilitated their military capacity to hit back. We did not go after randomly, indiscriminately picking targets. The targets were very specific, strategic, and sent across a message to Pakistan and the rest of the world that India means business now. It's a new normal. Deal with it, that any time and every time a terror attack happens, India is going to escalate only in this manner. We have had a soundbite from President Donald Trump of the United States claiming all credit and saying that there was almost the possibility of a nuclear war, which actually means, Sucharita, that India called the nuclear bluff of Pakistan. The manner in which we were prepared, and we just a while back played those pictures of Indian Navy, Prime Minister's address beginning, I believe. Let's cut to it. All right, that's just a plate coming in of Prime Minister's address to the nation. And I am told this is going to be anything between 10 to 15 minutes.
हम सभी ने बीते दिनों में देश का सामर्थ्य और उसका संयम दोनों देखा है। मैं सबसे पहले भारत की पराक्रमी सेनाओं को, सशस्त्र बलों को, हमारी खुफिया एजेंसियों को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को, हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए असीम शौर्य का प्रदर्शन किया। मैं उनकी वीरता को, उनके साहस को, उनके पराक्रम को आज समर्पित करता हूं हमारे देश की हर माता को, देश की हर बहन को और देश की हर बेटी को ये पराक्रम समर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने जो बर्बरता दिखाई थी, उसने देश और दुनिया को झकझोर दिया था। छुट्टियां मना रहे निर्दोष मासूम नागरिकों को धर्म पूछकर उनके परिवार के सामने, उनके बच्चों के सामने बेरहमी से मार डालना, यह आतंक का बहुत विभत्स चेहरा था, क्रूरता थी। ये देश के सद्भाव को तोड़ने की घिनौनी कोशिश भी थी। मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से ये पीड़ा बहुत बड़ी थी। इस आतंकी हमले के बाद सारा राष्ट्र, हर नागरिक, हर समाज, हर वर्ग, हर राजनीतिक दल एक स्वर में आतंक के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई के लिए उठ खड़ा हुआ। हमने आतंकवादियों को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए भारत की सेनाओं को पूरी छूट दे दी और आज हर आतंकी, आतंक का हर संगठन जान चुका है कि हमारी बहनों बेटियों के माथे से सिंदूर हटाने का अंजाम क्या होता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, ये देश के कोटि कोटि लोगों की भावनाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर न्याय की अखंड प्रतिज्ञा है। 6 मई की देर रात, 7 मई की सुबह पूरी दुनिया ने इस प्रतिज्ञा को परिणाम में बदलते देखा है। भारत की सेनाओं ने पाकिस्तान में आतंक के ठिकानों पर, उनके ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स पर सटीक प्रहार किया। आतंकियों ने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि भारत इतना बड़ा फैसला ले सकता है। लेकिन जब देश एकजुट होता है, नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना से भरा होता है, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि होता है, तो फौलादी फैसले लिए जाते हैं, परिणाम लाकर दिखाए जाते हैं। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं, बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिद के जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था, इसलिए भारत ने आतंक के ये हेडक्वार्टर्स उजाड़ दिए। भारत के इन हमलों में 100 से अधिक खूंखार आतंकवादियों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया है। आतंक के बहुत सारे आका बीते 2.5-3 दशकों से खुलेआम पाकिस्तान में घूम रहे थे, जो भारत के खिलाफ साजिशें करते थे। उन्हें भारत ने एक झटके में खत्म कर दिया। साथियों, भारत की इस कार्रवाई से पाकिस्तान घोर निराशा में गिर गया था, हताशा में गिर गया था, बौखला गया था। और इसी बौखलाहट में उसने एक और दुस्साहस किया। आतंक पर भारत की कार्रवाई का साथ देने के बजाय पाकिस्तान ने भारत पर ही हमला करना शुरू कर दिया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे स्कूलों, कॉलेजों को, गुरुद्वारों को, मंदिरों को, सामान्य नागरिकों के घरों को निशाना बनाया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना बनाया। लेकिन इसमें भी पाकिस्तान खुद बेनकाब हो गया। दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स, पाकिस्तान की मिसाइलें भारत के सामने तिनके की तरह बिखर गई। भारत के सशक्त एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ने उन्हें आसमान में ही नष्ट कर दिया। पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया। भारत के ड्रोन्स, भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था और बुरी तरह पीटने के बाद इसी मजबूरी में 10 मई की दोपहर को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने हमारे डीजीएमओ को संपर्क किया। तब तक हम आतंकवाद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बड़े पैमाने पर तबाह कर चुके थे। आतंकियों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया था। पाकिस्तान के सीने में बसाए गए आतंक के अड्डों को हमने खंडहर बना दिया था। इसलिए जब पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुहार लगाई गई, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। साथियों, भारत की तीनों सेनाएं, हमारी एयरफोर्स, हमारी आर्मी और हमारी नेवी, हमारी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स बीएसएफ, भारत के अर्धसैनिक बल लगातार अलर्ट पर है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आतंक के खिलाफ भारत की नीति है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का ये बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की। इस ऑपरेशन के दौरान हमारे मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की प्रामाणिकता सिद्ध हुई। आज दुनिया देख रही है 21वीं सदी के वॉरफेयर में मेड इन इंडिया डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट्स, इसका समय आ चुका है। साथियों, हर प्रकार के आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सभी का एकजुट रहना, हमारी एकता हमारी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। निश्चित तौर पर ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, लेकिन ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस, ये एक बेहतर दुनिया की गारंटी है। साथियों, पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते, और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर, पीओके, उस पर ही होगी। प्रिय देशवासियों, आज बुद्ध पूर्णिमा है। भगवान बुद्ध ने हमें शांति का रास्ता दिखाया है। शांति का मार्ग भी शक्ति से होकर जाता है। मानवता शांति और समृद्धि की तरफ बढ़े, हर भारतीय शांति से जी सके, विकसित भारत के सपने को पूरा कर सके, इसके लिए भारत का शक्तिशाली होना बहुत जरूरी है। और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर इस शक्ति का इस्तेमाल भी जरूरी है। और पिछले कुछ दिनों में भारत ने यही किया है। मैं एक बार फिर भारत की सेना और सशस्त्र बलों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। हम भारतवासी के हौसले, हर भारतवासी का एकजुटता का शपथ, संकल्प मैं उसे नमन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय। भारत माता की जय।
His very much anticipated address to the nation. A lot of news points in that. I want to go through first with Abhishek through the news points. I think he has very clearly said कि हमने धूल चटा दी. We made Pakistan army bite the dust. We have clear superiority in new age warfare. And he has said very clearly that if Pakistan wants to survive, it must give up on terror. Otherwise, terrorism will finish Pakistan. In a clear reference to the Indus Waters Treaty, he has said, water and blood cannot flow together. And he's also said out there, Abhishek, that we have a declared policy that we'll only talk to Pakistan now on terrorism or on Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Making a lot of significant comments out there. He's spoken about the new normal. And could you add the points on that, what he said about the new normal? He said there's a new normal now in dealing with Pakistan.
So the new normal, Arnab, is amazing that he really outlined the contours of it. He said that hum muh tod jawab denge. That's India's stated policy. Now, anytime there is an attack, we will go after them. Hot pursuit inside Pakistan. No area of Pakistan is beyond our reach. Then he said no nuclear blackmail anymore. If you're indulging in nuclear blackmail, remember India has evolved its nuclear policy. We don't say anymore that we have no first choose policy. We can do preemptive strikes, perhaps a glimpse of which was given this time.
And that live alert is wrong. I want that to be cleared because that's quoting Trump without putting Trump colon. It says the ceasefire is a permanent one. Can we please take that off? That's the line on Trump. It's irrelevant now. Change the points on your live alert or take that off the screen.
In fact,
because it is the exact opposite that has been said by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has said today, Abhishek, that this is only a pause.
Yes, absolutely.
There is no permanent ceasefire.
I think that one line
put up absolute direct contradiction of Donald Trump, where he said there is only a pause. In the coming days, we will continue to watch. There is only a pause in our response. He has not used the word ceasefire even once.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this validates what we've been saying here at Republic, that there is no ceasefire, leave alone a permanent ceasefire.
If I'm charitable, I would say President Trump was just ad-libbing without any brief from his team, because whatever he said has been absolutely debunked by the Prime Minister when he says this is just a pause, that we are going to go in hot pursuit. This is the new normal. Live with it, Pakistan. And that no nuclear blackmail, we are not going to tolerate this. He also said not just terrorists, but their backers also. We will not see them separate. For us, terrorists, their backers, Pakistan army, they are one for us. We will go after them. This is not an era of war. At the same time, this is not an era of terror.
For a while. Can we do that? The point here is, the second point which he has made here is that where he says that giving an international angle to this, he has said that, by the way, the places that we have destroyed, which is Wahapalpur and Muridke, are the global terrorism universities. And this is the place from where 9/11 has been plotted, the London tube bombings have been plotted, and all the major attacks across centers in India have been plotted. He said in one jhatka, we have destroyed the terrorists who have had 2 to 2.5 decades of uninterrupted freedom to do what they want. And he's been very extremely clear, and he has said out there that instead of supporting us, he said Pakistan should have supported us when we carried out an attack on terrorism. But instead of supporting us, I was surprised that they actually started targeting India. He said they targeted our colleges, our gurdwaras, homes of ordinary people, but he said their mask was off. They could take absolutely no action, making a reference to the point where there are pictures of terrorists with the army in the final funeral ceremonies of the terrorists out there. He said that actually took their mask off. He said in 3 days, we destroyed Pakistan to a level which हमने तबाह कर दिया. 3 दिन में हमने पाकिस्तान को पूरी तौर से तबाह कर दिया. And it is in this context that they called our DGMO.
Yes.
And then they said, after we destroyed the terrorist infrastructure, they begged for peace. He said, Guhar laga di. What is the translation of Guhar?
Well, he cried, Pakistan cried uncle, basically. I mean, that's the translation, I would say.
And then he also says that the Pakistani DGMO and the Pakistani establishment gave an assurance that there would be no terrorist activities.
Yeah,
and it was only then that we agreed to pause. Only then that we agreed to pause.
So this is the second bluff of Trump being called out, because Prime Minister is saying the Pakis came crying. We listened to them and we said, okay, fine, let's pause and see and observe what they're doing. So there is no mediation so far as India is concerned.
The important point here he has said, General Bakshi, is that henceforth there will be no nuclear blackmail. He said, we have decided that if this continues, then we can absolutely target their nuclear installations, their nuclear bases. I think something to the attack which he has said, no nuclear blackmail will be targeted, will be tolerated anymore. I don't remember the exact words he used.
Just one more line. Just one more line. He said, Pakistan was targeting our border, we hit their heart. We went right in.
Yes, but when he spoke about nuclear blackmail, did he mention about something about we can even target their nuclear centers or others in the future?
I think it was implied. He did not say
implied.
That. It was implied.
It was implied. So, General Bakshi, what's your takeaways, sir? What's your 2 or 3 big takeaways from that speech of Prime Minister Modi?
Yes, Arnab, it was a powerful speech, emotive and striking as always, hit the heart. Some key takeaways. We have paused our strikes to observe what Pakistan does next. Key takeaway, action points. Okay? We have established a new normal. That if, he's referring to the fact of that Cabinet Committee on Security note. Any act of terror will be taken as an act of war. Right? We will not separate terrorists from their mentors. He mentioned how the Pakistani senior officers were there, they were giving guards of honor, they were giving them state funerals. Okay? This will not be accepted. हम मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे. हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को कसौटी पर नापेंगे. We will carefully watch, observe every action of Pakistan and measure it on that, yardstick. He talked of India's excellence in new age warfare and how our made in India weapons have performed fantastically. He said, and note this, ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, पर ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है. He's been always saying this is not the era of war. It is also not the era of terrorism. Right? Terror and talks, terror and trade cannot go together. Maybe this is an indirect reference to Donald Trump's offer to trade with both India and Pakistan. He said water and blood cannot flow together. And then he has said, if we have to talk, it will only be as on terror. शांति का मार्ग शक्ति से होकर जाता है.
Right?
Famous words. Quotable quotes. शांति का मार्ग शक्ति से होकर जाता है. We want every Indian to live in peace, but for that India will have to be powerful and use its power. Not just be powerful, but use power when required. That is extremely important. And of course, he gave a unstinted salute to the courage, valor, and the professionalism of our armed forces, our scientists who have given us the technological capabilities which are world class, which have proved themselves on the arena of the battlefield. Systems have been tested and combat proven, and these are indigenous Indian systems. But what I liked best was we will stand to no nuclear blackmail. No nuclear blackmail we will accept. And I also couldn't quite catch the words as to what he implied next, that we will hit back on terror, nuclear targets. That, if that has been said, I'd like it please be cross-checked.
Can you tell me, if I can get that particular soundbite out,
statement.
Which one?
where he talked about nuclear targets, that if they were to try and blackmail us, they will, we will not stop up their nuclear targets. I don't know if that soundbite is there. I'd like to listen to the nuclear blackmail clip again. Let's listen to it.
आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का ये बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे।
So I have the exact word there. What he said was that terrorist targets which are hiding under nuclear blackmail, or terrorist centers which are hiding under nuclear blackmail, will be targeted. There will be no nuclear blackmail.
This is big.
Does it mean that he's basically saying that because you are doing nuclear blackmail, you think you can protect your terrorist centers? We will not hesitate at targeting any center, which means he's basically saying that he's going to do a big counter strike. He's not talking about nuclear strike, but he's saying he's willing to do a big counter strike and not let nuclear blackmail come in the way of that. That if we target these centers, there will be a nuclear attack on us. That is something that we are not concerned about.
I would say, Arnab, this is the biggest ever statement or a policy speech by an Indian Prime Minister which sets a clear red line. And the fact that he's calling out Pakistan's nuclear blackmail is very correct. If you ask me, I've studied nuclear strategy. What he's telling the world that no longer will India and the world will tolerate Pakistan's nuclear blackmail. If it requires, that means dismantling Pakistan's nuclear infrastructure as well. He's not saying it explicitly, but the message is loud and clear that Pakistan's nuclear blackmail, hiding terrorism and using that as a charade will not work any longer. And the other key takeaway is a message to the world that India will talk on its own terms, talk only on terrorism, on Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. There is no way of a third-party mediation anywhere. That's the second key message. The third message is Operation Sindhur only on a pause. So sends a clear message to the terror ayatollahs and the Pakistani army and ISI that we are not done yet. So just wait and watch. For everybody who was saying that India paused it. It's a clear message coming from the Indian Prime Minister that this is just a pause. If Pakistan dares to attack India or any more terror attacks, we have struck at Pakistan's heart. Clear message to those sitting in GHQ in Rawalpindi that we went there, our target was there. Next time, you will be completely destroyed and demolished. I think this is one of the biggest strategic doctrine that Narendra Modi has put out. It is a statesman speech. It also tells the world that India does not want war. But this is not the time for terrorism. I would say, coming on Buddha Purnima, Arnab, this is a big message to the world that India wants peace, but on its own term. It will not tolerate countless Indian lives being lost because of Pakistan-sponsored terrorism and the world looking the other way. This is India's moment. It will decide its own red lines, its own destiny, and also a strategic doctrine that has been etched by the Prime Minister today that India will not tolerate any terrorism from Pakistan, and we have decided to cross that red line, and Operation Sindhur set a new strategic doctrine. Arnab.
I think there are 8 headlines that I have pulled out. The first headline is that there will be no nuclear blackmail, where the Prime Minister is saying very clearly that you cannot give nuclear cover to terrorist activities. I think that's the exact phrasing would be that don't give nuclear cover to terrorist activities, there will be no nuclear blackmail. That is a huge headline number one. We can make appropriate graphics on it. Second point is where he says that we have destroyed Pakistan in 3 days. I think he's put it in perspective. His words will be understood, and no amount of facade given by the weak ISI press conferences will help. The third headline is that he said that the Pakistanis begged for peace. Inhone guhar lagai. They fell at our feet. They begged. They begged us. And also along with that, an associated headline that they gave an assurance that they would not carry out terrorist activities.
Yeah.
I think that point is also there, which will not go unnoticed. The fourth headline, the big one, this is just a pause.
That's a big one.
The war, the battle, the conflict continues. Don't assume this is stopped. And I think this is a direct contradiction of Donald Trump, who's saying that he's achieved first of all, he's achieved nothing.
Yeah.
And secondly, you know, he's not even achieved a full trade deal with China. I don't know what he's talking about. But he's achieved nothing. But
no ceasefire with Russia.
This permanent ceasefire rubbish should stop. The fifth point is where he said blood and water will not flow together, which means no water is going through the Indus system to Pakistan.
Yeah.
The sixth word, which is the use of phraseology, धूल चटा दी हमने उनको. हर बार पाकिस्तान हारता है, इस बार धूल फिर से चटा दी. We made them lick the dust.
Yeah.
Seventh headline, that the Pakistani generals and the terrorists seen together at the final rites shows how close they are. The eighth headline, he said, we will talk only on POK or terrorism. There is nothing else to talk to the Pakistanis about. So these, in my view, are the 8 significant headlines from Prime Minister's speech, his address to the nation, which is going to be a big, big morale booster for the people of the country. General Bakshi, do you think I've got the headlines right? Are these the main points? Have I missed something?
Yes, you've gotten the essence of the speech, but Arnab, let me again, as you rightly pointed out, let me again highlight what is the essence of the strategic problem in South Asia. Ever since Pakistan and India went nuclear in 1998, Pakistan has been working from a core premise that now that nuclear deterrence has been achieved in South Asia, India's conventional military power and capabilities have been nullified. India will not dare give a conventional military response to our sub-conventional terrorist provocations, our proxy war provocations. And under the under the shadow of the nuclear umbrella, nuclear overhang, I can intensify the terror war, the proxy war, the hybrid war to any level that I like. And India can do a fig, not a fig. I think you've gotten one hell of a bloody reality check. There is almost an implication if you think that your nuclear umbrella will provide you shelter to intensify the proxy war. Sir, you might lose your nuclear umbrella. You might not have your nuclear umbrella any longer, and in any case, we will not countenance the nuclear overhang. We will react and react strongly, as we have shown you. How strongly India has reacted at the conventional military level. That's number one. Number two, Arnab, there are a lot of people in India who want to do nothing under the excuse, it's not Pakistan. It's not the Pakistani army. It is the terrorists, damn it. It is the non-state actors. Give us a break. The Prime Minister has been very clear, exceptionally clear. You know, he has said that we will not distinguish between the terrorists and their masters, who are the root cause of all the problems. Their lieutenant generals have been attending the funerals of globally designated terrorists. He has laid a wreath on behalf of General Asim Munir, the Chief Minister of Pakistan, province of Punjab, Mariam Sharif. She went to lay a wreath. A guard of honor was given. A state funeral was given to terrorists. Need anything more be said? There is no need now to distinguish between the terrorists and the Pakistani deep state. They are one and the same. They are joined at the hip. And the greater culprit, the greater terrorist, the greatest terrorist is the Pakistani army, ISI. Arnab, I ask you, go back to Pahalgam.
Yes, sir.
You know, the India desk of the ISI, there are a couple of majors, colonels headed by a brigadier. One of the majors, he went to Hafiz Saeed and that Saifullah Kashmiri, asked them to draw up a plan for a Pahalgam-like operation, right? Communal massacre. And you know what the intentions were. So he came up with a plan, he modified it, then he took it to his boss, the brigadier in the India desk. The brigadier made his little suggestions here and there, took it to DGISI. And DGISI says, okay, wait, fine, it's fine by me, let me get it cleared by General Asim Munir. Who is the terrorist Aka? I ask you. We can kill a lot of their minions. They are expendable cannon fodder. The Pakistani deep state says it is a no-cost, low-cost proxy war. हमको तो कोई क्या फर्क पड़ता है, मराए जाए, मरते जाएं ये कुत्ते, गलनाली के कीड़े हैं, लाहौर की स्लम से लाए हैं, ये कराची की स्लम से लाए हैं, 2 रोज की रोटी नहीं मिल रही थी, मदरसों में खाना तो खिलाया तगड़ा, ठीक है, और फिर उनको वहाँ पे ट्रेन किया, हथियार दिए, उनको इन्फिल्ट्रेट किया और उनको मरवा दिया भारतीयों को मारने के लिए. नो स्किन ऑफ माई नोज, मारे जाओ, देखिए मारे जाओ, अल्टीमेट तो मैं और कुत्ते ले आऊंगा, मैं और रिक्रूट करूंगा, मैं नया मरकज़े सुभान अल्लाह बनाऊंगा, ऐश मुकाम बनाऊंगा टेररिस्टों के लिए, मैं मरकज़े तैयबा बनाऊंगा, नया. You know, so Arnab, let's get one thing straight. If we wanted to stop really, yeah, please.
Yes, sir. To what General Bakshi is saying.
Yeah, Arnab, you were saying something?
It will be Markaz-e Jahannam, General Saab, for these Pakistani terrorists now. They have to realize that enough is enough, and the general. So Markaz-e Jahannam should be the new buzzword they should remember all the time now, because this is a new India, Naya Bharat, which will go right into your heartland and hit you where it hurts. There will be costs. There will not be any low-cost terror against India anymore. There will be heavy cost for the Pakistani army, ISI, and all the backers. This is what is the message coming out of Prime Minister Narendra Modi today is, and that's the reason it's very significant. He has made sure that the red lines have been crossed, and India has set a new paradigm against Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. That is a new normal that we have set.
I think following the Prime Minister's speech, there is also a statement that has just come from the side of the Indian Army. I will see if I have that statement with me, where there's apparently some conversation or some word put out about some troop reduction on both sides. I do not have that statement yet with me. But ladies and gentlemen, as I continue to play you very important clips from that speech of the Prime Minister, I want to play the part in the beginning, somewhere in the beginning, where he says they begged for peace and gave some kind of an assurance on stopping terrorism. Do I have that possible soundbite, please, with me? We need that, if we can, that part out. And where he also says, I think we have that soundbite, don't we? We have that soundbite. It's a very important soundbite. General Doval, please come in, sir. General Doval, please come in. So we are in an interesting stage, very, very interesting stage, ladies and gentlemen, of this particular, what if I were to say, conflict, where the big headline is the Prime Minister has said there is no ceasefire, there's only a pause in the military action. But he's kept the overhang. Saurabh, he's kept a very strong overhang of an Indian counter-strike at any point of time. He's given no assurances. He says, they gave us some assurance, we give them none. Essentially, that's the sum total of what I've heard from the Prime Minister.
This is a new global strategic doctrine that Narendra Modi has etched. In India's history, this is a landmark moment. We have set a new normal, not only against terrorism, from anywhere.
We have a statement.
This set, it is, if you ask me, you've studied strategy. This is something which is significant and pivotal moment for India's history. And I think the world should take notice of a new India, not only making sure that it's setting a new red lines against terrorism, but it's also telling the world that it should follow India's lead. What he has done, he has put the Pakistani generals and ISI and all those backers, and he said there is no distinction between state and terrorists. This is a very, very significant speech, and I think the world not only needs to take notice...
Another stepping back is happening right now on all sides, where a statement between the DGMOs were held at 5 p.m. on the 12th of May, 2025. Issues related to the commitment that both sides must not fire a single shot or initiate, General Doval, any aggressive and inimical action against each other were discussed. It was also agreed that both sides consider immediate measures to ensure troop reduction from the borders and forward areas. Can you analyze that for us, sir?
See, Arnab, basically the DGMOs have accepted or gone back to the status quo, and they've added that there should not be a single shot fired. Single shot fired from not only from the IB, but I think also it is very clear that also from the LC. And I'm sure in this, India will also dictate that Pakistan should reduce its troops from the LOC as well, so that there is no, since we have given a stern warning against terrorism, that any act of terrorism on our soil, our Prime Minister has given that, on our soil will be construed as an act of war. Whether Pakistan says state, non-state, nothing, all this has been. So DGMOs have also further clarified, further taken steps as how this will be implemented, what will this reflect, how much, this thing is there, control is there at lower level, so that there is no misconception at lower level that they can get away. General Bakshi will agree with me that in past, some of the junior or senior officers of LOC from Pakistan side have got scot-free by committing such acts, of violation of the
Can I just go across to Shawan for a summary of that news comment? Shawan, the army statement came immediately after the Prime Minister's speech.
Well, in fact, this is quite strongly worded. They're saying that not a single shot to be fired, not initiating any aggressive inimical action. Now, that's important because they're saying they are going to consider an aggression on the part of Pakistan is even if there is a single shot that is fired from the Pakistani side. Number one. Number two, they're talking about reduction of troops. That is basically asking the Pakistanis to also back off. That's the second step that they have taken. So two very important contentious issues that have been spoken on the hotline.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Mr. Jain.
See, troops are only on the LOC. Rest are all manned. The international boundary is manned by their Rangers and RPSF. So that means practically what we are now talking is to reduce Pakistani troops from the LOC and reduce ours also. I hope, we have not agreed to reducing our strength there. Because other troops are not there. We have not mobilized, he has not mobilized. And if there are some mobilizations in terms of ad hoc or small teams like advanced parties occupying some defenses, reduction of that means that has no meaning, right? Meaningful reduction of troops is what I interpret is on the LOC, because rest they are in their peace location, we are in our peace location, they are when we are in during normalcy. So normalcy troops reduction means reduction of troops from LOC and no more infiltration across LOC. That is how I take it.
Yeah. I think the reference here, though, General Doval, let me get General Bakshi on this. Troop reduction probably equals the extra movement or extra mobilization that happened in the last couple of weeks. I mean, that is what I would assume, General Bakshi.
Yes, Arnab, the fact is that Pakistan had gone much further down mobilizing because he was terrified of what we would do. He has gone much further down the mobilization route than we have. Number of his formations have moved out from the cantonments, right? Moved out from the cantonments, gone into conch areas, assembly areas kind of a thing. A lot of his tanks have been moved out of the cant, out of the hangars and put in the groves, etc., so that they would not be sitting ducks for Indian airstrikes, etc. He is moved, for example, let me tell you, the 33rd and the 41st Infantry Divisions, if I remember correctly, have moved out of Quetta and that Fata area and moved out of Baluchistan and towards the border. So there has been movement towards the border from his side more than has been from our depth areas towards our borders, right? Our degree of mobilization is much less than what he has done. So whatever that is there, I think the DGMOs will point it out to him, and I'm sure they'll get it cleared up and moved back.
Yeah, so I think this is working out extremely well for us. That's the sense I get. And the 8 news points and a full analysis of where we stand on Operation Sindhur is coming up. In case you missed the Prime Minister's speech, we'll play it out at 10 tonight. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Co-powered by best internationally recognized hospitality education brand in India.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar, and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
And therefore, I would watch the political situation in Pakistan extremely closely. Our digital video team has done a great job and of putting together a very interesting video sequence of Shehbaz Sharif. And there are in that video sequence the statement of Shehbaz Sharif, which was supposed to go at 8 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, eventually went, I think, around 11 p.m. yesterday, Pakistan time, because the Chinese told him to put it on hold. Now, there are three things you need to look at in this video. His eyes are shifty, moving from left to right, like he's taking instructions. This is not normal eye movement. You can get any psychologist or any optometrist, for that matter, to check this out. The second point which comes out is that there are numerous jump cuts. There are jump cuts, ladies and gentlemen, is television lingo for edits. So that speech is not one sequence. There are 12, 13, 15 jump cuts or edits in that sequence, which means Shehbaz Sharif stopped and started and stopped and started and stopped and started, was being instructed. It was like reading a film script, and it was like an actor being told to put out a performance, and that performance was a very ineffective performance. So I believe he put out that statement under pressure from the army, because there are 3 or 4 references to Asif Munir, and to the greatness of Asif Munir. And I would therefore not be wrong in my assessment that Shehbaz Sharif and the civilian establishment in Pakistan is at its weakest ever. We will have to watch what happens with Asif Munir. Another thing we should watch out for is whether Asif Munir, who has now been strengthened by the Pakistani Supreme Court with new powers that allows him to arrest Pakistani civilians under military rules, will use these.
I'm Gursimran Singh from Jammu International Border with my VJ Sarjeevan Kumar for Republic. Nation first.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahachamcha of the United States. Then it switched its allegiance to China, claiming that its friendship with China was higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea, sweeter than honey. Well, that honey has become putrid. The mountains seem to be much lower than was initially thought, and the sea is much shallower than the Pakistanis would like it to be. China got very upset over 2 things as far as the conflict with India, the ongoing conflict with India is concerned. We are today recording this message on the 11th of May. China first got upset that Pakistan was using Chinese weapons that had never been tested in an actual battle. Those weapons were exposed as useless metallic stuff. Probably some kabadiwala will buy it. So they got very, very upset. The second thing is, in his speech, the badmash who calls himself Sharif kept saying, Uncle Donald Trump, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. He thanked everybody. He thanked his own army chief by name. He did not thank China enough. He didn't say we would have died without China, we couldn't exist without China. So China was very upset. On the other hand, what does America want? America is not used to being number 2. It wants to be number 1. China wants to replace
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Goswami on the debate.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the analysis of the Prime Minister's speech on the nation's sharpest opinion. So I believe that there are 8 news points in what the Prime Minister has said. And in case you missed the full speech, I will play it out at 10 o'clock on the channel. But let us start by looking at 2 soundbites from the Prime Minister's speech. The first is where he says that as a nation, we will not be subjected to nuclear blackmail anymore. You see, viewers, Pakistan carries out acts of terrorism with the feeling that India will be afraid to respond very hard, thinking that a hard response will invite a nuclear response from Pakistan. And this presentation in Pakistan that they're an irrational country, they're a country which is not driven by reason, and then this deliberate attempt at portraying themselves as a crazy country will be an instilling of fear in the rational Indian mind that India will be subject to a nuclear attack by Pakistan if we respond to their terrorism. This is something the Prime Minister has turned around on its head. He said, don't try to take a nuclear cover to your terrorist actions. As a policy decision, as a statement of intent, this is a very, very important statement of the Prime Minister of India. No Prime Minister before Narendra Modi and before this evening has made a statement as clear and unequivocal as this on nuclear blackmail by Pakistan. Let us play it out.
आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का ये बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे।
To Ambassador Deepak Vora now. Ambassador Deepak Vora, this comment of the Prime Minister that we will not be subject to nuclear blackmail, is there anything similar to this which has been told by an Indian Prime Minister before today? It's always been an imperceptible fear in every Indian strategic thinker's part that we are dealing with a crazy country that can push the nuclear button. But now the Prime Minister has made things clear that that policy no longer exists after today.
Sir, thank you very much. Always a privilege to be with you. You are spot on, sir. I've been 52 years in diplomacy, and I believe that after the Pakistanis carried out their nuclear explosions in 1998 to match ours, then they began to tell the whole world. Of course, America was looking the other way because America was very involved in clobbering the Soviets in Afghanistan. Well, let these guys go ahead with their nuclear weapons. It doesn't bother us. After that, I have found in several debates, several discussions in the UN, wherever we go, they make a reference to their nuclear capability. Sir, they used to have a foreign minister, give me 30 seconds, a chap called Qureshi. In the UN where I worked, he was known as Nuclear Qureshi. You ask the fellow, do you want tea or coffee? He'd say, we have nuclear weapons. Sir, do you want to take a taxi or do you want to take the metro? We have nuclear weapons. Man was a raving lunatic. And then I heard a fellow who's a bit of an intellectual, a chap called Sethi from Pakistan. I heard him somewhere saying that, in 7 or 8 days in a conventional war, India will thrash us. After that, the nuclear option will kick in. So this feeling that the nuclear option will protect us, today it has been exploded forever. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Now that fear is out of our mind. And sir, Mr. Goswami, I still don't have confirmation about whether Kahuta has actually ceased to exist, sir. You will find out quicker than I do. But the radiation thing is true, sir. The flights are coming in from Egypt carrying boron carbide, which is meant to contain radioactive fallout. Again, I don't know the truth, sir. But the reality is today, my mind has been freed, sir. This restraint that I had exercised, it's gone, sir. I'm no longer scared of a terrorist nation with a couple of nukes, which will probably not work, sir. Today, the decisions every Indian will make will be independent of the nuclear threat. And finally, may I say, sir, listening to the Prime Minister's speech, he thanked the military, he thanked the Army, Navy, Air Force, he thanked the Border Security Force. There was no mention of any other country, unlike that other joker, that Badmash who calls himself Sharif, thanking his army chief. Thank you very much, my darling, my sweetheart, my lover, my beloved, whatever. Thanking this country, thanking that country. I mean, is that a joke? Do you guys have any self-respect? Today, if I were a Pakistani ambassador, Mr. Goswami, sir, I would hang my head in shame. Look at the way the statesman called Narendra Modi has spoken. Look at the way that village politician called Badmash Sharif has spoken, sir. And the comparison I don't wish to make, but everybody is making it.
I think strategically for future generations, this statement is very important, that there will be no nuclear blackmail. Now, Abhishek, I also found very interesting here the Prime Minister repeatedly saying that we destroyed Pakistan in 3 days. He said with a great deal of confidence that it took us, and his words were very clear. He spoke about no nuclear threat anymore, but he also said very clearly that we could completely flatten Pakistan in 3 days. You want to make a comment on that before I run that soundbite?
I think Pakistan's decimation was complete. It was visible, it was demonstrated, and it was captured on Pakistani cameras. And, there was no need to give evidence because the Pakistanis themselves were showing it. In fact, look at the press conference that the Pakistani generals did. Not an iota of evidence. They are showing social media posts. They're talking about social media handles. While we clinically presented satellite imagery, we presented pictures on the ground and whatnot. So I think Prime Minister's confidence came from the fact that we had incontrovertible evidence of the complete decimation of the Pak military.
He also highlighted the technological superiority and called it new age warfare. Can I play the soundbite and come right to you after that, sir? Right out. Gentlemen, yeah.
भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था और बुरी तरह पीटने के बाद इसी मजबूरी में 10 मई की दोपहर को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने हमारे डीजीएमओ को संपर्क किया। तब तक हम आतंकवाद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बड़े पैमाने पर तबाह कर चुके थे। आतंकियों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया था। पाकिस्तान के सीने में बसाए गए आतंक के अड्डों को हमने खंडहर बना दिया था.
Well, I think, on this particular, where the Prime Minister talks about destroying Pakistan in 3 days, he didn't go into the details, but he gave the broad picture, and his words will be watched very carefully, I think, General Doval, in Pakistan as well, where there have been flat denials of any major harm that we have done to their installations.
But the details have been given by the forces.
Of course, fully.
At Prime Minister's level, this message is being
More than
conveyed.
enough.
Is more than enough. These words are more than enough. And one more thing, Arnab, I would like to add. I'd like to thank Ambassador Vora, and I'd like to thank large number of intellectuals and large number of intelligentsia of India. At least I've been talking, and I'm sure General Bakshi has been talking, that please don't fearmonger about his nuclear capability. And I've spoken, Arnab, in last 15 days, that this fearmongering of his nuclear capability be stopped, because it restricts our people, scares our people, and restricts our decision makers in taking a correct decision in striking at Pakistan. We have been, as military people, have been very clear that this is a bogey, and if at all any movement will take place, we are capable of destroying his not nuclear arsenal, but nuclear arsenal of weapon carriers, his aircraft, his missiles which can carry. So, thank you, Prime Minister. I congratulate you. You have put at rest the fears of our intellectuals and our people, those who have been telling us, no. If you go to war, he will do this. You imagine the nuclear weapon. There's a nuclear state. We as army people have been very clear that whenever we want, we are militarily superior to him, much more. Our military power. We've been talking of our military power. And we've been talking that our military power, there we apply our military power.
They have actually, I wouldn't say we have called their bluff.
No,
I would say
everybody.
No, sir, I would say they have called their bluff, because General Bakshi and Abhishek, you can take this forward with General Bakshi. If they had this nuclear card, why didn't they play it this time? When we bombed these 2 locations where it is now being speculated there are some nuclear storage facilities, which includes the one in Rawalpindi, why did they beg for peace? Where was their nuclear button? Where was the nuclear button when we had destroyed their air bases and 9 terrorist camps? Why did they beg for peace and give an assurance that we will not carry out terrorist activities? There was no nuclear button that they pressed because they don't have one. They have no second strike capability, Abhishek.
And I think we completely decimated their capacity to carry out a second strike, Arnab, and that really calls the nuclear bluff of Pakistan. And that's why Prime Minister very confidently mentioned that henceforth no further. This is the end of any nuclear blackmail. General Bakshi, are we right on that?
We have framed the essential strategic dilemma in South Asia ever since nuclearization. Just by the way, Arnab, my thesis for my PhD was limited wars in South Asia under a nuclear overhang, right? Your central strategic dilemma was that stability at the nuclear level, nuclear deterrence, leads to instability at the sub-conventional level, because Pakistan has been encouraged to think that now India has no conventional response option. The nuclear dilemma was immediately tested. The most dangerous phase after nuclearization are the initial few years, right, in which a lot of miscalculations can happen. Over time, nations grow more used to handling their arsenals and dealing with threats, right? So, immediately after 98, we had the Kargil conflict in 1999, and our central strategic dilemma was the stability-instability paradox as defined by Chris Gagne and other thinkers in this field. They said the more stable you are at the nuclear level, the less stable you will be at the sub-conventional level. So that commando from Pakistan, that commando general called Pervez Musharraf, He thought, wow, I have now got India where I want. I've got India exactly where I want. Now I will push the proxy war envelope to as far as I want to go. Inflict a war of the 1,000 cuts and India will dare not respond. I was in the military operations directorate then, Arnab. I saw all these discussions and calculations. I was even asked once, is there any precedent of two nuclear armed nations going to war? I said yes. He said, which one? I said Russia and China in the Amur-Asuri clashes. So everybody looked up, oh yes. The simple fact that I'm trying to tell you is, at that stage, General VP Malik articulated this dilemma very, very succinctly when he said, there is space in South Asia between the two spectrum ends of all-out nuclear war and sub-conventional war. There is space for a conventional war in South Asia. And he said further, it is our job to create that space. Otherwise, you have let him get away. We've gone nuclear. I'm sorry, we can do nothing. He can kill as many Indian citizens as he wants, torture them way he likes, give headshots, show it to mom, show it to the kids, and have a ball. And go away laughing, whistling down the streets. You can do nothing. He's got nuclear bombs. Arre, to hell with his nuclear bombs. Has his bluff not been called, Arnab? For God's sake, we are watching. If we have attacked his nuclear arsenal and he has not replied. Lieutenant General Kidwai is the father of their strategic nuclear doctrine. He's the head, the longest serving head of the strategic plans division. He had given out nuclear red lines of Pakistan. Do you know something? Most of them have been crossed. He's done nothing. Sweet Fanny Adams. So, let me tell you. He said there will be a space threshold. There will be a special threshold in terms of damage to equipment and weapons. If the bulk of the Pakistani forces are wiped out, then we'll use nuclear weapons. If he crosses the Indus, we'll use nuclear weapons, or he's near the Indus, we'll use nuclear weapons. Then he said, if he strangulates Pakistan economically, that means our navy was off the coast of Karachi, right? Then he said, if he withholds our waters, heard that, Arnab?
We've already done that.
If he withholds our waters, if he tries to stop us of our...
I think the point is that it was all about calling the nuclear bluff, and we've very successfully done that. But we've said in fact, I think the other news point was, and I'll just play that soundbite coming straight to you, Saurabh, where the Prime Minister says this is just a pause.
Yeah.
The question on the whole country's mind, is it over? No, it's not over. This is just a pause. Let's play that.
मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है।
Saurabh, this is just a pause.
It is, Arnab, very, very clear. Prime Minister's message was significant that this is just a pause. We play by international rule-based order, but we also set our own rules for our self-interest and India's national interest. This is a big message from any Indian Prime Minister ever. I haven't seen in my living memory this kind of a clear and explicit message to the world that India will defend its citizens. Anybody who's impacted by Pakistan-sponsored terrorism and nuclear blackmail cannot come in the way. Talks, if at all will happen, on India's terms, talks only on terrorism and on Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So any doubts anybody had have been set to rest. Also on water, don't forget he spoke about water. Water and blood cannot flow together. That's again a significant
ANI
thing.
feed. We got an ANI feed of some ceasefire violations in the Samba sector. This has not been officially confirmed, but there are some visuals. Let's try and get from Gursimran. And can I be precisely told what the ANI has put out? Here are the visuals, ladies and gentlemen, which means individually. Okay, ANI blacked it out now. Okay, interesting. ANI ran that ANI.
Yeah,
we may be getting those visuals.
As you have been running, Arnab, we have to be responsible.
And if there are some,
okay, so we'll wait for our official confirmation on this.
There are some small UAVs.
These could be rogue elements who may want to do that. The next point in the Prime Minister's speech, where he says blood and water will not go together. This is a reference to the continuance of the abrogation of the Indus Waters Treaty. Can we play that?
टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी।
Your strong language out there. So the Indus Waters Treaty remains unchanged.
Off the table.
Off the table. So the pressure continues, Abhishek.
Kashmir off the table, Indus Water Treaty off the table, any talks off the table, trade off the table. Essentially, as of now, Pakistan is in a pincer so far as India is concerned, and we are not going to walk back. We are not going to, indulge in any manner, and we are effectively not listening to anyone. Remember, Arnab, Prime Minister's statement has come about 35 minutes after President Trump's soundbite. Prime Minister did not mention anything about America. He said the Pakistanis came crying. We spoke to them, told them this is our list, this is what you have to do. Henceforth, this is the new normal. Live with it. And
so when the Prime Minister deals, is making a policy announcement, it's going to be seen everywhere. Why does he use the word dhul chatadi for Pakistan? Very strong. We made them lick the dust.
That's because the complete decimation of our targets. I mean, look at the Bahawalpur. I was told that of the 24 weapons we used in those 9 strikes, the heaviest one was reserved for Bahawalpur. That's the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Masood Azhar was released by India after the IC-814 hijacking, and when he came into Pakistan from Afghanistan after being released, ISI received him, and a couple of months after that, Jaish-e-Mohammed was formed, and they carried out parliament attack. I mean, the roots go back to that time. We cannot forget it, and that's why we have made an example of completely destroying the structure that existed at the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. So I think that's why Prime Minister said, "Mitti mein mila denge, mila diya."
The speech was, therefore, I would put it, this is a new war doctrine being put out by Prime Minister Narendra Modi for India, which will apply forever. Can I play the Dhul Chatadi bite, please? Thank you.
हमने आतंकवादियों को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए भारत की सेनाओं को पूरी छूट दे दी और आज हर आतंकी, आतंक का हर संगठन जान चुका है कि हमारी बहनों बेटियों के माथे से सिंदूर हटाने का अंजाम क्या होता है। जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का यह बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's 9:27. At 9:22, we got the following visuals. The visuals we are showing you are over Jammu. And the news we have, and I think these are again drone interceptions which we are seeing here. Yeah. By now we are familiar in seeing drone interception. General Bakshi, please watch carefully. The skies have been lit once again over Jammu. And the news is that multiple drones have been spotted over vital installations of the Indian Army in Jammu. Drones have been spotted in 3 districts of Jammu. Drones have been spotted over the Northern Air Command of the Indian Army in Udhampur. Drones have been also spotted over BSF installations in 3 locations of Jammu. I can also confirm to you that drones have been intercepted in Samba. These are drone interceptions. Ladies and gentlemen, these visuals are deferred. All the air defense systems of the area have been activated. Over 25 drones spotted in 4 locations. General Bakshi, please watch carefully. If this is not a violation, I don't know what is. If this is not a violation, Saurabh, I don't know what is. Arispura, Mad in Jammu, Samba, Udhampur. Gursimran, what more can you share, Gursimran? Gursimran, can you hear me? Shawan is there live? Can we have him? We are now told that drones have been intercepted. The visuals are showing the defense systems which have been activated. Drones have been spotted over 3 districts of Jammu, Udhampur and Samba. There is no official confirmation of this yet. Gursimran.
Yes, Arnab, we are confirming it from our sources in the Indian Army as well as district administration that there have been drone spottings and the locals have seen it. We have the video proofs of the same also, that in the 3 districts, that is Jammu, Samba and Udhampur, drones have been spotted. In the Samba, it has been spotted in the main city. From the border area, they were heading towards the main city. In Udhampur, they have been spotted above the garrison of the Indian Army's Northern Command. That has been conveyed to the district administration. Third, they have been spotted in the area of Arispura and in the area of Mud. That is close to the international border, and the SOPs are being implemented. Except from the blackout, all the SOPs are being now implemented by the district administration to bring down these drones. We can also confirm that the officials are telling us that the height of these drones is somewhere 1200 feet to 1500 feet. So this is what, and they are keeping a watch on the movement of these drones. These drones have moved in from the international border area in the Jammu and the Samba, and they are heading towards the Udhampur, that is the base of the Indian Army's Northern Command. These are all the confirmations that we have got from our sources, and also the videos of these drones moving inside the area. Also in the Samba, the air defense system has been activated. We are told that the air defense system has been actually taking shots at these drones. So 3 districts, 4 attempts have been done by these drones to enter the Indian territory. Also there are some locations, that is one location which is in the deep hinterland, Basoli in the Kathua. That information is also with the Jammu and Kashmir police, that there was a spotting, but whether it was a hostile drone, that is still untraceable. But these 25 plus drones, Arnab, these are the hostile drones that have been spotted in the 3 districts, Jammu districts, 2 locations, Araspura international border and the Mud international border that comes from the Kanachak area, and in the Samba, it is the Samba international border that they have crossed over to the Indian territory, and in the Udhampur, the target is the same. The target is the Northern Command of the Indian Army, over which
Shawan, this is obviously a clear transgression. Right? And the information is flowing all through. It's on the agencies, it's with us. And this follows the DGMO level talks and the mutual assurance to pull back mobilizations, if any, along the LOC and international border. Is Pakistan clearly not playing a double game?
Well, in fact, the military headquarters was quite clear about the fact that this is just a pause as far as their activities are concerned. But having said that, Right now, they've been extremely cautious. Let me be also very clear here, Arnab, as far as the military headquarters here in the national capital are concerned, they are still maintaining, and I'm quoting this that I've just got from them, is that we haven't received any inputs as yet at this moment. If there is any, we will look into it. Now, that's the kind of response that we've got. But having said that, that's also a professional way that the military headquarters is looking at it right now, in the sense that this is a message that they will be using it against the Pakistanis, that we gave you the space, we gave you the time to mend, but you haven't. And that would essentially mean that there would be a response. There would be a response. Let's be very clear.
There has to be a response to this.
As far as the first response here, it will be brought down. In fact, this is a clear instruction that has been given to them in the manner whether at all there's going to be a blackout and then they are going to bring it down, that we do not know. But having said that, it is going to be brought down and there will be a response to it. As far as troop movements are concerned, there's not much of a change in this entire matter. The troop change.
Okay, so we'll wait for another official confirmation of that. So it still continues to be, as you can see, an evolving situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next soundbite I want to play of the Prime Minister is that where he says that talks can be held only on POK and terrorism. Let's play that.
अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी. अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर POK उस पर ही होगी.
So General Bakshi, Abhishek, to you, we are tonight where we can always be assumed that there's a ceasefire, there's a new understanding, there's been a political address by the Prime Minister, and things go to the normal, whatever that new normal may be, whatever that, in the words of the Prime Minister, a new normal is drawn.
Yeah.
But that new normal does not mean, Abhishek, that you can have a DGMO talk, you can make an assurance, you can tweet about a ceasefire as Pakistan does, and then do the kind of violations that has been done today. This seems to be a deliberate attack more than at needling. It could mean surveillance or something else altogether.
It's both, plus possibly rogue elements within Pakistan army trying to sabotage whatever has happened over the last 48 hours. I think we would be game for it because our new normal means now we will hit back. So one, of course, air defense comes.
So if this has happened, should we not hit back tonight or what?
Of course we should hit back, and we should hit back disproportionately, in the sense that it should not be amounting to just sending 5 drones from our side if 5 drones came from their side. Maybe we should do more. I mean, that's of course for the military strategists to decide and for the military leadership to decide. But I think Prime Minister in his speech made it clear that the new normal is proportionate or disproportionate response, but immediate response. In that sense, I think it is not going to go unanswered.
There is neither a confirmation nor a denial, Shawan, from the army yet. Interesting. Okay, Shawan is on a call. General Bakshi, things are still evolving.
Yeah.
We're not back to square one.
It is evolving, Arnab.
Big.
No.
It's a big thing. I think we are calling the bluff of President Trump. It's a big thing or not.
What's happened?
We have to just go through this statement, this comment that has come in.
Which
sources from the government. I have put it there in the group.
Can you say it yourself?
I am reading it. It says that in all the conversations that have happened between Indian leaders and the American leadership, essentially J.D. Vance, Vice President, speaking to Prime Minister, Marco Rubio speaking to External Affairs Minister and the National Security Advisor, in any conversation whatsoever, no mention of trade. And
the government directly contradicts Donald Trump.
That's a big one. That's a big one.
The Indian government directly contradicts Donald Trump and says there is no link at any point of time between trade and any military action. That's very clear.
That's a big one, or not?
And that's the first time I'm so happy that the Indian government has directly contradicted the humongously false statements of Donald Trump.
Preposterous comment that he had made, that now there would be a lot of trade. I mean, we cannot exchange our
national security,
for trade. I mean,
our sovereignty.
The manner in which we were attacked. And the Prime Minister said, I had personal pain at the manner in which Pahalgam terror attack happened, and we had to respond. And for President Trump to belittle it by saying that let's buy peace with trade, I think it was preposterous statement. It was irresponsible statement. It was something which I think crossed a certain line, and that's why this statement coming in.
But this is a
Prime
huge
Minister
statement.
Keeping silent absolutely on any role for Americans, and now this statement coming.
The Indian government saying it's not going to remain quiet at these grandiose falsehoods of Donald Trump and directly contradicting Donald Trump. It's very, very important that that's happened. Saurabh?
Arnab, it's a very significant statement, and I would say that sources telling me as well that while India values its partnership with the US, it will do so in its own terms. There will not be any compromise on the issue of terrorism at all, and trade is a very separate thing. And that's the reason why this statement coming out. Prime Minister had a long chat with J.D. Vance where obviously India's concerns were clearly expressed, and the US understood that. The Indian sources telling me they don't know in what context President Trump spoke about trade, but India is very clear that trade is out of the scope. It is very clear that the talks will be held bilaterally between India and Pakistan, if at all, on the issues of terrorism and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. That's it. That's the end of the story. This is a clear message coming out from India as well. Also setting out clear expectation that we abide by the rule-based orders, but on bilateral issues, India will take its own position. India values its relationship with the US, but those exist.
But the news story of the moment is that we have continued to get some reports of drone sightings, and I think we were talking to some contacts. Shravan was talking to some contacts for further verification of this. We have not got an army confirmation of this, ladies and gentlemen, but we are getting details that there is a blackout in parts of Amritsar. So it's an evolving situation. 8:45 p.m. baje, there is a siren की आवाज सुनाई देगी. हम सतर्क हैं और blackout शुरू कर रहे हैं DC अमृतसर. So Shravan, are you there?
Gursimran is there.
Yeah, so Gursimran is there. Gursimran? Gursimran, we just got some more visuals, 4 locations, Arispura, Mad in Jammu, Samba and Udhampur. Gursimran, we have some more visuals, the latest ones. Please see it on the group. Gursimran, what are the authorities saying?
Got it now.
See, Arnab, we have spoken to the officials in the Indian Army as well as in the district administration, and we can confirm that there has been details that are emerging that the Indian Army has shared these inputs with the district administration, and the input suggests that at all 4 locations there have been drone sightings. The number of the drones that have been spotted, a cumulative number, is more than 24, 25 is the number that we are getting to know.
Any fresh visuals also came in? You got a fresh set, that is the Samba earlier visuals. A fresh set is also with us. Gursimran?
Audio check.
Gursimran, can you confirm?
I'm telling you that I have spoken to the officials in the Indian Army as well as the district administration, and I can confirm that there's 4 districts, these 3 districts and 4 locations, they were under the these surveillance threat of these drones, because these drones were seen not only by the locals but also the Army and the Air Force authorities have confirmed this to the district administration. First spotting was done in the Udhampur, where the district administration was apprised by the Army authorities that there has been a drone threat. 2 drones were seen at first. Second is that they have seen it in the Arispura sector of the Jammu, then in the Mud area of Jammu, where the administration swung into the action, and then the intercepts were found in the Samba district. So these are the 4 locations in 3 districts of Jammu where these drones were seen by the police and the Indian Army along with the Air Force interception, after which it was informed to the district administration that this incident has been reported and the due action be taken, after which the air defense system was activated at all 4 locations. The interception so far has only been done in the Samba district. Rest 3 districts, the movement of drones are at somewhere close to 1200 to 1500 feet from the ground. That is what the authorities are saying.
General Bakshi, what do you think, sir?
Look, Arnab, I would react to it calmly. Number one, I would like to wait and see whether it is nervousness and they are sending surveillance drones to see what we are up to. If it persists, there was a strong feeling in this country that we should have continued for 2 to 3 days more of the air and missile strikes, right? And also our Navy has been kept out of action for too long, for too long. And it's not fair to the Navy as an arm of sea warriors. So, I mean, I have no skin off my nose. You want it, you'll get it. You want it, you want to be kicked, boy, you'll get it. Right?
Just coming to say.
Till you cry, uncle. So not a problem. What's the problem?
Right.
Also been speaking to your context.
Arnab, what I'm trying to tell you is that firstly, the wisdom of Indian army and the polity that we have not called off the operation. So operation continues. Secondly, Arnab, I think there is one thing is coming out very clear, and I hope I'm not wrong and diplomats can comment. I think this is the conflict between America and China being played in the polity and military of Pakistan. Whatever is happening today, I think, if it is real what we are getting, and if Pakistani army is still doing, that means the Chinese are coaxing the Pakistani army, and Pakistan army is split between loyalty towards Americans and the polity, and to obey America and the polity. Polity means the Prime Minister and the truce. And
I just want to make a point.
And yet there is a lobby which is strongly in line with China, and since China has had no role till now, I think this is.
Or is this an attempt at testing the Indian? Is it an attempt at testing the Indian government? Yes, Commodore GJ. Is it? The army has confirmed, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Indian army has confirmed the situation is active again. Abhishek, the situation has just gone active again, where the Indian army has now confirmed that there have been multiple drone spottings. My God, this is huge. They are
not testing. They are threatening you. They are carrying out something.
No, they are not. They are not.
This is desperate to get some success.
No. This means the hostilities continue. This means that the Pakistani army is backstabbing us, and deliberately, after the very strong words of the Prime Minister, there have been both surveillance and armed drones. Abhishek,
yes,
please note, General GJ and the Commodore GJ, armed drones have been found, and there has been a huge ceasefire violation. Armed drones, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to a very active and evolving situation at the border. There is a blackout in Vaishno Devi Bhavan and Yatra track after a threat of drone in the nearby Udhampur district. Ladies and gentlemen, well ahead of every other channel. The Indian Army is confirming the armed drone and counter drone fire is still on. Counter drone fire is still on. General GJ, Commodore GJ. Abhishek, making a call.
Yeah.
Commodore GJ, over to you, sir.
Yeah. I just want to make a very quick point. Please listen to me carefully.
Yes,
you see what I'm trying to tell you. I see a new footprint, a new reflection in the policy of Pakistan Army. You may recall that in the very recent past, Hamas leadership has visited them. Now, this is the reflection of their theology. This is the footprint of their schemes. This is the footprint of how they operate, because the chemistry, the mindset of the Pakistan Army chief and generals matches with the Hamas leadership. This is what I see here. This is what I even wanted to make on the very first day, that we may continue to threaten them. We may do anything.
Absolutely.
They will not back down. This is Islamic jihadi mindset which needs to be changed.
Commodore Singh, you think Navy should come into play now, as General Bakshi was suggesting? Commodore Singh, you think Navy should come into play now, as General Bakshi was suggesting? Like we should involve Navy in a more aggressive posture than just offensive defense, like it's essentially defensive?
Navy, yes, Navy will definitely play a key role in teaching them a lesson. But I have my own reservation, knowing, understanding the mindset of the jihadis, especially when it comes to Hamas. it comes
Commodore
to
Singh,
Houthis,
sorry to be
then it
interrupting,
comes
but
to
this
the
is an evolving
Hezbollahs,
situation. We are
which
getting a
have
lot
been
of
studying
information.
for
I really want
last
to continue
10
to
years.
focus on it even as we analyze these developments. They all, just listen to this. Drones have been spotted in Jammu, Kathua, Udhampur, RS-Pura. Drones have been spotted in Jalandhar in Punjab. Drones swarm are, moments after Prime Minister Modi's address and, a couple of hours after that DGMO call in which it was clearly told to the Pakistanis that these drones should stop. I mean, what these drones could be doing? Some of them are armed drones is my information.
See, they are not here for any picnic. These drones are here violating the agreed whatever truce between the two countries. So it's clearly sending a message that whatever is being discussed politically or whatever is being agreed by the, theoretically agreed by the DGMOs has no relevance for Pak Army.
It's more than mischief, you think?
No, it's certainly more than mischief. Why should he send an armed drone? There are no testing. He has done enough testing. He knows that we have not mobilized. He knows that we have...
General Bakshi sir, you want to comment? This activity continues, though, of course, insofar as Samba is concerned, I am told, General Bakshi sir, that for the last 15-20 minutes, there has been no drone activity. So they came and they're gone.
Now look, this is exactly what he did when the first time the ceasefire was agreed to. Within half an hour, he had started the transgressions not only confined to the line of control sector in Jammu and Kashmir, but all across the front, the Western Front. He is primarily back to the old trick. He is telling you, I haven't had enough. So give it to him, man. What's the problem? What's your problem? Why is anybody flapping? We just wanted to wait and see, is it just surveillance drones trying to see all quiet on the Western Front? Or is it armed drones?
Sir, surveillance drones are ceasefire violations, sir. Surveillance drones are not all right.
Repeat of what he did the other day,
Sir,
you let him off the hook.
Drones is a direct challenge to India, sir. And if they're armed in the armed drones, that means they're back to ceasefire violations.
No, Arnab. No, wait one, Arnab, wait one.
Yes, sir.
Arnab, he's coming
Big
back
breaking
out
news
with
tonight.
Armed drones. So then hit him. And he's doing it.
Pakistani drone violations continue in Samba sector. Also in Jalandhar, all across the western border, sir. Entire western border is active right now, sir.
No, Arnab,
this is huge developments tonight.
No, Arnab, please listen to me.
Sir, get our visuals.
Please listen to me, Arnab. Give me a moment. Please. Arnab, this is precisely what he did after the first day the ceasefire was wrapped and shut and this pause or whatever you'd like to call it. You did nothing. He's repeated the same thing again. He's wanting to see your response. Show him, man. Show him, Arnab. The whole country was asking for 2 more days. Now give him. Give him 2 more days. Give him 3. If required, give him bloody 10.
Arnab.
Right? So far
Arnab,
we had escalate vertically. Go up to the Navy.
Give me a minute.
Go up to the Navy. No.
Sir, now ANI clarifying that no drone activity in last 15 minutes, it means nothing.
It happened, but it's not happening.
That means it's a confirmation that drone activity has happened. I'm only on one point. Sir, Commodore GJ.
It's too widespread to deny, and we have...
You can't deny this, there's nothing. I think the breaking news should be on that. Yes, please.
Arnab.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Bakshi, General Bakshi, sir. Arnab, I just want to mention, Arnab, listen to me. Arnab, we are people who are rational, who are reasonable, who talk logically, but this is not with the Pakistan army or jihadi army or rogue army as we call them. They don't understand rationale, they don't understand calculus, they don't calibrated, they don't calculate proportionate, they don't understand these terms. Please understand this. They understand only one thing, that jihad has to be carried out.
Sir, I understand that. I'm on the news now. I'm not going subjective, sir. I'm going to split my screen into 2 parts and I'm going to say drone intrusion 1, drone intrusion 2 in multiple areas. I have a comparison. The army is saying that compared to last time, less drones have come. But that's, I think the army is trying to play it down out here. Quite obviously, knowing that there are repercussions to this, there's been a political statement which has been made out there. And therefore, it is incumbent on the government to decide how it is going to deal with this situation. This is not a situation for the army to take a call on. But this is quite big. These are drone intrusions. Multiple drone intrusions have been seen as of now, as of this minute. Abhishek, there are no two ways of using English language to play this down.
Yeah, I mean, and since you say English language, I think this is Pakistan.
I think we should not try to play it down.
This is Pakistan throwing...
Because none of the channels...
Yes, he's trying to undermine our Prime Minister's statement.
None of the other channels are playing it up. And I think that's wrong. The people of the country... Let me say it. The people of a country have a right to know what's actually happening. Yeah. And the media's job is to show the truth. And if drones have been spotted, if there have been drone intrusion, surveillance and armed, the media should put it out. The media does not do a service by not putting out the news. You don't overplay the news, but you have to put the news. Yes sir, Ms. Chandra.
If they have violated the boundary, international boundary today with drones, Arnab, then it's a serious issue. They are trying to undermine the Prime Minister's statement. They are undermining the Prime Minister's threat. They are undermining the state itself.
The DGMO talks.
And they are, and leave the DGMOs, it's our Prime Minister.
And they are throwing something
on the face of... And they've done immediately after his statement.
And they're throwing something on the face of Donald Trump.
Can I get Shawan on?
That means the fear continues.
Sir, they're throwing something on the face of Donald Trump. He made the statement that I got this done.
Donald Trump, I'm saying it is our national security. It is with our government, our people, our army. And it is our people who are being threatened. I mean, you imagine the fear that goes into when you see... please try and understand what goes through a mother who has got a small infant, a mother, a young girl who's expecting. You see what sort of people, those who are living next to the IB. That means the fear, psychosis, fear war goes on. And if he has blasted something, if he has thrown something here, which we would know by morning, then I think
Gursimran has more. Gursimran.
Another thing.
I have to go to the news first. Gursimran.
Whether he withdraws or not tomorrow, this must be...
Gursimran.
Must be talked
Yes, Arnab, what we are picking up from the officials in the border security force that the BSF deployment at the international border in Pragwal has opened fire at these suspected drones that were entering the Indian territory. The drones are flying at a height of somewhere close to 1,000 feet from the ground level, but the BSF has opened fire and we can confirm that close to 50-60 rounds have been fired upon these drones. So a confirmation that is true coming from our sources in the BSF that they have fired upon these Pakistani drones that were trying to enter the Indian territory. Though it remains unclear whether they were able to brought down any Pakistani drone because it's a dense darkness in that very area. There has been a blackout that is being voluntarily done by the locals. So BSF with the first light starting tomorrow will start a search, but they have fired upon the Pakistani drones. That is, we are getting the confirmation from in the Pragwal sector of Jammu.
And in fact, I find that in the responses, the officials seems very clear, very keen to underplay it. They are saying, oh, but last 15 minutes, no drones have been seen. I mean, that's, or after the first swarm of drone attacks, in the last few minutes, there are no drones. I mean, Saurabh, you and I in media, you know, if we are being told now 60 rounds of fire, counter fire by the BSF, there are drone intrusions in over 10 locations. Drone intrusions confirmed in Jammu, Mad, Samba, Kathua, Hoshiarpur, Jalandhar, Pathankot, Udhampur, Akhnur and Pragwal. These are all locations where there have been drone intrusions, ladies and gentlemen. So it's a very active situation. Shawan, quick 30-second from you and then we are coming back. This is a live situation. At 10 o'clock, we're making a change in programming and staying with the breaking news for at least 1 hour. Yes, please, Shawan.
Well, in fact, I've got more information from the Border Security Force now saying that they have got inputs about infiltration attempts that have been made. In the last 2 days, there have been 4 attempts that have been made. And from the time the ceasefire violation has been made, there are about a total of 5 already. So you're looking at a ceasefire violation, which essentially means that they've also upped the infiltration attempts right now. So, and drone sightings have been first coming in from the Pragwal sector. It has now spread across Akhnur and a total of 6 places in Jammu sector itself.
Well, I'm sure there will be a response. That's what the Prime Minister has said. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 locations, drone activity. There's a blanket of darkness and the lights are lit up and there have been blackouts ordered in many parts of the western border. It's a serious situation. Once again, a very, very grim situation. I'm going to be back. We are live on Republic Tonight.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Mishra reporting from Srinagar with video journalist Anup Satsangi for Republic Nation First.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है। विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
You're watching Republic Live, and the Indian Army is saying here that relatively a lesser number of drones have come. Saurabh, a relatively lesser number of drones have come. They are being actively engaged. Do not get alarmed, is the statement from the Indian Army, as there are 10 places, Shawan, 10 places where there have been drones, where have been drone intrusions today. So it's a fairly widely spread out drone intrusion. But the language from the army is there are relatively lesser number of drones. Does it matter whether there are 50 or 51 drones?
It is provocation, Arnab. In the scenario that we in, and after the Prime Minister's clear message, this is a grave provocation, if you ask me, in the parlance of even international relations. So I think there is no ambiguity on that. Yes, Army may be putting out a statement because obviously we are more responsible country, but I would say it's a grave provocation, and I am also being told that we are making sure that we will respond appropriately. So I think people should be very, very, the nation should know that the army and the government will respond. We'll just be responsible. We'll not like Pakistan, but this is a grave provocation, if you ask me.
Indian Army says nothing to be alarmed. We are countering the drones. We are countering the drones. Ladies and gentlemen, and the statement that the DGMOs had put out was that there should not be a single shot or any aggressive or inimical action. Pakistan has broken the agreement between the DGMOs earlier in the day today. This is inimical action. This is aggressive action. Shawan.
Well, in fact, the more concerning aspect is that there have been drones that have spotted over the Air Force station as well as the Northern Command's headquarters. And over 10 to 15. I don't know why exactly would the army essentially say that there are comparatively less. Of course, if you compare it to the first day, then of course it is lesser because we had 400 drones coming in. But having said that, if they are basically once again targeting a military installation, these are not just civilian areas, and there are also armed drones. Armed drones over the Northern Command as well as the Air Force station in Udhampur is a clear indication of where the Pakistanis are going. Secondly, as far as the ceasefire violations are concerned, the ceasefire violations are coming from across. It is coming through the entire Jammu sector. Akhnur, Samba, Rajouri, Punj, all of it has now reported some sort of a ceasefire violation that is coming in. My sources in the Border Security Force are telling me that in the last 2 days itself, there have been multiple infiltration attempts that have been made from two sectors. One is from Uri, and the second happens to be from Punj. So how exactly are we really saying that the situation has been brought under control, even though this matter was taken up at the DGMO level talks that were happening, and there we were told that the message that we have sent across, not a single fire should be shot. But what has essentially happened is that almost every day from the so-called ceasefire agreement, we are given to understand almost every night it has happened, barring some official statement coming in this morning from the army saying that it has been relatively calm.
Yeah, of course, the army is trying to give an impression that it is less than earlier. I mean, it's quite obvious that it is less than earlier. The intention of the army response is, first we have to get no official confirmation, and now they are saying it's relatively less than earlier, but Gursimran would have the latest. Gursimran.
See, Arnab, what we are picking up that there has been airspace violations by the Pakistani drones at 3 locations. That is what we can confirm. These locations are the Ramgarh sector of the Samba. Second is, that is what we are picking up, is the Araspura sector. And third is the Pragwal. That is very close to the mud where the drones have been spotted. That is the confirmation we are getting from the airport authorities that keeps a tab at, because it is the air traffic control that has to warn the district administration to carry out a complete blackout. And as we speak, there has been a voluntary blackout that is being observed by the people, as well as at some areas where the people have not observed the voluntarily blackout. The administration has come out with the blackout, that is the electricity has been cut off.
Okay, so Abhishek, we are seeing first no response, and now there is a response, and the response of the army says the intrusions have happened, but they are less than before.
Yeah. No, so obviously the intensity has been going down since May 10.
How does one measure that, Abhishek?
No, in terms of numbers. So the peak was 700 drones on one day, which was on May 9. On May 8 it was about 500, and it peaked at 700 on May 9, then came down to about 500, 400, then came down to 300. Today, if it is just about 50 as of now, obviously the intensity has come down, but still, in a spirit, this is violation of the understanding reached. This is essentially somebody in Pakistan, poking the establishment there, and then, of course, trying to play spoilsport, despite the fact that the DGMOs clearly reached this understanding that this will not happen.
So in this active situation, there are two breaking news stories. First, the official
statement, or I would say government sources statement that has been put out there. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has broken the DGMO agreement. We are in a live and active situation today where there have been drone intrusions in multiple areas. Right now, other channels also beginning to come into the breaking news story. This is a live and breaking news story. We are reporting today that on the day the Prime Minister addressed the nation, on the day the Prime Minister made it absolutely clear that the Pakistan begged for peace, on the day the Prime Minister said there would be no nuclear blackmail, on the day the Prime Minister said कि हमने इन्हें धूल चटा दी, we made the Pakistan army lick the dust. On the day the Prime Minister said this was only a pause and there is no ceasefire as such, there is no permanent ceasefire. On that day, in deliberately provocative action right now, and we're reporting here, we're telling the whole country that there have been major drone violations, lesser than before, but major, geographically widespread sort of drone violations done across multiple sectors. This is not a local commander going rogue. This is not an individual. This is the Pakistani army at a larger level, because the spread of the drone intrusions has been very well planned out and very well calibrated and timed with both the DGMO agreement and the Prime Minister's address.
This violates not only, as I said, the protocol that we agreed on with the DGMOs meeting, but also a clear, I would say, a message post the Prime Minister's speech that Pakistan is not interested in peace and they will continue to test India's resolve. As the Prime Minister said, that this is a pause. Certainly, India can have a play button soon, and I know as you and me speak, our armed forces are appropriately dealing with it. But everybody who's watching this broadcast should know that the Pakistan's double face continues to get exposed, and India will respond appropriately with all its might. And this is an active situation. Operation Sindhur is not over.
Absolutely, it's not over. In fact, New Delhi Amritsar Indigo flight has returned to New Delhi in view of the blackout SOP and the drone activity which is ongoing in Amritsar in Punjab. So things are very much active, and I request, this should be given due importance. It's a developing story, and there are some channels which are refusing to cover the news. They are not doing themselves or their viewers any service because, it's unfortunate. Yes, we have changed the nuclear doctrine. I also want to point out the government has contradicted Donald Trump's statement saying that there has been none of the conversations with J.D. Vance, with the foreign minister or the NSA, was there a connection drawn between trade and the agreement for the temporary cessation of fire. I want to play out the soundbite of Donald Trump where he lied about this. He made it all up, and he tried to give an impression that he has used the leverage that he has with India on trade to try and negotiate a ceasefire. This plainly, ladies and gentlemen and viewers across the world and in America, is a falsehood by the Prime Minister, by the President of the United States when he said this.
And let me say a few words about the historic events that took place over the last few days. On Saturday, my administration helped broker a full and immediate ceasefire, I think a permanent one, between India and Pakistan, ending a dangerous conflict of two nations with lots of nuclear weapons. And they were going at it hot and heavy, and it was seemingly not going to stop. And I'm very proud to let you know that the leadership of India and Pakistan was unwavering, powerful, but unwavering in both cases, and having these. They really were, from the standpoint of having the strength and the wisdom and fortitude to fully know and to understand the gravity of the situation. And we helped a lot. And we helped also with trade. I said, come on, we're going to do a lot of trade with you guys. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. If you stop it, we're doing trade. If you don't stop it, we're not going to do any trade. People have never really used trade the way I used it, that I can tell you. And all of a sudden they said, I think we're going to stop.
I sometimes feel sorry for Donald Trump because he has all these delusions of being a global class monitor.
Let me just, I would say,
package the visuals.
Speak what he said, right, absolutely. What he's trying to say is that I don't think he's mentioning about the trade deal at all, because trade deal is a very separate thing that is working. India is very clear that trade deal is being negotiated between India and the US. That is a separate thing. He did try to bring in trade between India and Pakistan, that you will have more trade. Clearly, J.D. Vance's conversation had nothing of that sort.
Sorry to be correcting
but
you.
in the past,
President Trump clearly said that we will do lot of trade, otherwise we will not do trade. He's not talking about India-Pakistan trade. He's saying India-US trade and India-Pakistan trade.
So that's you, Abhishek.
He's saying US-Pakistan trade, not India-Pakistan.
In following days, you'll see a trade deal is anyway in the works.
No, but the trade deal has nothing to do with this. You see, he's selling a narrative. He's selling a narrative. The man is unable to get any ceasefire in between Israel and the Hamas. He's unable to get a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. It is Turkey which is going to be the location where the talks happen. He's not getting, quote unquote, a piece of the action there, and therefore he's trying to make a false claim out here. And the false claim has been called out by the Indian government, which is saying there's nothing like that. And obviously he knows nothing about world history. He knows nothing about India's history. He knows nothing about Kashmir. He's just trying to score. He's just trying to score a small little brownie point when his ratings are falling. I really feel bad for him. Now I want to go back to the drone intrusion situation. That is a serious story tonight, viewers. This is unexpected, and the way to look at it is, Prime Minister addresses the nation at 9 o'clock, at 8 o'clock. The speech ends at 8:30. The intrusions start within 20 minutes of that. The Prime Minister gets sworn in, and immediately on the day of his swearing, is for the third time as the Prime Minister,
There's an attack in Jammu.
there's an attack in Riyasi. You remember that? You and I, we went to the Prime Minister's swearing, and that's when it happened. So my question is, Abhishek, this obviously there's somebody in Islamabad who's saying, okay, we are going to directly contradict and test. Let's see what the Indians do when we carry out the drone strikes. Or it is possibly the Pakistanis doing double appeasement as usual, appeasing the Americans, because they know they're dealing with someone who has a very limited intellectual bandwidth called Trump, and patience and attention span. And they also need to be doing the Chinese a favor. So this continued drone attacks is an idea and an attempt to keep the situation hot. And that can only be a favor to China. I have repeatedly said, I repeatedly say that the situation, the Pakistan LOC and international border is the Chinese border. It is not a Pakistani border. It is not a Pakistani border. And General Bakshi, this is very serious now. Deepak Vora, diplomatically and otherwise, we made a commitment at 8 o'clock. We made a commitment. The DGMOs made a commitment. The commitment is broken. Last time the commitment was broken, we would have expected India to go back and hit back with missiles or counter drones or armed drones or whatever ammunition that we have. We cannot remain quiet tonight. Deepak Vora, we cannot sit and say, oh, relatively lesser number of drones, let's go back to business, can we? A drone attack is a drone attack. Yeah, General Dayal.
Sir, the numbers are not important. It is the symbol.
There's no question about it, but on the...
Yeah, you are right, General Bishambar Dayal, because it is...
May I just conclude, sir, by saying that we'll be keeping them... No, let me complete, sir. Let me conclude by saying this is going to keep them strategically guessing, sir. They'll be sweating now, not knowing how we'll respond. Prime Minister made it clear that we'll respond as we choose to respond. And sir, let them sweat for a little while. This is the strategic confusion that Chanakya talks about. We are going to hit. There's no question.
Chanakya Niti, I totally respect. I respect Chanakya Niti, but sir, may I remind you that the DGMO statement also said that we will reduce the mobilization. We will reduce the mobilization.
No, both sides.
We will, from both sides.
Yes.
But while the mobilization reduced, this was our fear. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, this was our fear, that Pakistan just wants a small break to recalibrate this. Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor.
I was telling you in the morning, this adequate 2 days have gone. They have repaired their runways. They are bringing back whatsoever they can salvage. They can put their place in order. And the embarrassment which they would be going through now, because in an era of social media, this speech of the Prime Minister would be available to the masses there, though they would try to restrict. But somewhere the masses would know that they have actually lost, because till yesterday their narrative was they have won and India offered to surrender, and as a magnanimous nation, Pakistan has accepted our request and we stopped the hostilities. But with him saying the hostilities have not stopped is just a pause, and we are monitoring. And like you said, to appease both the masters, they are trying to do some skirmish. But I'm sure our air defense system, which has stood the test of time for the last 5 days.
They are, sir. The fact is, sir, we can try and play this out and, try and reassure ourselves that this is not a major drone strike. 2 days back was more. But the fact is, we make a statement of intent. And our statement of intent is any inimical action will not be tolerated. I mean, what are we, sir? Are we going to compromise our sovereignty? If this is not inimical action, then what is, General Bakshi? This is inimical action. We cannot explain this away, sir.
Wait one.
This is a violation.
Okay, Arnab, just wait one. I've spent my life on the line of control. I was a battalion commander, and we escalated from small arms to heavy machine guns to air defense guns, from air defense guns to anti-tank guns. Then we escalated to mortars, 81mm battalion mortars. I'm talking of Kargil, right? And then we escalated to artillery. And when we clobbered them with the artillery, that is the time the ceasefire came. Plastered the battalion headquarters, plastered their logistic support area, put 2 villages on fire, and that is the time we had peace in that area for a pretty good time. Then he came back again. Look, Arnab, we've dealt with these guys thousands of times, man. I'm very happy that you guys are watching it the first time. Relax. Firstly, I'll tell you what the army chief said. He delegated to his army commanders to take action as they deemed fit. This level of action is section commander level of action, okay? The Prime Minister doesn't take these decisions. You let the army handle it. We've held them plenty of times, right? If we feel, and we are just waiting and watching, we feel, look boy, you did this the first DGMO talks, you did this the second DGMO.
Today's drone intrusions.
Give him a
drone
proper
intrusions
dose.
Again.
Give him a proper dose.
Bishop,
don't say कि तुमने 2 drone मारे, हम 4 मारेंगे. You have said MC, I'll say BC. Please, that's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. Others. I would want my Prime Minister to sit down every evening on the TV screen and start saying 5 drones, 6 drones, okay, go for it.
No.
It's not his. There are lots of people between him and Pakistan.
No, sir, I'm not giving General Bakshi 1 minute. First of all, 1 minute. Please, all of you have more experience.
Let 2 army people talk, yeah?
Yes, army people will talk, but I'll tell you one thing. So with respect, yes, but the fact is, yes, we are not army people. But the fact is, what I'm saying is, sir, 1 minute, sir. Sir, the fact is, army people will talk. I am only saying the people of the country will ask a question that what situation are we in tonight? We are told there is an agreement between the DGMOs. Yeah. We are told that there is a decision to seize arms. We are told that we will hit them back. We are told that we will demobilize our people, whoever are there along the border. And then, sir, within 3 hours, this starts all over again. Sir, we don't want to give running commentary, but I don't think this is the normal situation. You are saying this is normal. No. Sir, are drone intrusions normal, General Bakshi?
No. Wait a minute.
Are drone intrusions normal, General Bakshi?
No, that's why I wanted to talk.
No, you and he talk. Now I'm stepping away. After him, you speak.
Arnab, 1 minute.
Arnab,
I just
both of them
want to
will
say
speak.
one
I'm
thing.
stepping back.
Arnab, 1 minute.
Okay, between them. After him, you come. Yes, sir. Yes,
No. Arnab, 1 minute. I'll just say one thing. If you want to shoot, don't talk. If you want to shoot, don't talk. Right? We have dealt with these swines plenty of time. And we have made them cry, uncle. I have seen the escalation, de-escalation cycles all through my Kargil tenure. And even thereafter. There are plenty of ways of making him scream. We were doing the right way. We took off the pressure. He just told you the pressure you gave me was not enough. 2 days of rest and I am okay. I'm back on my feet. Okay, we'll give you the dose that you need.
Drone intrusions again.
We'll give you the dose that you need. Then we want. I'm sure contingency plans would have been made for this, Arnab. I'm sure contingency plans would have been made.
Correct. I am sure
there. You think nobody could foresee this? They're just a binary. He de-escalates. He does not. He de-escalates. He does not. Binary. So you think contingency plans haven't been made? Arnab, this is not a video game that we are fighting.
No,
Rest assured,
it's reality. It's reality that I'm showing. Sir, it's not a video game. One minute, General Bakshi. It's not a video game, but let me tell you that today there are planes which are flying over that area, which are not, which are.
Come back.
I'm saying, we are only watching this to see what the army does. Yeah.
General Bakshi, sir, let's not take LC. Wait.
No, let Bishambar Dayal speak.
General Bakshi, sir. Okay. See, LC was one situation. Now, are we willing to accept that LC has been extended to Jammu? It has been extended to Amritsar. It has been extended beyond. You see, sir, what we were doing on LC, what you as battalion commander, brigade commander, sector commander, what we did at LC was at LOC, sir. This is international boundary being violated by properly armed drones, armed UAVs. So, sir, I personally feel that we should not take two situations as one. This is particularly after our Prime Minister has addressed the nation. Our DGMOs have come, all three of them have come. They have given that we will take strong action. I personally feel, sir, and leaving to army commanders, very good. But this sort of a situation, I personally feel, sir, needs to be rebuked and needs to be rebuked very early, not wait for day after. Whatever he is trying, either we should accept that we have the strength and we have the capability to strike him whenever we want. So why not today at 3 o'clock? Why not today at 2 o'clock? Why not our population get a feeling tomorrow morning that he tried to cross, he tried to do this, and our armed forces has done this within 6 hours. That is the lesson, sir. I think you and me have been talking, which Pakistan understands. That is the language they understand, sir.
He's talking to General Bakshi, Pradeep.
1 minute. You know, Arnab, please, now I must, because now this is a valued colleague and a comrade, so let's discuss it. Bishambar, I spent 2 tenures in the MO Directorate. The MO Directorate has a habit of contingency planning. Okay? I'm very sure a response is going to come either tonight or very shortly, right? Because it would have been war gamed. I don't think things have changed so drastically in the MO Directorate.
I
right?
agree, sir.
You rest assured the response would be coming. It would have been war gamed.
Sir.
It would have been war gamed 10 times over. The response is coming. Contingency plans would have been in place. It would not be a surprise.
Sir.
It would not be a surprise.
Sir.
They just have to calibrate the level of action. I totally agree with you. No, 1 minute. Let me just finish. Please. What I'm saying is the first so-called ceasefire, within half an hour it was broken, exactly the same pattern. Second time, ceasefire, okay, don't shoot, exactly the same pattern. The Prime Minister has spoken this time. So this cannot be taken lightly. I'm sure contingency plans had been drawn up before the DGMO spoke to his counterpart this time. There were meetings of the 3 chiefs. They were meeting with the NSA, the Chief of Defence Staff. The contingency plans are in place. Let me tell you this. I know the old directorate. It hasn't changed. I heard the DGMO speaking. He spoke exactly like my DGMO used to speak, right? The ACS Ops was speaking exactly like they were speaking in my time. Not much has changed. You are dead right. This is the second time it has happened. This is the second time it has happened, and it has happened immediately after our Prime Minister spoke. This shall not pass. Simple. This shall not pass. I'm very clear, Vishambar. If I know this armed forces right, we spent 37 years and more in this wonderful profession of arms. The contingency plans would be in place, and I'm sure we should see fireworks shortly.
I agree with you, sir. All that I'm trying to say is,
I won't get perturbed about it.
Sir, you and me may not, because we understand warfare. Yeah. You see, you and me are talking of contingencies and all this. I'm not talking from your and my point of view or DGMO's point of view. I am talking about a common Indian living in Jammu, living in Kathua, living in Amritsar, because they need to because they understand only one language. They understand that today Pakistan has done this.
Exactly.
And if we stop, Tomorrow also they will spend this night in fear, sir, believe you me. I am of the opinion, sir, I agree with you. There are contingencies, there's everything, and MO will exercise it in the right time and right place. All that I'm trying to say is, sir, that we have everything. The public,
what do we say to the people of India who are saying that we got an agreement, we put the fear of God in these people, Narendra Modi has made it extremely clear.
Agree.
But people will say, well, we're back to square one. I mean, these guys are never going to listen. The Pakistanis cannot be trusted. So in terms of public perception here,
a civilian airliner had to get back. They are, these drones pose threat to our citizens. It's a grave provocation. So it's a open, and I agree with what General Doval is saying, and I also echo the sentiment of General Bakshi, but I think we need to make sure we reassure the citizens that we will deal with any threat coming from Pakistan, whether it's a one drone or two drone, because this is grave provocation. And that too, hours after the DGMO agreed to something, after Prime Minister delivered a speech, they're clearly testing our resolve. Arnab, that's what my point is.
Deepak Vora also wanted to comment on this.
No, one second.
Can I just get Deepak Vora in? Sir, just coming.
Saurabh, Arnab, may I answer that? It's a
you want to respond to Saurabh,
pertinent point he's raised.
Reporters on the ground.
Come on. Saurabh,
Saurabh,
please listen
in the
to
location
this.
sector.
Let your actions speak louder than your words. That is the dictum we have followed. Now we have realized that this dose is not adequate. We all must learn our lessons. When this was discussed in the August gathering with the Prime Minister, I believe the armed forces said they wanted to continue for some more time. And then it was decided in the larger wisdom of the House that, okay, let's give it a chance. So we've given that chance. I think our service chiefs were absolutely right when they said they want to continue. They were absolutely right. They have been proved right. And I'll stand by them. All that I'll tell them is, give it hard as he wants, boys. Give it to him as hard as he wants. He's not in a position to fight. That son of a bitch is also bluffing. He's also bluffing because he has 7 days of ammunition reserves, 5 days of aviation reserve. Right? And if he thinks he can get more, let the Navy come in.
Comment from Deepak Vora, then go into Prime Minister's speech, and then we'll come back.
I know those boys,
it's an evolving situation. So the way the programming is working out this evening, viewers, we have decided to go live again because it's a live and evolving situation. A lot of viewers telling us that they're only getting the information on Republic. But I want our viewers also to see what the Prime Minister said that will put in context what is happening right now. So Deepak Vora, quick comment from you, sir, before I let you go. On this situation, because it's not one or two, it's several values.
I'll stay with you for as long as you want. All I want to say, sir, is that if we take kinetic action tonight, which I hope we do, it's very easy for us as ambassadors, as diplomats, to explain to the world why we have done it. We will talk to them, sir. We'll talk to different chancelleries. We'll talk to different countries, saying once they betrayed, second time they've done it, now they've done it a third time. And so we are responding. Sir, our point of view will be accepted without anybody doubting our sincerity. If at all, if I know some of the countries where I've served, they will come back to us and say, hit them even harder. Do my country a favor, hit them even harder, sir.
Okay, we're taking a break and now we go straight to the Prime Minister's speech after a short break. And viewers, in the meantime, Abhishek and I will go back to the newsroom. We will speak to our reporters, and in 22 minutes, we hope to come back with the very latest on the drone intrusions by Pakistan on this live story tonight.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great game that is being played in South Asia, in which Pakistan is both the target and the prize. Why do I say that? For many years, Pakistan was a colony of the United States, a Mahachamcha of the United States. Then it switched its allegiance to China, claiming that its friendship with China was higher than the mountains, deeper than the sea, sweeter than honey. Well, that honey has become putrid. The mountains seem to be much lower than was initially thought, and the sea is much shallower than the Pakistanis would like it to be. China got very upset over two things as far as the conflict with India, the ongoing conflict with India is concerned. We are today recording this message on the 11th of May. China first got upset that Pakistan was using Chinese weapons that had never been tested in an actual battle. Those weapons were exposed as useless metallic stuff. Probably some kabadiwala will buy it. So they got very, very upset. The second thing is, in his speech, the badmash who calls himself Sharif kept saying, Uncle Donald Trump, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. He thanked everybody. He thanked his own army chief by name. He did not thank China enough. He didn't say we would have died without China. We couldn't exist without China. So China was very upset. On the other hand, what does America want? America is not used to being number two. It wants to be number one. China wants to replace America as number one. Now, China tried to broker a deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia not too long ago. It lasted for around 10 minutes. They tried to do something similar between Ukraine and Russia. It lasted less than 5 minutes. Because if you wish to be a mediator, the two sides concerned have to be willing to be mediated. They have to accept your good offices, and that is based on trust. Nobody trusts China. On the other hand, United States, despite people talking about its decline, is still the preeminent knowledge power of the world. Very strong economic power, still has a very strong military. So people would much rather trust the United States than they would China. Therefore, Pakistan today is caught in a cleft stick. It doesn't know whether it should get angry with the United States, ignore what Donald Trump is saying, in which case Donald Trump is going to clobber them. In his first term, one of his first tweets was that Pakistan has been cheating us, deceiving us. We've given billions of dollars, and all they've given us is terrorism. It doesn't want to be in a similar situation again. On the other hand, without China, they are pretty much dead. A former Prime Minister of Pakistan, who's presently in jail, had said, China is our best friend. They've always stood by us, and without China, we would be finished. I'm talking about that Imran Khan Niazi. Now, I'll conclude by saying that Pakistan is in a very difficult position between a rock and a hard state. Today is the 11th of May. Today is also, along with international...
I'm Gursimran Singh from Jammu International Border with my VJ Sarjeevan Kumar for Republic. Nation first.
प्रिय देशवासियों, नमस्कार। हम सभी ने बीते दिनों में देश का सामर्थ्य और उसका संयम दोनों देखा है। मैं सबसे पहले भारत की पराक्रमी सेनाओं को, सशस्त्र बलों को, हमारी खुफिया एजेंसियों को, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों को, हर भारतवासी की तरफ से सैल्यूट करता हूं। हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए असीम शौर्य का प्रदर्शन किया। मैं उनकी वीरता को, उनके साहस को, उनके पराक्रम को आज समर्पित करता हूं। हमारे देश की हर माता को, देश की हर बहन को और देश की हर बेटी को ये पराक्रम समर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने जो बर्बरता दिखाई थी, उसने देश और दुनिया को झकझोर दिया था। छुट्टियां मना रहे निर्दोष मासूम नागरिकों को धर्म पूछकर उनके परिवार के सामने, उनके बच्चों के सामने बेरहमी से मार डालना, यह आतंक का बहुत विभत्स चेहरा था, क्रूरता थी। ये देश के सद्भाव को तोड़ने की घिनौनी कोशिश भी थी। मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से ये पीड़ा बहुत बड़ी थी। इस आतंकी हमले के बाद सारा राष्ट्र, हर नागरिक, हर समाज, हर वर्ग, हर राजनीतिक दल एक स्वर में आतंक के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई के लिए उठ खड़ा हुआ। हमने आतंकवादियों को मिट्टी में मिलाने के लिए भारत की सेनाओं को पूरी छूट दे दी और आज हर आतंकी, आतंक का हर संगठन जान चुका है कि हमारी बहनों बेटियों के माथे से सिंदूर हटाने का अंजाम क्या होता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये सिर्फ नाम नहीं है, ये देश के कोटि कोटि लोगों की भावनाओं का प्रतिबिंब है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर न्याय की अखंड प्रतिज्ञा है। 6 मई की देर रात, 7 मई की सुबह पूरी दुनिया ने इस प्रतिज्ञा को परिणाम में बदलते देखा है। भारत की सेनाओं ने पाकिस्तान में आतंक के ठिकानों पर, उनके ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स पर सटीक प्रहार किया। आतंकियों ने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि भारत इतना बड़ा फैसला ले सकता है। लेकिन जब देश एकजुट होता है, नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना से भरा होता है, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि होता है, तो फौलादी फैसले लिए जाते हैं, परिणाम लाकर दिखाए जाते हैं। जब पाकिस्तान में आतंक के अड्डों पर भारत की मिसाइलों ने हमला बोला, भारत के ड्रोन्स ने हमला बोला, तो आतंकी संगठनों की इमारतें नहीं, बल्कि उनका हौसला भी थर्रा गया। बहावलपुर और मुरिद के जैसे आतंकी ठिकाने एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल टेररिज्म की यूनिवर्सिटीज रही है। दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जो बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, चाहे 9/11 हो, चाहे लंदन ट्यूब बॉम्बिंग हो, या भारत में दशकों से जो बड़े बड़े आतंकी हमले हुए हैं, उन सब के तार कहीं ना कहीं आतंक के इन्हीं ठिकानों से जुड़ते रहे हैं। आतंकियों ने हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था, इसलिए भारत ने आतंक के ये हेडक्वार्टर्स उजाड़ दिए। भारत के इन हमलों में 100 से अधिक खूंखार आतंकवादियों को मौत के घाट उतारा गया है। आतंक के बहुत सारे आका बीते 2.5-3 दशकों से खुलेआम पाकिस्तान में घूम रहे थे, जो भारत के खिलाफ साजिशें करते थे। उन्हें भारत ने एक झटके में खत्म कर दिया। साथियों, भारत की इस कार्रवाई से पाकिस्तान घोर निराशा में गिर गया था, हताशा में गिर गया था, बौखला गया था। और इसी बौखलाहट में उसने एक और दुस्साहस किया। आतंक पर भारत की कार्रवाई का साथ देने के बजाय पाकिस्तान ने भारत पर ही हमला करना शुरू कर दिया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे स्कूलों, कॉलेजों को, गुरुद्वारों को, मंदिरों को, सामान्य नागरिकों के घरों को निशाना बनाया। पाकिस्तान ने हमारे सैन्य ठिकानों को निशाना बनाया। लेकिन इसमें भी पाकिस्तान खुद बेनकाब हो गया। दुनिया ने देखा कि कैसे पाकिस्तान के ड्रोन्स, पाकिस्तान की मिसाइलें भारत के सामने तिनके की तरह बिखर गई। भारत के सशक्त एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम ने उन्हें आसमान में ही नष्ट कर दिया। पाकिस्तान की तैयारी सीमा पर वार की थी, लेकिन भारत ने पाकिस्तान के सीने पर वार कर दिया। भारत के ड्रोन्स, भारत की मिसाइलों ने सटीकता के साथ हमला किया। पाकिस्तानी वायुसेना के उन एयरबेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जिस पर पाकिस्तान को बहुत घमंड था। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। इसलिए भारत की आक्रामक कार्रवाई के बाद पाकिस्तान बचने के रास्ते खोजने लगा। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में तनाव कम करने के लिए गुहार लगा रहा था, और बुरी तरह पीटने के बाद इसी मजबूरी में 10 मई की दोपहर को पाकिस्तानी सेना ने हमारे डीजीएमओ को संपर्क किया। तब तक हम आतंकवाद के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बड़े पैमाने पर तबाह कर चुके थे। आतंकियों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया था। पाकिस्तान के सीने में बसाए गए आतंक के अड्डों को हमने खंडहर बना दिया था। इसलिए जब पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुहार लगाई गई, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। और मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। आने वाले दिनों में हम पाकिस्तान के हर कदम को इस कसौटी पर मापेंगे कि वो क्या रवैया अपनाता है। साथियों, भारत की तीनों सेनाएं, हमारी एयरफोर्स, हमारी आर्मी और हमारी नेवी, हमारी बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स बीएसएफ, भारत के अर्धसैनिक बल लगातार अलर्ट पर है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक के बाद अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आतंक के खिलाफ भारत की नीति है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने आतंक के खिलाफ लड़ाई में एक नई लकीर खींच दी है, एक नया पैमाना, न्यू नॉर्मल तय कर दिया है। पहला, भारत पर आतंकी हमला हुआ तो मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया जाएगा। हम अपने तरीके से, अपनी शर्तों पर जवाब देकर रहेंगे। हर उस जगह जाकर कठोर कार्रवाई करेंगे जहां से आतंक की जड़ें निकलती हैं। दूसरा, कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। तीसरा, हम आतंक की सरपरस्त सरकार और आतंक के आकाओं को अलग अलग नहीं देखेंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने पाकिस्तान का वो घिनौना सच फिर देखा है, जब मारे गए आतंकियों को विदाई देने पाकिस्तानी सेना के बड़े बड़े अफसर उमड़ पड़े। स्टेट स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का यह बहुत बड़ा सबूत है। हम भारत और अपने नागरिकों को किसी भी खतरे से बचाने के लिए लगातार निर्णायक कदम उठाते रहेंगे। साथियों, युद्ध के मैदान पर हमने हर बार पाकिस्तान को धूल चटाई है और इस बार ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने नया आयाम जोड़ा है। हमने रेगिस्तानों और पहाड़ों में अपनी क्षमता का शानदार प्रदर्शन किया और साथ ही न्यू एज वॉरफेयर में भी अपनी श्रेष्ठता सिद्ध की। इस ऑपरेशन के दौरान हमारे मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की प्रामाणिकता सिद्ध हुई। आज दुनिया देख रही है 21वीं सदी के वॉरफेयर में मेड इन इंडिया डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट्स, इसका समय आ चुका है। साथियों, हर प्रकार के आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हम सभी का एकजुट रहना, हमारी एकता हमारी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। निश्चित तौर पर ये युग युद्ध का नहीं है, लेकिन ये युग आतंकवाद का भी नहीं है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस, ये एक बेहतर दुनिया की गारंटी है। साथियों, पाकिस्तानी फौज, पाकिस्तान की सरकार जिस तरह आतंकवाद को खाद पानी दे रहे हैं, वो एक दिन पाकिस्तान को ही समाप्त कर देगा। पाकिस्तान को अगर बचना है तो उसे अपने टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सफाया करना ही होगा। इसके अलावा शांति का कोई रास्ता नहीं है। भारत का मत एकदम स्पष्ट है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते, और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता। मैं आज विश्व समुदाय को भी कहूंगा, हमारी घोषित नीति रही है, अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो टेररिज्म पर ही होगी। अगर पाकिस्तान से बात होगी तो पाक ऑक्युपाइड कश्मीर, पीओके, उस पर ही होगी। प्रिय देशवासियों, आज बुद्ध पूर्णिमा है। भगवान बुद्ध ने हमें शांति का रास्ता दिखाया है। शांति का मार्ग भी शक्ति से होकर जाता है। मानवता शांति और समृद्धि की तरफ बढ़े, हर भारतीय शांति से जी सके, विकसित भारत के सपने को पूरा कर सके, इसके लिए भारत का शक्तिशाली होना बहुत जरूरी है। और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर इस शक्ति का इस्तेमाल भी जरूरी है। और पिछले कुछ दिनों में भारत ने यही किया है। मैं एक बार फिर भारत की सेना और सशस्त्र बलों को सैल्यूट करता हूं। हम भारतवासी के हौसले, हर भारतवासी का एकजुटता का शपथ, संकल्प, मैं उसे नमन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
This is Rakshita Mishra reporting from Srinagar with video journalist Anup Satsangi for Republic Nation First.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
India is clear at that time. There is no third party. If you're hearing Donald Trump make claims about solving a 1,000-year-old dispute now, and that he is going to work his phones to solve a 1,000-year-old Kashmir dispute, etc., it is simply Donald Trump overplaying his card. You saw my first angry reaction when Donald Trump issued the press release at 5:30 on Truth Social. I will talk about that also later. But I still believe that we must accept that while the Americans have simply nudged, or rather some people say instructed, some people say ordered the Pakistanis to contact the Indians, the Pakistanis were told to contact the Indians directly, which they did. They laid down their arms, and then that's where there is a little bit of a slip up, because Donald Trump should have released his comment or his Truth Social comment after the statement from the Indian side, but Donald Trump, being Donald Trump, went and made a press release at 5:30 p.m. Now, why did Donald Trump issue out the press release? Why was it made to look like America has negotiated the settlement? Well, because America wanted it to look like America had negotiated the settlement. That was a very important day for Donald Trump. He was expecting to be seen as the author of two major ceasefires. Back-channel work was going on by the White House to get Putin to agree to a ceasefire with Ukraine, and back-channel talks were going on, and Donald Trump then felt that if India and Pakistan also agree to a ceasefire of sorts, then it will be a diplomatic coup for him. The Ministry of External Affairs statement was preempted by Donald Trump, and immediately a very relieved Foreign Minister of Pakistan put out this tweet in which he profusely thanked the Americans. After all of this, you saw a very brief statement come out from the Indian side confirming the ceasefire. Remember, it was only a three-four lines of a statement from the Indian side. It was not very detailed. No questions were taken, which means we were being reactive rather than setting the agenda. So there was a little bit of a communication gap going on at this point of time.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
Namaskar. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora, and today we are going to talk about a very interesting, great...
कोई भी न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल भारत नहीं सहेगा। न्यूक्लियर ब्लैकमेल की आड़ में पनप रहे आतंकी ठिकानों पर भारत सटीक और निर्णायक प्रहार करेगा। भारत ने पहले 3 दिनों में ही पाकिस्तान को इतना तबाह कर दिया जिसका उसे अंदाजा भी नहीं था। जब पाकिस्तान की तरफ से गुहार लगाई गई, पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जब ये कहा गया कि उसकी ओर से आगे कोई आतंकी गतिविधि और सैन्य दुस्साहस नहीं दिखाया जाएगा, तो भारत ने भी उस पर विचार किया। मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, हमने पाकिस्तान के आतंकी और सैन्य ठिकानों पर अपनी जवाबी कार्रवाई को अभी सिर्फ स्थगित किया है। टेरर और टॉक एक साथ नहीं हो सकते। टेरर और ट्रेड एक साथ नहीं चल सकते और पानी और खून भी एक साथ नहीं बह सकता।
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're told that there's a very strong visual by the armed forces, and I'd like to go across to different reporters for an account of what the situation has been with the drones, which were reported, Abhishek, in multiple areas. And, we don't know the nature of these drones. But the fact is there were. Abhishek, can I please?
Yeah, it's
confirmed. There were multiple
the
sightings.
Drones,
so what can you tell us?
Even the army has confirmed that there were drones that
Yes.
came and they went back, and that the intensity of the drones that came, say, a day before or a day before that, it was much lesser today. But having said that, the fact that after DGMOs having this conversation where it was agreed that not a single bullet would be fired, no drones would be sent, no civilian areas would be targeted, that kind of broad understanding for these drones to come, irrespective of whether 50 or 500. The fact that a drone flew over Amritsar city limits, the fact that there was a drone over Jammu, Kathua, Udhampur, Akhnur, etc. And obviously then this is clearly a case of provocation, which obviously, hopefully the army would respond.
Yeah, the army would be responding to this. Let's go across first to Shawan. Shawan, for an overall perspective, please. Shawan, on the drone, I think the intrusion started getting reported. Most surprisingly, we were taken aback around 9:45, 9:30.
Well,
maybe by now 9:20, the visuals started coming in, Shawan. The confirmations came in much later. But then by 9:45, about 10 o'clock, it was clear that it was a spread out drone activity once again.
Well, in fact, Arnab, we have reported very responsibly because the first report came in around 8:30 this evening. In fact, we waited for some time till the time we had a visual evidence to it. Secondly, we have also checked with the sources on the ground. In fact, we have also reached out to the Indian Army as far as their responses are concerned, and based on which this report has come in. Let me just quickly give a consolidated report over the last few hours, what has happened. The first set of information came in a little after 8 o'clock. This was with regards to ceasefire violation that has taken place in Samba as well as in Akhnur. And a little later, we were given to understand that there were drone sightings that also took place. And more importantly, this came in from Udhampur because the fear, the concern was more about our Air Force station as well as a few other military installations. We've also got a confirmation from the Indian Army that yes, there have been drone sightings. In terms of numbers, they're saying it is perhaps lesser than what we have seen in the last few days. But obviously, the situation still remains volatile at this point in time across that very sector. Now, it also did spread to Punjab. In fact, we have the Deputy Commissioner of Hoshiarpur as well as Jalandhar. They have already announced that a partial blackout. This is based on the inputs that they received from the Indian Army. They have come on record. The Deputy Commissioner has come on record to say that there has been a partial blackout. In fact, reports also came in from Jalandhar, and the latest now coming in from Kutch.
Yeah, let's go across to Kutch, where we have Sharada with us. We have reporters in Jammu, Baramula, Pathankot and Srinagar also live. Ladies and gentlemen, 100% news coverage tonight on this for the next few minutes because a lot of viewers calling in for the latest situation. Well, it appears to have been contained, but it was strategically done and timed within about 1 hour, 15 minutes. What's the latest in the Kutch region, Sharada?
Well, the latest in the Kutch region is that the sources say they spotted 2 drones in the Jakhau region, which is next to Nalia. Nalia was the place that was first attacked by the drones in Gujarat in the last 2 days. And until 9 p.m., while everything was fine in the Kutch district, we suddenly got information from the DG here stating that the collector has asked them to inform all the hotels, the residences, and even the local police to help them out to black out the city immediately. So the electricity was immediately cut off, and it's entirely blackout now. So the citizens, whoever were out in the city, are now returning back home according to the orders given by the border security force. And multiple checkings have been happening. And also just some time back, we also witnessed multiple BSF officers in their army vans just crossing past us, moving towards the BSF security force where they have been deployed, and in the IF where the Indian Air Force is also based at. So we can confirm right now that the situation in Kutch is worsening from what it was from today morning and evening. However, the collector has not given an official information on his page yet, but the owners, the DG, especially the owners of the restaurants and other multiple business places just got calls 30 minutes back stating that they need to go on an entire blackout in the city tonight.
I'd like to go to Jammu next for Gursimran. Gursimran, your area was very active. And what are the army sources telling you? Because earlier today, DGMOs agreed. They said there will be no inimical action. The turn of phrase, very inimical action, was very important. Yes, please.
So, Arnab, the threat has been contained. That is what the sources are telling us earlier. They confirmed to us that there has been a threat from the three areas. That is, one is the Pragwal area in the Jammu international border. The second area was in the Araspura sector in the Jammu, and the third was in the Ramgarh sector. There was a threat. 25 was the number of the drone, but now what we are picking up that the threat has been contained. So does in the Udhampur and Shri Mata Vaishno Devi Ji Shrine, where the live light was also cut off. Now people here are observing a voluntarily blackout, but there has been no blackout that has been imposed by the authorities. The BSF was prompt to respond to the threat. BSF opened the fire as soon as they saw the drones coming from the Pakistani territory to Indian territory. So one thing is very clear, that the directions are very clear to the forces, that as soon as you see the drones, open the fire. Because since the drones were somewhere 1,000 feet above, the BSF opened the fire at the first, and then the anti-drone system was activated.
Also on. Well, I have a statement. We have Lalit with us from the Jalandhar DC. We are told that a surveillance drone brought down at 9:20 p.m. Debris search is on, and the expert team is looking at the debris, looking for the debris. Be calm. Do not burst crackers. Strict action will be taken against people who try to create panic. And only precautionary lights are off. Nothing to worry, DC Jalandhar. Yes, please. Lalit from Pathankot. What's happening in the Punjab border?
Arnab, if you talk... Arnab, if you talk about the drone sighting, it has been witnessed in some districts, especially if you talk about Pathankot. Around 8:30, it was being witnessed in Bamiyal area. Around 2 drones were being spotted. If you talk about Jalandhar, it has been confirmed by the DC now that around 9:20, the drone has been shot by the Indian Army, and the search is on for the debris. There is nothing to get worried about that. If you talk about the drone sighting in Hoshiarpur and in Amritsar, there has also been drone sighting, but there is nothing to get worried. Especially if you talk about Pathankot district, right now there is no blackout. As a precautionary blackout has been there in Hoshiarpur, some areas, and in some parts of Jalandhar. But if you talk about Amritsar, there has been a complete blackout, and around 8:50 the Air Indigo flight has been returned back to New Delhi. So there has been drone sighting, but nothing to get worried, as we had a word with all the DCs, whether it's Pathankot, Hoshiarpur, Jalandhar or Amritsar, nothing to get worried or in panic. Yes, there has been a drone sighting, but the number is quite less if we talk about from the past 48 hours. Back to the studio.
Yeah, and I think everything is okay in Srinagar tonight, Zina. Rakshita, Soumya is there from Srinagar. Soumya?
Yes, well, if we talk about the situation here in Srinagar, it is the second consecutive day.
it is one of the calming situations ever since what we experienced 2 days back. However, the escalation that we saw just few minutes back there in Jammu and various other districts here, where are the various other cities here in India. Now, earlier the situation was that the airport was going to be fully functional from tomorrow. The services were resumed, in fact, earlier in the evening already. But now, because of the escalation that has come to the light, few of the airlines have decided not to resume the flight operations from a select few airports, and one of them being is Srinagar. So this is the development with regards to the escalation that we have seen.
And now let's go finally to Baramula, to Arawat. In that region also everything okay, everything quiet? No drone intrusions reported in your area?
Yes, absolutely. We have not spotted anywhere a drone in the North Kashmir. We have also had a word with the officials from the Indian Army. In fact, they have also confirmed that for the precautionary measures, the locals by itself, they have followed the precautionary measures, and they have called for the lights off in the various parts of in the sensitive areas of the Kashmir Valley. But there is no any such report where we have seen that the drone has been spotted anywhere in the Kashmir Valley. Also, we have got the confirmation from the Indian Army, and they have told the situation in the Kashmir Valley is under control. Also, for the precautionary measures that the forces movement can be seen in the various sensitive areas of the Kashmir Valley, after we have seen that the drone has spotted in the various places in the Jammu state. Then after we have seen that the security forces are doing the various patrollings in the various sensitive areas in the Kashmir Valley. But yes, the army has confirmed that there is no any untoward incident in the Kashmir Valley. But yes, the locals have followed for the precautionary measures, have called lights off in their premises in the North Kashmir. Yes, Arnab.
Okay, so this is, I want to go to Saurabh Shukla, who also spoke to some officials on the present situation. Saurabh.
Yeah, Arnab, I have from a very senior official the initial Indian assessment on these drone swarms that have come from Pakistan. The report says that these drones, according to our initial assessment for recce coming from Pakistan, it was also assessing our air defense system prowess, attempting provocation, and also meant at harassing our troops. So clear violation of the understanding. That's what my source is telling me. And India will take adequate response. But for now, there is no cause for an alarm. But this is a confirmed report. And I told you the initial assessment that has been made by India.
Okay, so that's a strong response from you. And Shawan, therefore, the confirmations are there. It's been suggested these are surveillance. I mean, it's always guesswork. But seems that some drones went back. We're hearing about one drone being brought down. These are not armed drones. At least that's what we're hearing from our sources. These are not armed drones. These are more from the point of view of surveillance and harassment. So what does it indicate overall, and any fresh information that you have?
Well, in fact, the last update that came in from the military headquarters was that they have been able to contain the situation. In fact, they've also made an assessment that if you compare it with the last few days, of course, it's much lesser than that. Having said that, whether at all this was for surveillance, prima facie, it does appear like that. But having said that, there has been absolutely no word really from the military headquarters right now as to the purpose of it. But the fact of the matter is this, that they're equally concerned about what's really happening with regards to the ceasefire violations. Along with the drone attacks, you've actually drone sightings that have taken place. There is also the ceasefire violation that has taken place in multiple sectors, which I'm given to understand perhaps would be again taken up, because generally you have the DGMO talks also happening every Tuesday. We're waiting for an official confirmation to come in whether that talk will once again happen, and this matter will be once again taken up.
Okay, so we'll go into a break right now. I want to run out. There is a video that has come in right now, and I want to play out the latest Operation Sindhur video. And this is in the context of the Prime Minister's speech. And that video is also a reflection of the present, the mood in the forces. Ladies and gentlemen, that video, very significant out there in the ongoing. What I have with me before that, Abhishek?
Yes.
Would you like to go across to our guest for a minute while I just get on a call? Abhishek?
Yes, absolutely, I can do that. So we have Major General Sudhakar Ji joining us from outside India, actually from the United States.
Go ahead.
He's former colonel of the Mahar Regiment, geopolitical strategy and defense expert, distinguished.
Take his view and then we'll come back here.
CLOS, which is Center for Land Warfare Studies. Very good evening to you, sir, from here. Good morning there. You have seen the statements coming in from the government in terms of a new normal. Prime Minister really laying the contours of that new normal, where India is not going to countenance even a single act of terror and going to treat terrorists and their backers, including Pakistan Army, on the same footing, and that we are going to go after them each and every time. But still, we have seen some drone activity happening, even if it is at a reduced intensity. Seems Pakistan continues to provoke. Your understanding, sir?
Abhishek, I have been touring part of Europe in past 10-15 days. Have been interacting with think tanks and a lot of people. And yesterday only I have flown into what you indicated. I must compliment Republic under the leadership of Arnab for brilliant coverage. And as regards your question, I would say India has put its best foot forward. It reflects the confidence of the country, a rising nation, a shining power. That's the way to go. And the very concept of Israelis' mouth of grass is something which we must take note of. This ceasefire, to the best of my understanding, as I've been hearing Arnab quite often wherever I am, is fantastically covered. It is not going to end so soon. Right. And I think I have not been privy to what our Honorable Prime Minister said. This ceasefire is not a permanent ceasefire. It is a temporary one, will trigger whenever required for self-defense of the nation and national security. Is a very well-made articulation by the top leadership. And I feel very proud to be an Indian sitting here in foreign land. That's the way to go. Pakistan has to be taught a lesson. I was getting worried day before yesterday when I heard about ceasefire. I wish the pressure on Pakistan would have got extended by a couple of more days to bring Pakistan to the knees. Not that not much has been achieved. A great deal has been achieved in 4 to 5 days of conflict. It is far better than Russia-Ukraine war and far better than Israel and Hamas or the Middle East conflict. We have shown the world, people out here in the Western Alliance are talking that here is a country which has been able to put forward its air defense mechanism, whether you talk about S-400 or Akash or L-70 or whatever gun system you have.
Did I ask?
It is a formidable, much better than Iron Dome that USA and Israel have. We have not allowed a single missile or autonomous system to come into our soil. They all have been neutralized mid-air, and it's something to celebrate. But having said that, we need to